This story was posted by a user named Passion for Driving in the Advice subreddit. The post is titled, "My boyfriend's sister told me she has feelings for me. I have no idea what to do. This is a mess, and I haven't told anyone about it yet. I've been dating my boyfriend for almost 3 years, and I've always had a pretty chill relationship with his family. His younger sister, who is 29, I'm 34, has always been super friendly, and honestly, I thought we just got along really well. But last weekend, she came over to hang out while my boyfriend was working late, and I don't know, something felt off. She kept touching my arm, complimenting me more than usual, and then after a couple of drinks, she just came out and said it. That she's had feelings for me for a while and thinks we'd be perfect together in another life or something like that. I just froze. I kind of laughed it off because I didn't know what else to do and changed the topic. But now I feel weird around her and I don't know if I should tell my boyfriend. I don't want to make things awkward with his family or start drama, but I also feel like I'm keeping a secret that could blow up later. She hasn't texted me since, but I can't stop thinking about it. What do I even say? Do I bring it up with him or just let it go and hope it never happens again? Update. I was super nervous, but I just couldn't keep it bottled up any longer. I told him what his sister said and how weird I've been feeling since. His reaction, honestly, it was kind of surprising. He stayed calm and said something like, "Yeah, she might just be messing around or testing you." He didn't seem shocked at all, more like he was trying to figure out if this was serious or just her being herself. Then he went and talked to her, calmly. Later, the three of us sat down together. My heart was pounding the entire time, and they both just laughed a lot. Apparently, she was just testing me, like some kind of weird joke or whatever. I wasn't exactly amused. I got kind of mad and told them both that this was really not cool. I mean, who does that? She apologized, and to be fair, she said some really sweet things about me. She said she thinks I'm great for her brother, that she respects our relationship, and that no, she absolutely doesn't have feelings for me. She said she has a boyfriend, and she's not even into women like that. I told them both straight up not to ever pull something like that again, like ever. So yeah, weird week. Still processing. Thanks for all the advice, seriously. Persimmon Basket said, "I'd have walked." To this user, "My friends call me epic," said, "Yeah, too old for these stupid games." 29 years old, more like 9. Millie Molly Mel said, "I don't know any of these people, but I got secondhand embarrassment from the whole thing and a total feeling of disgust for the boyfriend. That is not normal or funny." This next post was made in the relationship subreddit by a user Naked Birthday Parties. The post is titled, "My GF is turning 21 and wants me to throw her a party. How do I break the news that no one will show up?" Birthdays have always been hard for my girlfriend. She had a few parties as a child where no one showed up, and since moving to a different state in the middle of high school, she hasn't made close friends. Here at college, she tries hard to make friends. She talks well to people on a superficial basis, but doesn't have any real friends. She has never been invited to a college party and has often missed out on many typical activities. We've been together for 3 years, since freshman orientation. I don't have friends, but I am happy that way. I like keeping to myself when I'm not spending time with her. Since she is naturally extroverted, she spends her free time with me or at club meetings trying to connect with people. She asked if I could put together a small party, so I invited some acquaintances, my roommates, and others. Everyone said no. I gave the invites well in advance too. I don't know how to break the news to my girlfriend. She has been so excited and thought providing free food and drink would be a great way to make friends, but people don't want to come even for that. What can I do? Update. I logged into Facebook at around 2 a.m. last night and saw that my girlfriend had posted a message on the party event wall saying the party was canceled. She saw that no one was coming before I could tell her myself. I called her and suggested some other activities we could do, like amusement parks, concerts, or taking a cooking class. Things I thought she would enjoy. She just said, "No thank you." We were quiet on the phone until she asked me in a really small voice if I could come over. We met outside her dorm at around 3 in the morning. She was crying as I expected, but it wasn't full-on sobs, just watery eyes. "It's okay," she said. "Some people aren't meant to have friends." I told her she was exaggerating, that she just needs to look in different places, but she shook her head. "No, I'm done." This morning at breakfast, we passed a lot of mutual acquaintances. Usually, my girlfriend smiles and says hello, but today she just kept her eyes on the pavement and wouldn't look at anyone. She barely ate. Other than that, she seemed like her normal self with me, talking and laughing, but she wouldn't acknowledge anyone else. She told me she's going to use this extra time to do better in her classes, work on her jewelry, maybe open an Etsy shop, and read more books. I asked if this was really what she wanted. No, but life doesn't always give you what you want. I didn't want to be an engineer. I didn't want to live in a basement alone. I didn't want to hate college and wish every day that I could drop out. But you make the best of it. Her voice was breaking as she said this, but she didn't cry. She left the breakfast table after that and said she wanted to be alone. Where do I go from here? Her actual birthday is tomorrow and she insists she doesn't want to do anything. Is it bad that part of me kind of agreed with her, that some people aren't meant to make friends? I don't think I am, but obviously she wants friends and it's making her miserable. Edit, I am sitting with her in her dorm room right now. She's on the bed reading, I'm on the couch minding my own business, just being near her. She is okay. Update 2. Short update here. I stayed with my girlfriend for a while last night. She just read a book and didn't talk much. I cuddled her a bit, but she mostly wanted space. This morning, I went to her room with flowers and a gift. She accepted the flowers with a smile. She told me she wanted to go home to her parents this weekend. I was pretty sad about that. I wanted to make her feel loved and special, but she said she needed to get off campus for a bit, so I said okay. I took her to the bus stop, said goodbye, and now here I am. She did love the present though. It was a book she had been wanting for a while. Hopefully, she will feel better when she comes back. 2 months later, OP gave us his most recent update. Anyway, the school year is in full swing, and she cries all the time, at least 3 times a week, if not more. She feels like she is taking advantage of my kindness, so she tries not to cry in front of me. She has completely abandoned the search for friends and does not go out except for food, class, and similar necessities. There are happy moments too, and she will still go out with me, but overall, she just seems fragmented. She actually did pursue therapy at our university because she felt like she really needed someone to talk to who was not me. They informed her that all the spots were full and that unless she was a suicide risk, they did not have room. Heartless, right? It really made her feel bad, but she did not want to lie and say she was a suicide risk. She feels lonelier than ever. There is no doubt in my mind that she is depressed. She pours all her energy into schoolwork and has not really touched her hobbies much either. She cannot afford therapy outside the university, and they will not provide it to her. Is there any way she can get the help she needs? Coco Almonds Rock said, what a depressing thread, without an ending. Week Cover 1 said, this is an odd one. I feel like maybe we do not have the complete picture, probably because OP is not out socializing with his girlfriend. In college, you have multiple opportunities to create connections, group projects, classmates, internships. Perhaps what OP wrote, that she acts pretty differently depending on the person, is more important than it seems. Maybe it ends up giving the impression that she is desperate, flaky, or disingenuous. People might sense or see that she is not consistent in personality, that she is trying to please and be liked by each person instead of being herself. If she acts in a way she thinks someone would like but is wrong, it could make things worse. This final post was made in the relationship advice subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled, "My husband became a robot and I don't know how to help him." The title sounds unbelievable, but here I go. We've been married for 6 years and have 2 kids. I'm pregnant with a 3rd. My husband works from 9 to 5, comes home, does his chores, plays with our 2 kids, talks to me for a little bit, and then goes to sleep. But he doesn't seem to enjoy doing any of it, as if this whole thing is just one big chore. He used to be this goofy guy who smiled and told jokes all the time, but I haven't seen him smile in months. It's not like he's neglecting his responsibilities as a husband and father, but he acts like that's all they are, responsibilities. Hanging out with the kids and me feels like a second job to him. I'm grateful for everything he does, and he makes all of our lives so much easier, but it's like he's constantly on the clock. I think he might be depressed. I tried asking if he was doing okay, and he tells me he's doing fantastic, but I know he's not. That's the line he uses at work when customers make small talk and ask how he is. He doesn't take any time for himself, he doesn't take breaks, he stopped playing games and watching TV. He just does what he thinks needs to be done, and I don't know how to help him. Our sex life has become one-sided. We do it frequently, but only because I initiate it. Even if he doesn't seem in the mood, he'll go along with it, like it's his responsibility to make me happy. It feels like he isn't present in the moment, like his mind is wandering the whole time we're intimate. To me, that feels worse than being rejected. I don't know what's going on, and I don't know how to help because he won't let me in. To anyone else, he seems fine, but I know something is wrong and I don't know how to fix it. I miss my husband, the guy who complained and told jokes, not this robotic shell that just looks like him. Edit, alright, wow, I didn't expect this to blow up. I want to thank you all for your advice, I really appreciate it. It's clear to me now that my husband is overworked and burnt out. He will be coming home from work in a couple of hours, and I am going to sit him down and talk to him. I will tell him how I feel, and I hope that together we can find a solution that helps him become the man he once was. I'm sorry if I wasn't able to respond to everyone, but I want you all to know that I read every comment and response. I will post an update soon about how it goes. Update. Hey everybody, here's the update. I wrote this a couple of days ago, but couldn't post it because it was too soon. My husband came home at around 6 o'clock, and after he had something to eat, I took him to the bedroom to talk. I sat him down on the bed and told him I was worried about him. I didn't know exactly how to phrase my concerns, so I just showed him my original post. When he finished reading the post, he started crying, full on crying. In all the years I have known this man, I had never seen a tear roll down his cheek. I held him for a few minutes until he could recompose himself, and then he told me everything. He said that the world is in a shitty place right now and that we are bringing a child into a stressful time. He shared that when I became pregnant, he felt he had to step up, that he needed to take care of things because it was his responsibility. He said that the weight of carrying the family was so much harder than he anticipated, so he thought if he doubled down, he could get through it. But the more he tried, the darker the tunnel got, and eventually he couldn't see an end. He told me that he feels like he's constantly drowning and the only breath of fresh air is on the car ride between home and work. He also said that sometimes the stress is so much that he throws up, but doesn't tell anyone and just keeps going with his day. He then pulled out a pack of gum from his pocket and said, "This is for when it happens." I asked him why he couldn't tell me any of this, and he said he didn't want to burden me with the truth. He said he thought if he told me everything, I would stop seeing him as a protector and provider and that I would inevitably stop loving him. Hearing him say that brought tears to my eyes. I didn't know where he got the idea that I would feel that way. I asked if he wanted to quit his job, but surprisingly, he said the job doesn't bother him. He said the work itself is fine. It's just that now he feels added pressure to provide, because not only was he fortunate enough to keep his job during the pandemic, but we also have a child on the way. He admitted that some days he feels like packing a suitcase and running to some tropical island for a week without telling anyone. But then he feels guilty and doubles down even more. I told him maybe he should go on a trip, that he deserves a break, and perhaps if he did exactly that, he'd feel better. He tried to protest, but I insisted. In the end, he said he would only go if we went together, like a romantic getaway between spouses. Once things start to clear up and before the baby is due, he wants to take a week off from work, drop the kids off at grandma's house, and have us go on vacation, just the two of us, like we used to when we first got married. He also said he wants to take the day off tomorrow and just sleep in, so that's the plan. I'll call his boss tomorrow and tell him my husband is sick and can't come in. It's not like they'll make a sick man come to work. There's a pandemic going on after all. Right now, he's playing with the kids and it doesn't feel like he's doing a chore. He actually seems to be enjoying himself. For the first time in months, I don't see the robot, I see my husband. Edit, hey everyone, I want to thank you all for the support. I read all of your comments and I appreciate all of you. I didn't expect this to get so much attention, so I want to clarify a few things. First, my husband says hi. I want to clarify about the chores that people keep mentioning. I know that as a stay-at-home mom, the bulk of the chores fall to me. I cook, clean, and do laundry because I know those are my responsibilities. My husband's only chores are doing the dishes, vacuuming every 3 days, and a few other house maintenance maintenance tasks. I did call in sick for my husband, but I made sure to say he had a migraine. I saw on Google that a migraine as an isolated symptom isn't a sign of COVID. His boss was fine with it and said he can come back whenever he feels better. The pregnancy wasn't an accident. We both wanted to have 3 kids because we were both raised in families with 3 children. We actively tried for the first 2. For baby number 3, it was more of an if it happens situation. We are both happy with the number of kids we have and hopefully are done. We are not considering abortion or adoption. We realized that a 1-week vacation isn't enough to get rid of his stress and are both trying to come up with a more sustainable solution to alleviate it. Right now, we are thinking about setting up an hour or 2 a day as dad's time. No kids, no me, no work. Just time for him to relax. To those who think this is fake, there's no way I can change your minds, so I'm not too bothered. I just hope you never go through this yourselves. You all have been supportive and a truly wonderful bunch of people. I really think we can get through this and it wouldn't have been possible without you. I'm not going to reply to comments because, like last time, it is just too overwhelming, but know that I am reading them as they come in. Good night, everyone. It's been great. This story was posted by a user named Difficult Search in the AITA subreddit. The post is titled, "I broke up with my GF via Reddit. I created this Reddit account to address you. I will not reveal your name, but I know you often read posts like these since you used to bring them up and listen to podcasts featuring them. I am sure you will know it is about you when you read this. I, 29-year-old male, caught my girlfriend, 31-year-old female, cheating on me. This time, I have undeniable proof after she lied to my face about it. We had been friends for 5 years and started dating 3 years ago. I loved this woman with everything I had. I truly thought she felt the same way. A few months ago, we hit a rough patch and argued a lot. I really thought we were going to break up. I hit rock bottom and became severely depressed. One Saturday, we had plans to attend a wedding together. You live a fair distance away, and neither of us had a car, but we did not mind taking extra steps to make it work. That morning, I asked what time you would be coming over so we could get ready and leave. I even offered to pay for your ride. You said, okay. Hours passed. I did not hear from you and I began spiraling. I had a panic attack. I checked your location and it was not your house. It was some random parking lot. I messaged you. No reply. After a while, your location just turned off. I was worried sick. I kept calling. No answer for 6 hours. I was panicking. Then at 9:30 in the evening, note this time, you finally picked up. Your first words were, "Are you okay?" And I just broke down, crying, asking, "Are we okay?" You told me your phone died and that you were just out with friends from school, and I believed you. You had never lied to me before, or so I thought. The next day, I could not even get out of bed. Depression hit me like a ton of bricks. You came over to comfort me, but something felt off. I tried to shake it off, thinking maybe it was just in my head. That morning, I placed your watch on the charger. That is when I saw messages from you to your friend from school, the one you hung out with on the day of the wedding. One message said, "He was growling in my ear." Another said, "I had to cover up my hickeys like I was in school." These were sent around 9:30, the exact time I was crying to you on the phone. When you got out of the bathroom, I saw the marks on your neck. When I asked, you said they were from scratching. On our way to work, I brought up the messages. You said you were lying to your friend and made it all up. I did not believe you, but I swallowed it. I swept it under the rug. Today, I was at your house as your family had a birthday party for you. Your family was there, some of your friends, and our mutual friends too, including the one who celebrated you cheating and lying. The house was packed. I drank quite a bit because I knew I was not going to have the courage to do what I did. I went to your room to lie down, saying I did not feel well. After some time, I told you I was going home and ordered a ride. I am in the ride now, typing this up along with the tablet I gave you. While lying in your bed, I found it, and on it, I did not just find proof of you cheating, I found everything. The day you turned your location off, you were with the man you play games with. I am mad at myself for not noticing how often you played with him and how you laughed at his jokes. I saw the messages, how you two talked for months, planned a hotel meeting the day after he picked you up from work, how you kissed him in his car, how you told him we broke up, you sending a picture of the hickeys he gave you, and those messages sent at 9:45 in the evening, the same time I was breaking down on the phone, and you were telling me everything was okay. How inconsiderate could you possibly be hearing someone you claim to love cry on the phone while you are texting your school friend and him about your infidelity? Speaking of the school friend, I saw conversations celebrating your decision to cheat and laughing about how you got away with it, encouraging each other to lie to me. And there is more I found. I found flirty messages with multiple drivers. I found out the ring you said was from your late grandmother was actually from your former boyfriend. You wore it our entire relationship. I found messages to him as well, telling him you were single and that you would always love him. I saw more messages with your duo in games, with him saying very sexual things and you saying how nice that sounded. That was the same day I surprised you by coming over to your house for Thanksgiving. I found you sending sexy selfies to multiple men. Some of those pictures were taken during outings we attended together. All this, and yet you talked about marrying me. You are a terrible person. Normally, I am not a petty person, but I have reached my limit. By the time I post this, I will have already sent screenshots of everything to your friends, the ones who would be ashamed of you, to your family, the ones who would disown you, to your gaming friends who knew nothing about your double life, to my family, to our friend group, and to the dishonest school friend who knew everything, smiled in my face at the party, and still thinks everything is fine. Every person who ever believed in us will know the truth. I have never been more disappointed in anyone in my entire life. You made this bed, now lie in it. Update. Many people requested that I update them on this story. I am fairly new to Reddit, so I believe this is how you do it. Thank you all for the overwhelming support and kind messages after my last post. If anyone is wondering, yes, I am doing okay. Something just clicked while I was going through those messages. For the first time, I truly realized I am worthy of love, and that the first person who needs to give that love to me is me. Out of all of the options I had in that moment, the one I chose felt like the smartest. If I had confronted her in private, she could have manipulated the narrative or made me doubt what I saw. If I had gone downstairs and made a scene, I would have been surrounded by her family and friends, which would have turned into a screaming match where I was outnumbered. So I removed myself from the situation and let the truth unravel on its own. Just to clear a few things up, we both had our locations shared on our phones. I was not stalking her. The sexy photos were not nudes. And even so, I did not send those pictures out. Only the text conversations between her and the men she was messaging. Sending those to people is wrong on another level, and I would never stoop that low. After I left, I took a ride home, grabbed a few things, and went to stay at my friend's place for the night. I felt okay, but I thought that was just adrenaline and I might crash hard. I have already signed up for therapy, scheduled a test for sexually transmitted infections, and I am planning to take boxing and pottery classes just to keep myself active and focused. While I was staying over, one of her gaming friends messaged me. It turns out the man she slept with has a wife and child. I'm not sure how that situation is unfolding, but I hope his wife finds out. That friend also told me she has been removed from their gaming squad. Our mutual friend group has shown a lot of support. One of them even removed her as a bridesmaid from their upcoming wedding and blocked her entirely. I thought everything had finally calmed down until I came back home this morning. I had already blocked her on everything, so there was no way for her to reach me. Instead, she showed up. She drove her parents' car to my house and sat outside until she saw me. As I walked to my door, she came out crying hysterically, a messy mix of sadness and rage. I did not say a word, I just walked inside and closed the door while she yelled from the other side until she eventually left. Nothing was mentioned about the Reddit post, so I guess she did not see it. Later that day, her brother called me. He apologized on behalf of the family. He said everything seemed normal after I left until their mother checked her phone. She pulled my ex aside, trying to keep things quiet. But then her aunt, the one who talks a lot, shouted, "You're cheating on your boyfriend," in front of everyone. That blew the lid off. According to him, their family has a history of infidelity, and it caused serious pain in the past. So this incident not only reopened old wounds, but more cheating scandals within the family were exposed that same night. This party was supposed to be a reconciliation moment for relatives who had not seen each other in years. And the friend who celebrated the cheating with her, she got scolded so badly by the family that she left in tears. Her brother told me he does not blame me for anything. He even said I handled it better than most would have, and he is here if I need anything. Honestly, the only thing I feel bad about is unintentionally ripping apart a family that was trying to move forward. I had no idea all that was going on behind the scenes, and I do feel like a terrible person for being the grenade that set it all off. User Teruiel said, I think the fallout behind the scenes with his ex's family and what that party was really meant to signify is perhaps the more interesting story at play here. We see the fallout in places like this far more frequently than we are privy to in the real world. It highlights just how destructive the choice to cheat really is. Always remember, it did not just happen. It is a series of choices that we make day in and day out about who we are, to ourselves and to each other, who we want to be. This next post was made in the same subreddit by a user named Remarkable Role. The post is titled, I told my dad's wife I will never consider naming my child after recently deceased mother. I am currently 29 weeks pregnant with a girl. My husband and I have already chosen her name, as well as 2 backups in case it does not suit her. My dad's wife lost her mother a little less than a year ago. They were extremely close, and her passing was unexpected, so she is not coping well. My husband and I are trying to be as helpful and accommodating as possible, but we do not live in the same country as them anymore, so there is not much we can do. Back in February, my dad and his wife came to visit us for 10 days to celebrate our son's birthday. This was our first time seeing them after her mother's passing, and their first time seeing me pregnant. Early during the trip, we had dinner together. We all started talking about my pregnancy and the baby, and when my dad asked if we had any names in mind, his wife stopped us. She asked us if we could consider naming our daughter after her mother. She said she had been wanting to ask us this since she learned we were having a girl, and it would mean a lot to her if we could honor her mother like that. I do not think I need to justify why I would not do that, but in case I do, I never liked her mother or thought of either of them as family. Even if I did, my husband does not like the idea of using our children's names as tributes, so we would not name them after any of our deceased loved ones. My husband and I were taken aback. My dad looked a little awkward, so I think he was already expecting her to bring that up. I said I was sorry, but we had already chosen the name and were not interested in changing it. The mood died a bit, but we did manage to change the subject and enjoy the rest of the evening. My dad's wife was quieter than usual for the next few days, but she did not bring that up again until the final night of their trip. Everyone was at our place. She pulled me aside and once again expressed how perfect it would be for us to keep her mother's memory alive by naming a child after her. She started talking about how much she would have loved it and how a beautiful name such as hers should not go to waste. I interrupted her and said there was zero chance we would ever consider naming our child after her mother. I told her it would never be up for discussion, and for her own sake, she needed to accept that and stop bringing it up. I was admittedly harsher than I had intended, but I am not sure she would have gotten the message otherwise. She barely spoke to me and my husband until she and my dad flew home the next day. My dad and I have been talking about this. He agrees with our refusal, but thinks I should not have turned his wife down like that. He told me she is still dealing with her mother's passing and I should have been more sympathetic. He is insistent she would not mind our daughter's name if we at least told her we would consider honoring her mother. I do not think humoring her would have been the best call, but I am worried I was too harsh. 3 months later, OP provided us with an update. I came here for advice a few months ago. I gave birth to a healthy baby girl back in May. She is now a month old and thriving. We are all in love with her. My husband and I decided to go with our first choice for her name, and it suits her perfectly. My dad stopped bringing up the subject of how I had talked to his wife a few weeks after my first post. The last thing he said about it essentially boiled down to be nice to my wife, but for the love of God, do not name my granddaughter after my mother-in-law. He wanted to visit us this month to meet the baby, but I told him to wait a while longer. The house is a mess and we are still getting used to having 2 children. His wife has been very detached from anything that concerns my daughter. She spent the weeks leading up to my baby's birth completely silent. She usually lives on her phone and texts frequently, so I figured she was still upset. Both my family and my husband's family like our daughter's name. My dad in particular complimented it a lot. His wife did not react to it. My aunt visited them recently, and she later told me that while my dad would show her pictures and videos of my daughter, his wife avoided the topic entirely and was cold whenever someone tried to get her to engage. To be clear, none of that ever bothered me, but this behavior was very out of character for her. When I was pregnant with my son, she created a group chat with my whole paternal family to start a countdown for his birth. She was my only acquaintance who protested when I said I did not want pictures of my child posted online. About a week ago, my dad's wife called me. She reiterated that she felt I was not being very understanding of what she is going through, but apologized for how cold she has been lately. During the call, she explained that losing her mother had made her regret her decision not to have children. Her mother had always wanted to be a grandmother, and she wishes she could have given her the opportunity to experience that. She took her mother's passing very hard, and it made her reflect on various things she wishes she had done differently, but the news of my second pregnancy intensified that regret in particular. My dad's wife said that she will always wish I had named my daughter after her mother, but she still accepts the name I chose. She also told me she will start seeing a therapist soon. I was mostly quiet during the call because, frankly, I did not know how to react. Having since had time to think about what she said, I'm a little unsettled. It is still hard to explain how I feel, and this is not even close to my top concern right now, but I did not see this coming. I almost feel bad admitting this, but I am very glad we are in different hemispheres. I cannot imagine what she is going through, and I wish her nothing but the best, but I do not think being close to my family right now would be good for either of us. Thinking back to how I handled things when she first asked us to use her mother's name, I am pretty sure I made the right call. I sincerely wish I had been more polite, but humoring her would have probably led to a much bigger headache. I am not sure when we will see her again, but it will not be until next year. My dad will come visit us in October, but she will not come with him. When she does meet my daughter, I hope she is doing better. Right now, I will focus on my children. Postpartum is difficult, and my husband and I are still getting adjusted to being a family of 4, but we love both our children so much. I do not know how I got so lucky. I almost definitely will not post again. I am very tired and very busy, and I do not expect that to change anytime soon. Thank you. Edit. To those asking, I am unsettled because I was not expecting her reasoning to be that she regretted not giving her mother grandchildren, as I stated in this post. I sympathize with her grief, and I am glad she has decided to get help. Fascinating Fall said, it sounds like the stepmother was going through a serious mental crisis. I am with the OP, I am glad they live in different hemispheres, and I also believe that if she had not been as harsh at the outset, this would have spiraled into something much worse. Dad needs to take some responsibility here. He likely already knew she was going to push the issue, so why did he let it become a second attempt? Slythe Wolf said, I am really concerned about the person who thinks it is a problem that someone is not over the sudden, unexpected death of a parent in less than a year. This final post was made in the career advice subreddit by a user named Gay Giraffe Farts. The post is titled, Employee Quit, Claiming Better Work-Life Balance. I'm confused. One of my engineers quit and gave me their 2 weeks notice today, telling me the reason was seeking better work-life balance being promised at another company. This really surprised me. I asked him if there was anything specific I could do to improve this for him, like lessen his workload, but he did not really give me any feedback. I even suggested he take a few weeks off to think about it, but he said he had thought about it for long enough and was certain of his decision. He has been on my team for the past 2 years. We got along very well, and he was well liked by the team. He did good work. I gave him a promotion 8 months ago. He always had a good attitude, and he had minimal complaints that I would address immediately. My company is fully remote. We require a 3-hour overlap for people to be online for meetings, collaboration, code review, and so on. The weekly meeting burden is one 30-minute company-wide meeting and one 30-minute team meeting to sync up on work. Everything else is done asynchronously. There are no hard deadlines for tasks, except of course for recovery efforts in the event of an incident or outage. We have unlimited paid time off and require everyone to use a minimum of 4 weeks, with at least 1 week being consecutive. We shut down the week of Thanksgiving, 2 weeks for Christmas and New Year's, and every other Friday off during the summer. We do require engineers to be on call, but it is a 10-week rotation during business hours only. I personally feel like my company has one of the best work-life balance policies I have ever experienced. I am truly very confused. Is there something obvious here that I have missed or should be more proactive about to ensure people do not leave because of burnout? Is there something that would impact someone's work-life balance that they would not be comfortable talking to me about? Update. Thank you for everyone's comments on this. There were some great comments here that pointed out some things I would have never guessed from this situation. Human Resources told me they scheduled an exit interview next week. If there is anything noteworthy that they share with me, I will make a separate update post. Also, I apologize ahead of time for replying to people's comments asking if I'm hiring to direct message me if you have experience in my team's specialization. I realized shortly after I would be publicly exposing myself and my company. Given my username, it would be a bad idea. Update 2. I have talked to him personally some more and received feedback from HR from their exit interview. His reasoning for work-life balance was true. He did not elaborate, but his home situation became complicated and he wants to take some time to focus on figuring that out. I told him I would be happy to give him some paid time off or an unpaid sabbatical. He thanked me but did not want to put a time constraint on returning to work. The only critical but significant feedback he gave HR was about our health plan. Apparently, he has been having a lot of issues with the health insurance company. He was forced to pay out of pocket for some treatment because either they could not find in-network doctors or the insurance kept denying claims from his doctor, saying that the treatment was not necessary. He said he would love to come back and work here one day, but only if we change our health insurance provider. The good news is that HR has received this feedback from other people and is currently looking at other providers, so the responsibility is with them for this issue. Terpsichorean Wombat said, "Sometimes I daydream about passing constructive denial legislation that penalizes insurance companies for fraudulent denial if an ordinary consumer cannot navigate their bureaucratic hurdles in under 1 hour." According Ad said, "That health insurance issue is very real. I have a pretty good job, but the insurance is quite terrible." This story was posted by a throwaway account in the advice subreddit. The post is titled, "My friend says she won't set me up with her male friend because I cheated on her brother 4 years ago. Should I pursue this thing anyway?" Background. My friend Amina and I have been friends since kindergarten. There was a time when I considered her my best friend. In high school, I started dating her younger brother Sean. We dated for about 6 years. We had a great relationship and I messed up. I did. Not to justify what I did, but Sean did ROTC in college and eventually commissioned into the National Guard. During his first year in the Guard, he was extremely busy. He had his military duties and on top of that, his regular 9-to-5 job. In a moment of selfishness, I met a really attractive guy, and the next thing I knew, I was cheating on my fiance at the time. I was selfish, and I figured he would never find out. Well, the guy I was cheating with ended up stalking both me and Sean, so Sean found out. It was a messy situation, and I hate that I put him through that. Sean broke off the engagement and still refuses to speak with me. Amina stopped being my friend, but we reconnected a year ago when we bumped into each other at the airport lounge. She got permission from Sean to rekindle our friendship, but Sean still refuses to speak with me, unfortunately. I cannot say Amina and I are best friends like we used to be, but we are friends. Now, recently, Amina had a birthday dinner with all her boyfriend plus all of her friends. Her male friend Ron is extremely attractive, put together in great shape, has a good job, and so on. Today, I called her during our lunch break to ask for Ron's contact information and to put in a good word for me. She said no and asked me not to date him. She said he is a good friend, and after what happened with her brother, she does not want to go through that again. I told her I am a changed person, and she contradicted herself by saying she believes me but still does not want me dating her friend. It is just weird. I am not sure whether I should get his contact information some other way or just accept it. I just do not think she has the right to prevent me from dating her friend. Update. Years ago, when I was younger, I made the worst decision of my life and cheated on the love of my life and fiance. I messed up and I love him so much. I lost so much because of that stupid mistake. The man that I love is my friend's brother. Throughout that time, she and I stopped being friends after my mistake, but we later rekindled our friendship. She is getting married in June. It will be the first time I have seen Sean since we split. I am ready to win him back, but I do not know how. Virus Comfortable said she is obsessed with the idea of him. She did not talk for a long time and kept fantasizing about how their life would look alike. It is not love, it is obsession. And like every obsession, she needs someone to talk to, someone she can describe it to, and someone who will tell her it is bad for her, him, and everyone else. I do not think he will give her any chance for a do-over, but even if he would, she would not be the best girl he can imagine. She would get bored and disappointed quite fast. Ben Plus said, "Sorry, but 4 years is not that long of a time." This next story was made in the AITA subreddit by a user named ManBearPigCereal. The post is titled, "I didn't give legal advice at a party to someone I just met." This actually happened last night. I was at my brother's place for a National Football League draft party. I had not seen my brother in a couple of weeks, and my brother and I live a couple of hours apart because I moved away, so I had not seen many of his friends in years. I also had not met most of my brother's girlfriend's family and friends because she comes from a town a couple of hours away from where they currently live, in the opposite direction from where I live. My brother and his girlfriend have been together for 2 years and are getting engaged next month. At the party, I was talking with a group of people when one guy, the husband of one of my brother's girlfriend's friends, asked me what I do for a living, and I said I am an attorney. He then asked me what kind of law I practice, and I could already see where this was going. He started with, "So I'm having a problem with one of my neighbors." As he was launching into his story, I reached in my pocket, gave him my card, and told him to call me in the morning to discuss the issue. He got upset and said, "Why can't I just ask a couple of quick questions since we are both here?" I said I was there to see my brother and watch the draft and did not want to discuss business right now. Other attorneys will tell you that this is a common thing at social gatherings. Once people find out you are an attorney, they try to corner you with a bunch of questions and you are basically back on the clock. Years ago, I decided to do the business card thing instead of answering questions so I could actually enjoy social gatherings. Besides, these things almost never turn into actual business. People just want free legal advice. I have never had any complaints about it before. The guy got upset, said something under his breath, and stormed off. The other people standing there all made faces as he left, and we went right back to our conversation. That was it, or so I thought. The rest of the night was fine, and it was never brought up again. We enjoyed the draft, and I enjoyed seeing my brother's knucklehead friends years later. I got a text from my brother this morning, and he said, "I want to make this clear. I completely understand why you did what you did." He has seen it happen a bunch of times at events and heard me complain about it afterward. However, his girlfriend is upset that I blew her friend's husband off and wants me to reach out to him, apologize, and answer his questions. My brother said he is on my side and told her as much, but she made him send the text to me anyway. I believe my brother is on my side and understand he is trying to keep the peace in his relationship. I said I am not texting or apologizing or calling the guy, but he has my card and is welcome to call me. I feel I did nothing wrong. Just because of my job does not mean I am on the clock 24/7. My brother said, "Yeah, I knew you would say that, but now I can at least tell my girlfriend I tried," and that was it with him. Again, I thought this was the end, but it is not. His girlfriend texted my mom and told her what happened. Now my mom is texting me saying, "I know it is annoying what this guy did, but can you call him so that your relationship with your brother's girlfriend is not negatively affected because she is obviously upset with you. My brother is getting engaged to her next month and she is going to be family, and there is no need to have a rift when she is about to be family." I said it is too late. The fact that she cried to my mom already created a rift on my end about her now. Again, I declined, and my mom said she understands, but just does not want negative feelings with my brother's girlfriend over this. I said no, he can call me and I will answer any questions he has. 2 months later, OP gave us an update. I have some small updates on this post I made a couple of months ago. My brother got engaged to the girlfriend referenced in the post a couple of weeks ago. They had a get-together to celebrate their engagement this past weekend. They only invited immediate family and those they expect to be in their wedding party. My brother had asked me about being his best man last week before the party, but at the dinner they formally gave gifts to everyone in their wedding party along with officially asking everyone to be in the wedding party. The fiance's friend's husband was there as well. He is not going to be in the wedding party, but his wife apparently will be. I was there before he was, and when he came in, he made no attempt to come over and say hello to me or the group I was talking with. Fine, I hardly know the guy, so I do not care if he talks to me. At dinner, there were no assigned seats, but my girlfriend and I happened to be seated not super close to him and his wife, but close enough that we could hear each other's conversations if we were not involved in our own conversations. At dinner, I was sitting with my girlfriend next to me on the same side they were seated. On my other side was my sister and her husband, and across from me were some other friends of my brother's fiance I had never met before that night. My girlfriend was not at the previous event, but I, of course, had told her about the issue. Anyway, my girlfriend and I were making small talk with the friends of my brother's fiance across from us, and of course, what we all do for a living came up. I said I was an attorney, and the guy at that point decided to interject into our conversation and say, "But don't ask him any questions right now, he will just give you his card and tell you to call him during business hours." To my delight and his horror, one of the friends we were talking to responded and said, "Yeah, of course, I would hardly expect him to give me legal advice at his brother's engagement party." He made an angry face, mumbled something to his wife, who told him to drop it, and then I do not think he said a word again for the rest of the night. Nothing big, just thought some might find this update amusing. I'm not creepy said, "I have seen the same thing happen to my friend in the medical field. A lot of people do not seem to understand that even if someone enjoys their work, they do not want their life to revolve around it." Dryad Duineth said, "A complete pushover marries a lady who will ask two different people to get involved in a situation that not only are the two of them not involved with, but she is not actually involved with it either. This will go well." This third story was made in the Off My Chest subreddit by a user named Safe Gazelle. The post is titled, "My grandfather had a 4-year-old daughter before he died. My whole family wants to send her to an orphanage. I said I'll take her, and now everything in my life is upside down. I am 23 years old, and this week my entire life changed. 3 days ago, my grandfather passed away. He was 78. He had 2 children, my mom and my uncle. I thought I was the youngest in our family. My family is very big. During the wake, a huge bomb dropped on all of us. It turns out my grandfather had a 4-year-old daughter with a cleaning lady who used to help him around the house. The woman is gone and no one knows where she went. The girl's name is Lenka, and she is tiny, quiet, and completely alone. Everyone in my family hates her. At the funeral, nobody would even look at her. I saw her curled up in the corner of the room, like she was trying to disappear. The only conversation anyone had was about who was not going to take her. They all agreed she should be sent to an orphanage. I don't know what happened to me at that moment, but I snapped. I walked over to her, knelt down, smiled, and asked, "Would you like to live with me?" She didn't say anything, just slowly nodded, and that was it. That night, Lenka came home with me. She had been staying with my cousin for a few days, and Nika handed me her health card and basically said, "Good luck." I'm a 23-year-old guy living alone in a small apartment in eastern Slovakia. I work from home. I pay rent. I am not rich. I've never raised a child. I am still an external university student. I go to school on weekends, but she came with me and she has been here since. That night, she didn't say a word on the car ride. I showed her my apartment, gave her food, and she barely reacted. Later that night, while I was trying to sleep, I broke down. It was 2 a.m. and I was crying like I hadn't cried in years. I kept thinking, what the hell am I doing? How can I raise a child when I'm just a kid myself? My family won't help. Everyone will judge me. She's not even technically my niece. She's my aunt. Yeah, that part's wild. She's my mom's half-sister, which makes her my aunt, but she's 4. I couldn't sleep at all that night. Around 3 a.m., we had a little accident. She wet the bed. She didn't cry. She just tried to hide the blanket like she didn't want me to find out. My heart cracked in half. I told her everything was okay and helped her clean up. In the morning, I explained we needed to go shopping for her things. We walked to the store only 5 minutes away, but it took us 15. She was trying to be independent and didn't want to hold my hand. But on the way back, she was so tired she almost collapsed on the sidewalk. I asked if I could carry her, and she said no at first, but after a few more steps, I picked her up anyway. She looked annoyed, but didn't resist. We made it home. I made her breakfast, then told her we had to go to some offices so I could become her guardian. I thought I would just drop off the papers. Instead, the whole process started immediately. It was chaos. I brought every document I had, my ID, death certificate, her health card, a letter I wrote asking for emergency temporary custody. But when I got to the child services office, one woman tore me apart. She was cold and cruel and basically called me a stupid boy to my face. You're just a kid. You can't raise another kid. You don't even have rights to her. She's better off with her mother. And she said all of this in front of Lenka, who was sitting quietly in my lap. I looked down and saw tears running down her face. At first, I didn't even notice. I just felt her little body trembling. She was crying silently. I gently apologized to the woman, stood up, and said we would come back later. I took Lenka outside and walked her to a little ice cream shop nearby. We sat together in silence. I explained we would have to go back and talk to the mean lady, but I promised I would stay with her the whole time. She nodded. Back inside, the woman didn't get any nicer, but she did explain what would happen next. Basically, exactly what I had read online. Social workers will visit us. They will try to contact her mother. If they find her, she may have legal priority. But I am going to fight this because if that woman abandoned Lenka once, she will do it again. And I won't let that happen. Now it is late again. I am completely drained. And I need to say this somewhere. I love this kid. I have known her for 3 days and I would do anything to protect her, but I am falling apart inside. I work from home, which is the only reason this is even possible. But on weekends I go to university and I will probably have to give that up. There is no babysitting culture here in Slovakia, especially not in a small town like ours. I am selling my motorcycle, so I will have more money for her. I am terrified I will never find a girlfriend because what 23-year-old wants a boyfriend with a 4-year-old? I feel like I traded everything I used to be for someone who deserves a better life. And I don't regret it, but I am scared and tired and trying not to break. I don't even know why I am posting this. I just needed to let it out. If you read all this, thank you, really. And if anyone has been through something similar, any advice would mean the world. Update. I just wanted to make a quick update to thank you all. My last update is still waiting for approval from the admins, probably because I asked people for financial help to pay for a lawyer. But I will not do that again. I hate myself for doing it in the first place. I sold my motorcycle and I will manage somehow on my own. Thank you all for your kind words and encouragement. I really needed to hear that. I tried to reply to as many comments as I could, but there were just too many. Lenka is doing well. She finally started smiling. I introduced her to my neighbor, an older lady who never had children. She looked after Lenka while I went to get her toys from her grandfather's house. She also has a dog, and Lenka just cannot stop playing with it. One night, Lenka found me crying. She sleeps in my bed, and I have taken the couch. I guess she must have heard me. She came to me and asked if I was crying because of her. Of course, I said no, and when she hugged me, my heart shattered into a million pieces. I will protect that child. She is mine, and I will do anything for her. The next part of the update will be in Slovak. I am sorry, but I need help. And the quickest way will be if someone from Slovakia or the Czech Republic responds, "Hi, if you are reading this, thank you. I want to ask you for help. It is very uncomfortable for me to ask for help like this, but I have no other options. Lenka needs toys and new clothes. She is still playing with toys that probably belong to my mom. I went to charity for new clothes, but there was not much. Please, if you are reading this and have toys from your child lying around at home, I kindly ask you to contact me, please." This story was posted by a user named Anonymous Pooper about a month ago. The post is titled, "I pooped after sex." I really never thought I would ever be sitting here in my 40s asking a question like this to the internet, but here it goes. This is my favorite podcast to listen to, and I'm hoping some of you can figure out what the hell is going on. Warning, I am sure this is definitely kind of gross to think or read about. So I am 43 years old and my husband is 45. We have always made it a priority in our marriage to discuss what we are and are not comfortable with sexually and to let one another know if or when those things change, evolve, or just completely disappear. My husband was actually the one who first ever brought up the idea way back on the first night we had planned to sleep together, and while it felt kind of strange to talk so openly about the things I preferred in bed, it made that first experience with each other so much more intimate and satisfying for both of us. We literally used to have a talk beforehand every time we had sex, but eventually we got to the point where we were comfortable enough to know we could bring things up when we needed to and trust that the other would take it seriously. I feel like this is a key reason why we have such open dialogue with one another and feel so secure in our relationship even 17 years later. Recently, my husband approached me and asked if I had ever tried or had any opinions on anal sex. I wasn't turned away from the idea, but said I had never tried it and had no idea about any of the logistics involved, safety practices or concerns, cleansing, aftercare, and so on. He was in the same boat as I only had 2 other sexual partners before I met him, and he only had one before me. He explained it was just something he had been wondering about, but of course, he wasn't pushing me towards anything if I didn't like the idea. I decided I wasn't against trying it out, and the 2 of us ended up doing some reading together about the best way to go about it for beginners. From what I gathered, a big part of anal sex is the preparation beforehand, including going to the bathroom, cleaning around the anal cavity with warm water, and sometimes using a douche to clear any remaining fecal matter. Fast forward a week or so, we had a night to ourselves and everything we needed prepared, so we decided it was as good a time as any to try it out. I won't go into all the details, but basically, things went totally fine while we were having sex. My husband stopped multiple times to make sure I was both comfortable and enjoying myself, which I assured him I was, and long story short, things ended well. But here's where things eventually went wrong. Less than a minute after we had finished, I was suddenly hit with the sensation that I needed to poop. Like, immediately. It wasn't so bad that I couldn't get to the toilet, but as he was standing up from the bed to grab a pair of boxers, I jumped up and bolted into the bathroom without even putting on a robe, which is normally what I wear after sex. He came to the door concerned and asked if I was alright, to which I responded with a laugh and explained that I had read how anal sex can sometimes cause sudden bowel movements afterward, but that I was fine other than sitting naked on our toilet like a lunatic. All of a sudden, he got this disgusted look on his face and noticeably took a step backward away from me. I asked him if he was okay, but to my surprise, his disgust suddenly turned almost into anger when he said loudly, "There was still poop in your ass while we were having sex?" This is definitely along the lines of his type of humor, and I was so surprised I thought he had to be joking. So I started laughing and jokingly said back, "Well, at least it stayed there until you were done." He started getting more and more agitated, asking me how I could not have known and why I didn't do a better job making sure I had cleaned everything out. To be clear, nothing was leaking or coming out while we were actually having sex. It was only afterward that I suddenly had to go to the bathroom right away. Also, I know it's probably nobody's idea of a good time to get unwanted bodily fluids on them at any point, let alone during sex, but he is not squeamish about that kind of stuff. When our 2 girls were babies, he willingly changed diapers as much as I did and never had an issue with any of it. It got to the point that he actually outright accused me of intentionally trying to screw things up. Then he stormed off and grabbed a pillow and some blankets from our bed, saying he was sleeping downstairs on the couch for the night. Meanwhile, there I was, still pooping while naked on our toilet, totally stunned at what had just happened. I figured I would let him cool down for the night and try to discuss things with him the next day after he had calmed off, but when I went downstairs in the morning, he had already taken his car and left for work an hour earlier than he needed to leave. I tried to call him around his typical lunchtime, but he let it ring until it went to voicemail. I called my sister to tell her what had happened, and she also thought it was a joke until I told her multiple times that it was completely serious. I ended up leaving a note for my husband saying I went to stay with my sister for a little while since he clearly still needed some time and space before we could talk. That was yesterday, and I still haven't heard a word from him. He has never acted like this in any fight we've ever had. Am I going insane here? Am I the asshole for needing to poop after having sex? Edit. Wow, I cannot believe how many people have already commented on this post and weighed in. I appreciate all of you for your kind words and for reassuring me that this was not a normal response. I don't have much to update you with right now as I am still at my sister's house and have not yet heard from my husband, but I did want to mention that while we were doing the initial research, I was mainly the one reading all the stuff involving bodily functions and the aftermath of having anal sex. I think he mainly focused on how to best approach things as the person giving anal sex. I don't know that he really did any deep diving into how the body of the person receiving it reacts, but that didn't bother me at the time, mostly because we have always communicated very well about sex, and I didn't realize that things would blow up like this. I too am really struggling with how he didn't know that poop does not just sit inside the anus and that it goes through the entirety of your intestinal tract. This man is 45 and has had a colonoscopy before, and I'm wondering if he really thought using some warm water and a douche would be the equivalent. I have lots of questions and things I want to bring up to him, but I'm not exactly sure when that conversation will happen yet, so I will be sure to update here when it does. For now, thank you all again for your comments. Update. I first of all just wanted to say thank you all for your overwhelming support over this past week or so. I haven't been able to fully comprehend everything that has gone on since I made that post until today, but I have been reading all your comments and messages and I have been incredibly grateful. To get right into things, I stayed at my sister's house for an entire day and night before receiving a text from my husband asking if I would come home so we could talk. I wasn't sure if I was quite ready to forgive him, not just for our entire initial fight, but also for nearly 36 hours of radio silence that followed. But I wanted to figure out a resolution, and I figured that waiting any longer would only be more harmful. After nearly 2 days of no contact with one another, I figured things were calm enough that both he and I could sit down and have a rational adult conversation about what happened. To my surprise, when I first walked in the door, I was greeted by my husband tearfully hugging me and apologizing profusely, presenting me with a bouquet of flowers and homemade pancakes from scratch. I was very appreciative of the gestures and made sure to inform him that I was, but I reiterated that there was a lot of discussion that needed to take place before I was in a place to forgive him. He agreed with me on that, and as the two of us sat down together, I realized I didn't want to start with the question of what specifically made him angry about that night, in case it just frustrated him again. We had a pretty long conversation afterwards about communication and such that I won't bore you with, until I finally felt comfortable enough asking why he specifically got so angry with me over something that the entire anal sex-having world agrees is not only normal but expected. I could tell he was sort of embarrassed and nervous to answer me, and at first he couldn't really come up with anything to say other than, "I just didn't realize it would happen like that." I continued trying to explain everything I read and have continued to read about how common an occurrence bowel movements are after anal sex until eventually he blurted out, "It's just not usually like that." I was pretty taken aback by that sentence, and the look on his face after he said it told me he realized he shouldn't have, so I asked him what exactly he meant and reminded him this was supposedly a first-time thing for both of us. He immediately backtracked and swore that it was, and he started rambling some admission that he had been watching a lot of pornography, and his brain had just formed a specific idea of how anal sex usually went, and it was just a reaction out of embarrassment on his part for not expecting it. It was so clear he was lying that it actually shocked me to the point of tears. He was suddenly so willing to tell me all about this secret habit of watching pornography with anal sex when before he had apparently felt the need to hide it and couldn't even come to me to say he was watching it and wanted to try it in real life. I told him if he didn't tell me what was really going on, I was going back to my sister's house, and he broke down in tears once again. Eventually, through his fits of sobbing, I got out of him that for over a year now, he has been having an affair with his 26-year-old male co-worker. Apparently, a few months before that co-worker started at the company, my husband had been questioning whether or not he was bisexual, and after they met and he found out his co-worker was gay, the two of them hit it off and had a whole thing. So I guess that is why he was asking about anal sex. I genuinely think he was trying to use this all as some sort of twisted logic to make his reaction seem justified and make sense, but it honestly made me feel a million times worse than if I had just found out he was cheating in general. It had nothing to do with the coworker being a man. It was more the thought that my husband couldn't even enjoy having sex with me as a person on my own, but instead had to make reality as close as it could get and then imagine it was with him instead of with me. Obviously, I was absolutely devastated and told him I was leaving again, and he continued begging me to stay and asked for us to work on fixing things together. I told him the time for that was back when he first started questioning his sexuality and said I would of course have supported him and helped him figure out what that meant for him and for our relationship, but at this point I was having no part of it. Eventually, his tears turned to anger once more, and he accused me of being biphobic. I think he realized immediately once he said it that he had made a mistake. My sister is literally bisexual and married to a woman, but he didn't say anything to contradict himself after that. I ignored him and gathered some basic essentials before leaving and heading back to my sister's house a complete wreck. As things stand now, I am of course planning for divorce, but that is obviously a long process and is going to take a while. I have contacted a lawyer already and have been making sure to take precautions so I am not just left in the dust when everything settles. Otherwise, I guess I am not in quite as much shock right now, but when I think about it for too long, my brain starts to unravel a bit. I wanted to say thank you again to everyone who commented and left me advice on my initial post. I deeply appreciate all of you for your support and understanding. Without it, I do not think I would have gotten to a place where I questioned anything that happened, and I would still be in a relationship with a man who clearly does not care enough about me to be honest. If anything crazy happens in the future, I will be sure to update you all again, but for now, this is the end to this insane story of needing to poop after sex. Edit, a quick edit because someone messaged me to ask about this and I realized I left it out of the story. Our daughters are both doing okay and right now are staying with me at my sister's house. They are both teenagers, so telling them wasn't quite as hard as I imagine it is telling young children. I of course didn't go into any details and I tried not to explicitly paint my husband in any negative light, as he is still their father and I don't want what happened between him and me interfering with their relationship to him. That said, my oldest figured out pretty quickly that cheating was involved and asked me about it privately later. I again gave no details but did confirm her suspicions. I feel that if she is old enough to ask about it happening, she is old enough for me to respect her by being as truthful as I can with her. Exploded Email Storage said, the title made me think this would be a funny story, but now I'm fucking sad. To this comment, user AcerVday said, during the first part of this, I thought he was an idiot for being angry when he suggested anal sex and somehow completely managed to forget that poop is a thing that exists. After the second part, he is especially an idiot for both cheating on his wife and accusing her of being biphobic. I am bisexual. I know what biphobia is because I have experienced it. And for this man to even utter an accusation that his wife being upset about him cheating on her is biphobia boils my blood. Chronically Thinking said, so he was mad at her for pooping and thought it warranted a 2-day silent treatment, but he thought nothing of his year-long affair. To this user, Madam Kitsune said, I'm a cynic, so I wonder if the timeline was day 1. He goes to work, stews a bit, goes out with his co-worker afterwards saying, I've left her, we can be together. Finds out that he was just some casual thing and the co-worker isn't looking for anything serious, especially with someone who comes with bonus teenagers. Day 2. Shit. Reality creeps in. The co-worker is keeping him at arm's length. OP hasn't come back, the house is empty, and there are no happy family sounds. He must get his wife back. Flowers, pancakes, fast talk, except he runs his mouth, trips himself up, panics, and spills. Shocked Pikachu face when OP walks away. This next post was made in the AITA subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled, I started flirting with another girl after my GF introduced me as a friend. I am 28 years old and my girlfriend is 29. We have been together for more than 2 years. We recently moved to a new city and she started working at a new place 3 months ago. 2 days ago, there was an after-work get-together event at a bar with her co-workers. She forgot her phone charger at home and her battery was low. I went to give her the extra power bank we have at home as her phone uses the old USB type. As I approached her table to give it to her, one of her colleagues asked who I was. Before I could say anything, she replied, "This is my friend OP. He agreed to lend me the charger." I was a bit taken aback and looked at her saying, "Friend?" She just laughed and said, "You are so funny, thank you for this," and waved to me, implying goodbye. One of the other colleagues asked me if I was free and said I could also join them. I said, why not? But I could sense the annoyance on my girlfriend's face. People were drinking, some talked to me and asked questions, making conversation, such as what I do and where I grew up. I should mention at this point that my girlfriend and most of her colleagues there were Chinese and I am Indian. This becomes relevant later. Whenever someone asked me anything related to how I met my girlfriend, she would pipe up to answer in a way that wasn't untrue but completely omitted any romance, giving the impression that we were just old friends. This kept bothering me, and I will admit I was getting pretty angry. Then one of the colleagues who initially asked who I was, now pretty drunk, said OP's girlfriend never told us she had such a good-looking friend, and laughed. My girlfriend also gave a small, polite laugh. I replied, I didn't know she had such a pretty colleague either, and winked at her, which made her laugh more, but my girlfriend became visibly upset. Another colleague said to my girlfriend, seems like you are an expert Cupid. My girlfriend was turning red, and I was also feeling slightly uncomfortable. So after a bit more chit-chat, I made an excuse and said I had to go. The colleague said I should get her number from my girlfriend, and then I left. Now, when she came back, she refused to talk to me, and yesterday she angrily told me that I had kind of cheated on her and hurt her badly. I replied that although what I did was hurtful, she also needs to own up to the fact that introducing me as just a friend was hurtful. She refuses to acknowledge it as wrong, saying that she is just socially awkward and thought her colleagues might react weirdly to her dating an Indian guy, as they are all dating white or other Chinese people. Her reasoning is that it is a lot of explanation and questions regarding interracial dating, and she just wanted to avoid all that. I don't buy it. I feel she just wanted to hide the fact that she is dating me. We are at an impasse. I refuse to apologize until she sees that what she did was wrong, and she thinks she did not do anything wrong and that I was mean. Am I the asshole? Update. To answer some questions people had, in the work friend group that day, there were 3 men as well. I did not publicly correct her because saving face is very important to her, and she would have had a literal panic attack if I had done that. On Friday, we talked. I admitted I was petty, but I was also hurt by her introduction of me as a friend. She broke down. At her workplace, they have a group chat where they share memes, and it gave her the impression that they hate Indian people. She did not want to become the subject of jokes, so she had planned to introduce me slowly to the group as a friend, and after they started liking me, reveal that we are dating. This plan backfired badly because I started talking to them last week before she was ready, and she became anxious and went into autopilot mode to support her initial lie that I was a friend. She felt helpless, guilty, and hurt when they found me acceptable and cool, and I started flirting. Why did she not tell me all this earlier? She felt that it would make me dislike her coworkers, who are otherwise actually nice people, and she did not want me to feel bad that she works with them. I asked her if I could see that group chat because I wanted to make sure this was the real reason and not, as many suggested, a work crush. Almost 1/3 of the older memes they shared were Indians are dirty and uncivilized, or Indians are horny creeps, and so on. You all know there are plenty on social media. There were also some about Southeast Asians, mostly posted by one man and one woman, while others would just laugh, react, or reply with a short comment. I scrolled back to an old message from my now ex-girlfriend to one of these memes. She had said, I have an Indian friend, he is actually pretty nice. Someone had replied, you found one of the clean ones, followed by a bunch of laugh reactions. There were also some recent messages after they met me, but I did not bother to read and translate it all. I realized that while she liked my personality and looks, she was never truly interested in my language or culture. Since I started dating her, I have earned a level 3 certificate in Chinese, can cook most Chinese dishes perfectly, and know all about her region, but the festival Holi will come and go without her ever knowing what Holi is. I felt hurt that those kinds of jokes were not a big enough deal for her. I asked her why she never said anything to them about these jokes. She said this kind of reaction is why she did not tell me before. She feels like a relationship is private and not a part of who she is as a person, especially at work, so she saw no reason to create tension. I feel like she just means I am not worth it. I asked her point blank if she would have preferred I was not Indian, and she said it would have made her life easier. That really stung. I packed some clothes and went to a friend's house. I do not even know how to write about my feelings right now, but I feel deeply hurt, as if my trust was completely broken by her. My friend is going on vacation and he will let me stay at his place while I look for a new one. Today I went to get my other belongings and she was crying a lot. She says she does not understand why something so minor could make me break up with her and throw away a good thing. She says she loves me and if it is so important that she will change her workplace. I told her I would need to think about things, but I cannot be with her right now. Honestly, my mind feels like a jumble and I'm still having a hard time articulating exactly what hurts me so much. Sunburnt Peach said, "You know what also sucks about this? They were together for 2 years and even moved cities together, yet she still didn't hesitate to treat him like disposable trash just to be validated by a group of coworkers she has known for like 3 months. Also, was this in the Teams or Slack channel at work, because what the heck?" Kozayekin said, "Imagine thinking that not wanting to call racists out for being racist is a valid defense for pretending your boyfriend is not your boyfriend. This woman has no character." This story was posted by a deleted user in the AITA subreddit. The post is titled, "I didn't tell my roommates and sisters that I am the owner. I, a 33-year-old woman, bought my home right before the pandemic. The world shut down and I immersed myself in remote work, enjoying the solitude and comfort of being a natural introvert. The house was extra large and I could only really afford it because the family selling needed a quick sale. It has a finished attic and basement which were easily converted into small apartments. The basement has its own entry point and also connects to the main house. There are 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and the master bedroom has a walk-in closet. During the pandemic, my sisters were both hit hard and quickly needed to downsize as their own roommates moved back home. My sisters, aged 25 and 27, and I did not have such a luxury, so I offered them rooms at below market rate and told them they needed to supply their own food. The rent was really to help with an increase in bills. They were both still in school at the time, but also working. This arrangement gave them more financial breathing room. Then, a girl they both knew was evicted from her home with her boyfriend because the family they rented from needed the home back. I offered the basement at near market rate, though still a little under, as I felt bad and it is a basement apartment. After that, a friend of a friend heard about my arrangement and asked if there was any room left. I gave him the attic apartment for another near market rent. Rental agreements were drafted for each person. I explained the basic rules, the rent, and how long they would have if rent was not received. I told them to read it and return it to me when signed. I left each of them with their own copy. I collect the rent the first Saturday of the month. They leave the name blank on the checks for me to fill out, and I always thought it was because they were afraid of misspelling my stupidly unique name and having the check bounce as a result. Apparently not. The issue, I still have one free room in the main part of the house, but I use it as my office and it locks up. My friend knows my sisters and they got to chatting while out together. They bumped into each other during a day out. My sisters mentioned the extra room and my friend has a cousin, 18 years old, who will be starting college in our city and asked if my landlord would rent it to her. I brushed over the comment because I thought there was a miscommunication and told her the room was not for rent as I use it as my home office. She asked if I was paying for the room and I told her, why would I pay for a room in a house I own? She got a little quiet, apologized for pushing, and told me the struggle it has been to find a spot for her cousin. I told her all of my tenants are solid until December when renewals go out. I can offer her a spot if someone moves, but I stressed it was unlikely as everyone gets along, stays out of each other's business, and it works well for them. We dropped the topic. A few days ago, my sisters asked me how the talk went, and I said it was okay, but her cousin will not be moving in. They asked why, and I explained the situation above. They suggested I move my office to my bedroom or the main room and stop paying rent for an extra room to save costs. When I asked what they meant, they said, well, you do pay rent for the extra space, right? No. I then asked if they knew I was the landlord and they were floored. They had never actually read the agreements they had been signing. They went off on me about how I should have told them and that they should not have to pay rent to family. I told them the rent was to cover their increased bills. I was not going to house them for free when they made enough to cover a fair share of shared expenses. If they would rather pay full market rent on the rooms they were currently in, I could arrange that come renewal. By now, they could afford it with their jobs and having saved money on rent for 5 years. They called me an asshole for holding rent over their heads. This then leaked to the tenants as they talked about the issue to their friends in the basement. While their rent is more than just for bills, it is not the market rent value I could get for the space despite each of them having income and no family to support. They came to me to ask that I lower the rent, as if being friends with my sisters was reason enough since I was the landlord and not somebody they did not actually know. The deal they had no longer seems in their favor apparently. I told them they had until December to decide if they wanted a renewal because it was not going to be lowered. They are now acting like I am kicking them out, when all I said was that now they fully understand their position and needed to make a choice to stay with current costs and annual adjustments as needed as was our agreement, or begin the process of looking as rent prices have skyrocketed and it is much harder to find a place. The adjustments do not include knowing I am the landlord. My attic tenant asked if I was cleaning house and basically begged me not to kick him out. His family turned their back on him because of conflicting views. Personally, his views don't bother me. His family's, though, are difficult. I explained everything in detail and he was like, "Wait, I always knew you were my landlord because it is in the rental agreement." But he also never put my name down because it is hard to spell. Now everyone is upset with me and I feel unwelcome in my own home. Am I the asshole? Would I be the asshole if I did not renew one or all of their leases because of this hostility I feel? Edit, quick edit, since I keep seeing a similar question. Our lives have been a mess of social services and foster care as children, all aging out at 18. I did not go out of my way to tell them about my buying a house partly out of guilt, and they came to me for leads on places to live in a time of need. The guilt comes from not taking them in when I had the opportunity at 18. I would have had to jump through massive hoops, and I did not feel prepared to care for myself, let alone another couple of kids I hardly knew, since we had been separated often. We reconnected when they aged out and built from there. We also do not share the same last name as we each have different fathers. Update. I wanted to thank everybody for taking the time to read my last post and offer their advice, comments, thoughts, and judgment. I took some of the advice given and have taken the "don't rent to family or friends again" to heart. So I am going to jump into the update. I will try to break it down bit by bit before going into it all. Mr. Attic, I'm keeping him. I pulled him aside first and separately. I told him I would not be renewing the others' leases in December and asked if he would want to rent the basement at market value. He turned it down, asking to keep the attic as he is comfortable there. I told him it would probably be in his best interest to let the others believe this is a whole house cleanout so he does not get caught in the crossfire. He agreed and went out of his way to turn his social media to private. He also sent me screenshots of a group chat he had been added to. The group chat, my sisters and the other pair of tenants started up a group chat to complain about me being so uncompromising and greedy. They were coming up with ideas to not pay rent or only pay part of it. The basement tenants joked about one of them losing their jobs so they could ask for leniency since I was too stuck up to be kind about the rent. The harassment, my sisters and the basement tenants had told their friends about the rent, the lies, and my inability to consider outside perspective and need. I've had a steady stream of calls, direct messages, texts, and posts directed at me since before I made my last post, which is what prompted me to post. I made my accounts private, disabled some of the messaging functions, and told the 4 of them to get this to stop before I got my lawyer involved. Spoiler, they did not. After taking a night to think about it, I brought the group together to have a discussion about the rent and situation. My sisters looked smug and the basement tenants kept sharing knowing looks. I told them bluntly I was not going to renew leases in December because their actions, attitudes, and lack of consideration have made me feel unvalued, humiliated by their family, and unwelcome in my own home. I told them if they found an apartment or place to go before December, I would not charge them for breaking the lease, but if there was any damage anywhere, they would not get their security deposits back until the pricing was settled. If there was more damage than their security deposit, they would be taken to court. I told them I was done being kind and understanding to people who thought so lowly of me. I also warned them I could and would break the leases myself if I felt the need, in which case they would have 30 days. It was immediate chaos. A lot of yelling, insults, and cursing. Even Mr. Attic was upset, but he was yelling at the others for getting him kicked out when he didn't do anything. He made a dramatic show of storming up to the attic and slamming the door. He sent me laughing emojis and texted that he was not going to be able to keep a straight face a little later. I waited for them to stop yelling, and when they demanded to know what to do, I set a stack of ads for apartments and houses for rent in the nearby area and told them they would have to start looking now. I told my sisters I would help pay for their moving truck, but told the basement tenants they would have to ask their families for help moving out. One of the basement tenants picked up the stack of papers, his eyes went wide, and he stared at me, asking if I was serious. I told him the prices listed were not mine to judge, change, or deal with. I reminded him his current place was below market because I had a say in it. Market prices for one-bedrooms in the area are well over $1,500 a month if he wants to live near his work and close enough to walk to stores and amenities. He currently has a 2-bedroom for less than that. My sisters grabbed some of the papers, and the older one started crying because she could not afford an apartment on her own. She told me about her student loans and credit card debt. I told her, too bad. I gave you a good deal out of kindness and you sent an army after me. I would have considered letting you stay if you had not been so nasty. I told all of them they could probably swing a 2-bedroom between the 4 of them and then got up and left. They refused to talk to me now. My sister spent the night in the basement apartment and I could hear shrieks and crying if I walked by the door that leads down there. I feel a little bad, but I reread your comments to keep my sanity. As for whether I want them out, I can give them 30 days notice since they are inside my own home. I checked and double-checked with the lawyer and this information was in their rental contracts. If I do have to evict them and they try to refuse to leave and drag it out in court, which they do not have the money for, I have been given some handy advice from a fellow landlord who had to remove his own brother. I cannot remove them by force, but I can make living there entirely uncomfortable. Nothing stops me from taking doors off hinges or starting remodeling while their stuff is in the way. Nothing stops me from turning off the water or electricity for their sections of the house during remodeling. It might seem like an asshole thing to do, but they would be the ones to start it, and I actually do want to repaint and make some adjustments. The reason I am leaning toward evicting them by August is because the harassment has gotten so much worse now that there is an actual non-renewal happening. I am leaving my phone on silent and collecting messages, voicemails, emails, and other things to hand off to my lawyer next week. I told them to call off their dogs and they have not. I asked Mr. Attic if he knew anyone who would need a place and to let me know. He has a few friends from his community who seem interested as they either live with roommates or family and want out. If anyone has any questions this quiet morning, I will try to answer them. Quick edit. I have cameras outside and in common rooms, facing the front and back doors, the hallways upstairs, and the door leading to the basement. The tenants have access to the entry point cameras. Mr. Attic has the hallway to his area, the basement tenants have the feed that leads to their door inside the main house, and they all have outside camera access. I am thinking of cutting access to the outside cameras for them. They cannot do anything to the feeds as they are guests in the system, and my access automatically saves footage on extra external systems. I might just cut them all out of the system except for Mr. Attic for a peace of mind. Also, I keep seeing people ask about our family. There are no parents and no family from our side. My sisters have no relationships with their fathers or their families. Mine had been killed due to his own actions and his family shunned him, so they shunned me as well. Our mother is a cup of ash left at the funeral home. Update 2. Hey everyone, I am very tired. Thank you all for your kind words and wonderful advice. On to the update. Mr. Attic's friends, 2 have agreed to take the bedrooms my sisters are currently occupying when they move out. I have met them, we talked at length, and they are wonderful people. One helped me change the tire on my car because I ended up with a flat just after our meeting, and she was incredibly kind, walking me through the process step by step, letting me do it but explaining how. I cannot believe I have never changed a tire before. weirdly embarrassing. The harassment and the lawyer sent a cease and desist to everyone who had contacted me. Then he filed for restraining orders and a claim for slander and defamation. There were many posts with me tagged or with my name claiming I was an unfit landlord, a slumlord, a greedy woman, a homewrecker, and more. These things take time, but there was an almost immediate drop-off of calls, messages, and so on. The basement tenants have been served their notice. They helped spread lies and deception. They have ceased all communication with me, but they only have 30 days, and I have posted notes on their porch reminding them every day how long they have. I have seen them start taking smaller things out today, which is what prompted this update. Mrs. Basement can be heard crying a lot if I stand by the top of the stairs. I think they might be moving back in with family, which is what they had been avoiding by moving into my basement. Her mother is toxic, her father has a new wife who hates her, and Mr. Basement's family dislikes her enough to outright ignore her or tell it to her face that she is not family, especially because she will not give her boyfriend a family. Spoiler, she cannot have kids due to medical reasons, and they are not even married. Group chat, I have screenshots of their group chat, courtesy of Mr. Attic, and there is a lot of evidence of them feeding lies to others, talking about how they told this person this or that person that. Mr. Basement made the claim that I came onto him and his girlfriend went nuts. I think she does not know he lied about it, just to make it more believable to others. When he first made the claim, she blew up my phone and social media before dragging it to others. My sisters weren't surprised by my behavior. That stung. I have never done anything like that in the past. My sisters, they also have their notices. The younger one is already moving in with a couple of friends who think I am nonsense. They come every so often to help her move things, and they send me nasty looks or make loud, intentional comments for me to hear. She has been dumping my food into the trash and pouring it down the sink. I just got a mini fridge for my room and she spends nights screaming at my locked door. I take my work to a local cafe, or rather multiple cafes, or the library now because she will just shriek anytime she thinks I am working. I vary the locations and do not go to the same place twice in a row. The older sister has turned to begging me to let her stay because she cannot afford to live on her own, and she has no one willing to take her in. Her boyfriend, I did not even know she had one, broke up with her when he got the cease and desist from the lawyer. He was one of the people causing problems, but once the lawyer stepped in, he bounced. According to Mr. Attic, he heard her telling someone something along the lines of he could move in if he helped her get me to leave or back down because it is family property. She had been taking a call outside, and I caught proof on camera because he told me when and where to look for it. Quick edit. My sisters are not moving in together because they each blame each other. They also blame the basement tenants, while the basement tenants blame my sisters. They all collectively blame me as well since I am pure evil, but they think each of them pushed me to do it. Cameras. Only Mr. Attic still has access. The cameras were not part of the rental agreement, and everyone lost their minds when I took away access. They tried covering or adjusting them, but I warned them they would be held liable for damages and anything else I could claim if they did that again. Now I get middle fingers and aggressive stares into the cameras. I am sure I am missing things. I just cannot sleep and I am swamped with getting them out, work, trying to fill their places, and getting the basement redone before it goes back on the market. The Silky Bat said, "Talk about biting the hand that feeds you. What a bunch of idiots." Relentless Dandelion said, "Well, that was a lot. Who in hell starts trouble with their landlord without even glancing at the price of other rentals?" To this comment, user Aria Cannot Sing said, "Someone who is so entitled and arrogant, they think their sibling would never actually evict them." This story was posted by a user named Petty Woman in the AITA subreddit. The post is titled, "I financially screwed over my sister after finding out she's close with my ex and his wife. Usually, I would not take personal advice from strangers online, but everyone in my life seems to think I am a petty, scorned, bitter woman, and I need objective advice. My ex-husband, currently 43 years old, and I, also 43, were college sweethearts. For me, life felt perfect. I trusted him completely. That is why it was so shocking when I found out he was in love with his much younger colleague. She was around 24 at the time. I will not get into the details of how I found out, but the affair was well known at his workplace. When I confronted him, all he said was, "I'm sorry, I tried really hard not to fall for her." He did not seem sorry at all. It felt like he wanted me to leave him, so I did. That was 6 years ago. Our son was 4 then, and it was the worst time of my life. I honestly do not know how I got through it. Because I was desperate, I wanted him to fight for me, to fight for our family, but he did not. He was quick to sign the divorce papers and did not even fight for custody. It was as if he had started a new life and completely erased the old one. It took years of therapy to feel normal again, to stop checking that woman's social media and comparing myself to her. The fact that she is very pretty and charming did not help. His family loved her, and as disgusting as it sounds, one of our mutual friends even said out loud, "I do not support cheating, but I mean, look at her," when I told her about the cheating. I guess that was what everyone was thinking. This one was just stupid enough to voice it. So I had to cut off that group of friends too. They got married 3 years ago and now have a daughter, a picture-perfect little family. The current arrangement is that our son stays with my ex on weekends and holidays, which works fine for the most part. Last week, I found out my sister, who is 28 years old, has been in touch with my ex all these years. That would have been forgivable since they were close when we were married and she saw him as a brother, but she is actually best friends with his new wife. And she kept it from me for 6 years. I only found out because she left her phone at my house and I saw several texts from the wife. When I asked her about it, she just brushed it off and said it was not a big deal. I told her she can do what she wants, but I will be cutting her off completely. I was helping her pay her college loans and going no contact. She called me unreasonable and said I am being petty and unable to move on from something that happened a long time ago. She also said the wife is a lovely person and a good friend. She said she will be ruined financially. I told her to go away. Somehow, my parents agree with her. Update 2. This is my first and last update. So I spoke to my sister again. She apologized for reacting that way the last time and for keeping it from me all these years. She said she did not tell me because she knew I would ask her to choose, and she did not want to be in that position. She said she never wanted to hurt me, but at the same time, she could not bring herself to walk away from the people who had been there for her. She said it never felt fair to cut him off completely. Growing up, our parents were barely around. They were always busy with work. For a long time, it was just me and my ex who were actually present in her life. He was like family to her. Then she brought up the accident she was in about 5 years ago. I knew about it, of course. She had multiple fractures, hematomas, and internal bruising. She was in the hospital for a while and bedridden for weeks. I always assumed our parents were taking care of her. I never asked, and I never really checked in. I was too busy trying to manage a recent divorce, a small child, a career, and whatever was left of my mental health. She said it was my ex's wife who stepped up. She took her to every appointment, picked up prescriptions, brought food, helped her move around, and stayed with her when she could not be alone. At one point she said, "I know it hurts you, but she was there. He was there. You were not. You did not even come to the hospital. I thought I was going to die, and you did not even show up." She cried while telling me all this. She said she still wants a relationship with me, but she is not going to cut them off. She also said she is fine with me not helping her with the loans anymore. She is planning to get a part-time job and figure it out herself. She told my ex and the wife about our conversation. Apparently, they offered to help her financially, but she turned it down too. I just listened. Then I told her she is free to do whatever she wants, and so am I, and to never call me again. So that is where we are. Slender Man is, my dad said, the sister was taking OP's money to pay a loan she is responsible for, so she should have chosen the ex instead and stayed there rather than taking money from someone with a child to support. This also highlights the problem of siblings raising their siblings because eventually they become adults who have their own lives and children and cannot be available anymore. Loki Lord said, "It seems like the new wife really took over OP's life. Got the husband, had their own child, and took OP's sister in. I cannot understand how someone just shows up and does all that for their husband's ex-sister-in-law. I consider myself a good person, but even I would not do that unless my husband was a widower, not divorced. The sister clearly picked a side and does not want to admit it. Also, how is the sister living? She says she is going to apply for a part-time job. Was she working full-time and is now talking about getting a second job? It does not seem like the sister is living with the parents. This next story was made in the AIO subreddit by a user named Chemical Seesaw. The post is titled, "I want to break up with my fiancé over a name change." A few weeks ago, my fiancé, who is 27, and I, who am 28, were talking about our wedding, which is scheduled for June of next year, and our honeymoon. At one point, I jokingly said something like, "We'll see about that, future Mrs. X," and she visibly cringed. She told me she is not going to be Mrs. X, and I said, okay, then I will be Mr. X, because I really do not care if she takes my name or I take hers. I just want us to share one. She said, no, I'm keeping my name and you can keep yours. I asked who our future children would be named after. She said her because she is the mother, so I would be the odd one out. For context, I grew up in foster care after both my parents died. I did not have any other biological family, so I was bounced around from home to home from the age of 5 until 18 when I aged out. I never felt welcome in any of those foster homes and never felt like I had a real family. I always swore I would have a real family one day though, so naturally I want to share a last name with my wife and our children. I truly do not care which name it is, mine, hers, or a new one we both choose. It does not matter to me. I just want a real family that I feel connected to. We have been dating for 3 years and engaged for almost 5 months, and this is the first time she has said she does not want to share a name. Previously, she never said anything when I called her the future Mrs. X, so either this is new or she has been holding it in. I have tried to talk to her about why she does not want either of us to change our last name, but she does not want to discuss it further, and I am at a loss as to what to do. Would it be an overreaction to break up over this since she will not talk to me about her reasons? She is acting like everything is normal, so I do not know what to think. Edit. This post received a lot more comments than I expected. Thank you to all who replied or sent private messages. I have decided to try to have one more serious conversation with her about my feelings on the subject. I have packed a box with all the things she has left in my house, so if it does not go well, I will return her belongings and end things. We are meeting at a park and I have a good friend who is going to stay nearby but out of sight, just in case things go south. If for no other reason, to have a witness that I tried everything I could to talk things out. Update. Here is an update to my post from yesterday. I am still processing everything, so I may not reply to comments right away. We met up at a park today. I asked her late last night if she could meet me to talk about something, and she immediately agreed because it seemed she thought it was about the wedding. My friend was with me but waited in my car so he would not be spotted. I decided to turn on the voice recorder on my phone because in the past, she has manipulated her version of certain situations to make it seem like she was blameless. I overlooked it before because I thought she was just used to getting her way, but now I realize that was a mistake on my part. I arrived early and walked around for a few minutes before meeting her in a picnic area. I asked her to sit down with me because I needed to ask some very important questions about our future. I told her I needed answers and I needed her to give me enough respect as a human not to walk away when I was trying to talk. I started by explaining again how I have never felt like part of a real family, not since I lost my parents anyway, and how important it is to me to feel that connection to my wife and children. It may seem like a small thing to most, but to me it is huge. I have lived most of my life feeling completely alone. She told me she knows how hard my life has been and that now she is here, so I am not alone anymore. Then I asked her if she could please explain exactly why she is so vehemently against us having the same last name, if she acknowledges how important it is to me to share a name with my wife and children so I feel like part of a real family and not an outsider. I reminded her I do not expect her to take my name and I am more than willing to take hers, hyphenate, or come up with something completely different. I just want to share a name with my wife and children so we are all one family unit. Her response surprised me. She rolled her eyes and told me it is so cringy when people have the same last name after they get married. That was her sole reason for us not sharing a name. I asked her to elaborate on that. She went into a rant about how she thinks it is cheesy when she meets a couple and they introduce themselves as the last names, and that it makes her want to throw up when she hears it. Along with many other ways, it makes her angry. When I brought up the fact that her parents have the same last name because they are married, she said that's different, and I would not understand because of being an orphan, which really threw me. Long story short, I let her know that I need some time to myself to really think things over and decide how I want to move forward. I asked her to give me time and I would let her know when I am ready to talk. She did not like hearing that, but I told her I needed to leave. So now I am at home thinking about everything and wondering how to move on. I know the relationship is over, but I have not made the breakup official yet. It is going to hurt for a long time, but I know what I need to do for my own mental health. I can compromise on some things, but I cannot be with someone who will not also compromise. Her belongings are still packed up, and my friend has offered to drop them off once I end things with her. Luckily, I live in a gated condo community, so once I take her name off the approved visitors list, she will not be able to come to my house. I know she will not react well when I tell her we are over. That is all. I am going to take some time for myself and try to get over everything. Ending an engagement is tough, and I do not wish this heartbreak on anyone. Thanks for the support from all of you strangers out there. If I have any other updates on my situation, I will probably post them to my profile so I do not take up space on the subreddit. Update 2. This will be the final update, I hope, to my relationship issue. Many people asked for a resolution, so I thought I would give one to those interested. I went to work on Monday and my boss could tell I was depressed, so she asked me what was going on. I explained everything on my mind and the conversation I had over the weekend. She asked if I wanted a distraction and offered to have me accompany her and her husband, who are the co-owners of the company I work for, on a short trip to meet with some potential clients. Since I would be working on the project anyway, she thought it might be good to have me in the meetings, especially if I needed to get out of town. So early Tuesday morning, the three of us left for the meetings. We were busy all afternoon and part of the evening, so I was not checking my personal phone. At 10 o'clock that night, I saw that I had a lot of missed calls and texts from my fiancée. By a lot, I mean over 50 texts and 19 missed calls since that morning. It seemed she went to my condo, and when security would not let her in, since I had taken her off my list of approved visitors, she became extremely upset. She started calling and texting me. Then she began contacting our mutual friends and her own family, none of whom knew where I was either. Her last-ditch effort to get me to answer was to threaten to call the police and say she had not seen me in days and was worried I was suicidal. When I did not answer right away, she actually went through with that plan. The police were allowed to enter the condo community, and when I did not answer my door, they could not do anything else and left. This did not please my fiancée, and she kept calling and texting. When I finally saw the calls and messages, I sent one text in reply that simply said, "I am on a work trip until Thursday. Please respect my need for time to think about everything. We will talk when I get home." Then I ignored everything from her for the rest of the week while I was away. Fast forward to Thursday evening. We landed back in the city and I drove home, wanting to go to bed and sleep the next day since I had been given the day off. I assumed she was lurking nearby because I was told later she tried to follow me into the gate but was stopped by security as she never scanned a parking pass. That is when she started blowing up my phone again. I texted her one more time to ask her to give me space and told her we would talk later, then I showered and went to sleep. By Friday morning, I had 73 more texts and 32 missed calls. At that point, I knew I had to end things with her sooner rather than later to get some peace. Long story made short, as of yesterday afternoon, I have ended the engagement. I took the same friend who was nearby last weekend so I would have a witness in case she did anything. She refuses to give the ring back because she thinks I will come to my senses soon and that she will keep it until then. I do not even care. She can have it. Her friends and family started calling me within 15 minutes of me ending things. I have blocked them all since they are being unpleasant and blaming me for everything. Judging by what they are saying, it seems she made up a story about me having a mental health crisis and wanting to be alone. Again, I do not even care. My good friends were told what happened when my friend sent out a text with a brief explanation. I hope she leaves me alone so I can heal from everything over time. I am just so emotionally exhausted. Coco Almonds Rock said, "In retrospect, I am always glad when the crazy ones reveal themselves over something tiny so the sane ones can escape years of chaos. I expect there will be more craziness happening here though, and we will get another update." Relentless Dandelion said, "I do not know if it was a power play planning to leave him in the future or something else, but there was definitely a reason she refused to share a name, and it certainly was not cringe." Talk about the tip of the iceberg, especially the part where he felt he needed to record their conversation because in the past she had manipulated her telling of certain situations to make it seem like she was blameless. This is going to be one of those relationships where the longer you are out of it, the more messed up things you realize were going on. This final post was made in the relationship advice subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled, "My mom is accusing my husband of abusing our daughter because he was abused when he was younger. I am a 32-year-old woman and have been married to my husband, who is 33, for 7 years. I have known him even longer. My mother, who is 60, watches our toddler daughter a few days a week while we work. Sometimes my husband's schedule aligns so that he can watch her. My mother has always had a problem with this. It began when my husband confided in my mother about the abuse he suffered as a child by a family member. I think he shared this because my mother's side of the family was going through something similar and he was trying to empathize. They used to be very close, even though my mother is very conservative and my husband has tattoos and piercings. She was skeptical of him for these reasons when we first got together. My mother believes that his past abuse means he might hurt children. She says she has read that children who are abused sometimes go on to cause harm themselves. Her doubts started when our daughter was born with backhanded comments and assumptions and came to a head yesterday when she arrived unannounced at our home while I was not there and accused my husband of harming our daughter because the child said that she was hurting down there. That was yesterday. I talked to my daughter alone to find out what was wrong. She pointed to her lower stomach and said she was hurting and needed to use the bathroom. She is 3 years old and sometimes confuses the names of body parts. I do not know what to say to my mother, but I know I have to say something. I do not know how I will feel about taking my daughter back to her grandmother's home to be watched there. I have no reason to suspect any harm and have never had any concerns. I used to be a mandated reporter, so I know the signs to watch for. My husband is a wonderful father. He has gone to counseling to heal from his past, and I believe he has made great progress with the trauma. We have raised our daughter in the most loving and trusting way we can and have taught her about her body and personal boundaries. My husband insisted on this because the thought of his child experiencing what he did is unimaginable. My husband is obviously very hurt and upset by my mother's actions. I think it is really unfair of her to assume he is dangerous just because he was abused. I am also hurt that she thinks I would allow my daughter to be in a situation like that. How should I handle this? Update. I have never done an update on Reddit before, so I hope I am doing this right. Also, I am on mobile, so I apologize for any poor formatting or grammar. First, I want to say thank you to everyone who commented. There was a lot of truth in what was said, even if it was painful for me to hear. My sister-in-law has been watching my daughter this week. I sent my mother a message expressing how wrong her actions were and how hurt we all were by it. I told her that she damaged her relationship with all of us, possibly for good. I asked her to please not contact my husband and told her that he will talk when or if he is ready. I also sent several links that were referenced in the original post. Thank you again to those who took the time to post them. My mother was very upset to hear that she will not be seeing any of us, especially our daughter, for a while. Our daughter cannot understand why she cannot see her grandmother, and of course, she is too young to really discuss it with her. That has been hard. Luckily, my mother has agreed to meet with a counselor who was recommended to us as a mediator. I met with the counselor this week to explain everything. It went really well and made me feel much better. It will be just the counselor and me. My husband is not willing to talk right now, and I do not blame him at all. The date for this meeting is still undecided because I am waiting to be ready too. I explained to my mother my fears that she could unintentionally or intentionally make my daughter believe something happened that did not. The counselor shared this concern as well. So far, my mother has respectfully kept her distance, and no child protective services workers have shown up at my door. I reached out to a friend who is a social worker for advice on how to prepare if that does happen. Also, unfortunately, I believe some were right about abuse my mother suffered as a child. We spoke on the phone and she confirmed that she experienced some things she is not ready to talk about yet. I told her that I will support her and try to help her through it the best I can, but that she still has a responsibility to address the past so that it does not hurt people now. Thank you again, everyone. You have been very kind and helpful. Specialist Passage said OP's mother caused a great deal of damage. The husband opened up to her to help her, but his mother weaponized it. I do not know how they could get past that. To this comment, user Majestic Constant said, personally, I would not be able to get past this. There is no way back from accusing someone of harming their own child, especially if that parent has done so much work to ensure their child will never be hurt by anyone. There is also absolutely no way that grandmother will ever be alone with the child again. After a lot of time, therapy, and apologies, I might maybe trust them in a group setting again, but never in my house and never alone with the child. And even if it were true, what good would yelling at him do? If it were true, now he knows someone is onto him and he can either run or learn to hide this better. Grandmother made a terrible mistake on every level. This story was posted by a throwaway account in the AITA subreddit. The post is titled, I won a couple of million on the lottery and gave half to my ex before I met my current GF. So I am a 35-year-old man and was with my former partner from school until 5 years ago. We have a child together and we both co-parent really well. We never fall out with each other, but the love and attraction have completely vanished. She was unfaithful to me, but there is more to the story than that, and she is not solely to blame. 2 years ago, I happened to win around £4 million on the lottery. My first thought was my child. I wanted him to grow up with an equal quality of life as he has with me, and the less stress his parents have, the less stress he will experience. I decided to split the winnings with my former partner. We have both been sensible with the money. I left my job as a mechanic, earned my sports and football coaching qualifications, and together with a friend, I started a business that visits primary schools, offering classes in all sorts of sports and fitness. We also assist local sports clubs and teams with coaching and methods. It will never make us wealthy, but we earn about 1.5 times the national average wage. I bought a £300,000 house and a £40,000 car, and that is about it. My former partner opened a beauty salon that is doing really well and also bought herself a house. I met my current girlfriend on a night out about 6 months ago. Things have been going well. She knows that I won the lottery, which is why I have a nicer house and car than my income would normally allow, and why I like to go on a couple of nice holidays each year. She has never asked for anything from me materially and consistently insisted on covering half the cost of our dates, despite my offers to pay each time. We are getting more serious, but are nowhere near moving in together or anything like that, nor has she met my son yet. Everything came to a head last week when the topic of my former partner came up, and my girlfriend mentioned how nice her beauty salon is. We were with a couple of friends, and one of them said, "It should be nice, Sam paid for it." She asked what he was talking about, and before I could answer, my friend said he gave her £2 million. My girlfriend was quiet for the rest of the night. When we got back to my place, she exploded and said I was still in love with my former partner, and that is why I gave her the money, that I was not normal, that it was no wonder a lottery winner only lives in a house like this and drives a terrible car when I gave half the money away, that I was gullible, and how embarrassed she is by me. She said we could be set for life with that money and never have to work again, and so on. It went on for so long that I told her to leave as I was going to bed and would not listen to this any longer. I have not seen her since. She has not answered my calls or replied to my messages apart from the occasional insult until today when she said the only way she could stay with me is if I ask my former partner to return whatever money she has left so my girlfriend can save face. I told her no and that I am done with her. She again accused me of trying to win back my former partner, so I blocked her. Update, just a quick update as I received a lot of nice comments and messages on my original post. She unblocked me and asked for forgiveness, but I said no. It has gone too far and for me it is over. She did not take it very well and I was bombarded with abusive messages for a day or two, but they stopped today, as did the phone calls from a withheld number. A few people asked in the last post why I gave my former partner half rather than putting it in savings for our child. Between us, we have nearly £1 million set aside for him that cannot be touched and will earn interest over the years. As for the cheating, which many people mentioned, we were each other's first for everything, and we talked about it and both admitted that a few years ago we felt a touch of regret. We both agreed to threesomes, so over the course of the next year or so, we had threesomes with a few men and a few women. Unfortunately, she ended up catching feelings for one of the men. It was not the end of the world and no reason for us to fall out. Daoko said, "Money is like a good litmus test for dating, to be honest." Humble Answer said she already knew he had won the lottery, then went berserk when she found out he could have had more. Pure gold digger. This next post was made in the same subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled, "I am not entertaining a girl who thinks I got her pregnant from fingering. I'm a 21-year-old man and went on about 2 dates with this girl who is 18 years old. The first date was alright, but I was not really feeling her. I tried to end it with a kiss and she told me she did not know how to kiss. That turned into me trying to teach her how to kiss, and honestly, I should have known she was a bit too young for me right then. I decided to give it one more shot. On the second date, we went to the movies. She decided she wanted to help me out. I finished, cleaned up, then helped her out. That was it. No sex, nothing beyond that. I thought it was mutual that we were not super into each other because neither of us reached out afterward. A few days ago, she texted me saying her period was 3 weeks late and she was really scared. She even sent me articles saying pregnancy can happen from fingering if there is somehow sperm involved. I told her to calm down, that it is super unlikely. 1, my hands did not even touch my sperm, and 2, sperm cannot survive that long, and that is what I told her. I kinda left it at that. I thought it was pretty funny that she actually thought she was pregnant. Now she keeps blowing up my phone. I have honestly started to ignore her. My friends think it is funny, but also say it is kind of messed up that I am ignoring her while she is scared. I tried to reassure her. I do not know what else I could do. Update. I took the most popular piece of advice from my original post, which was to have her take a pregnancy test. I decided to text her back and apologize for ignoring her. We met up and I bought her 2 pregnancy tests. She took them inside the bathroom of the pharmacy where we bought them. I waited outside the bathroom and let her do her thing. After she was done, she asked me to come inside and we waited for the results. Now, we were waiting for the results. It had been almost 10 minutes and the test was still blank. She was looking at the test, wondering why there were no results. And then she said, "I think I took it wrong." I asked what she meant because how do you take a pregnancy test wrong? She said she forgot to take the white cap off the part you pee on, I guess. She told me she did not need to pee anymore and would just take them when she got home. I said okay and I drove her home. 2 hours later, she sent me pictures, and just as I expected, both tests came back negative. I responded with, "Oh, okay, good," and she liked the message, so I think we are on the same page about not communicating anymore. So yeah, she is not pregnant. A sweet tweet Rose said, "And this is why sex education is so important." To this comment, user Maru said, "I do not think this is a sex education issue. She really sounds like a moron." Dryad Deweeneth said, "No, she was trying to keep him interested in the most pathetic, dumbest way possible. Every part of this seems like the most pathetic, dumb type of manipulation, from I do not know how to kiss to I think I took it wrong." I am not saying that sex education is adequate, mind you, I just find her very suspicious. This final post was made in the wedding attire subreddit by a user named Your Mama. The post is titled, "Bride suggests wearing our own wedding dresses as guests. I have my wedding dress and it fits. It is comfortable and perfect for an outdoor summer event. I do not know what else I would wear really, as I have a very limited and worn wardrobe aside from this and one other dress that was for a black tie event. I worry I would be the only one to do this and get looks from the very large crowd, so it kind of feels like a trap. But it is also literally on the wedding website, so I kind of want to do it to honor the request. Also, it is the most comfortable public-facing garment I own. My husband and the groom have been friends for more than 25 years. I have never met the bride or groom as they live quite far, so I cannot contact them to ask if they are sure or get photo approval. But I could have my husband double check with the groom. I do not know. I want to, but I worry people could be kind of brutal about it if I do. Am I too much in my head about this? My friends say I should just do it, and if anyone has a problem with it, that is their issue, not mine. What do you all think? Update. Okay, you all asked for an update after my post that nearly broke the subreddit, so here it is. I wore my wedding dress to the solstice wedding in Devon. Thank you to everyone here for easing my severe social anxiety about the decision. I styled it with pops of green, added some green and brown beaded necklaces, wore camel-colored flats, and carried my camel-colored bag. The outfit went perfectly with the lush greens of the farm, its woodlands, and the hilly Devon landscape. I definitely dressed the look down a bit, but that turned out not to be necessary as I was one of at least a dozen others wearing a wedding dress. This included divorcees who were happy to rewear their gowns and even a couple of men. Some people accessorized in a very bridal way, while others dressed the look down like I did. One guest wore a flower crown, just as commenters suggested I should. Some guests wore shorts and t-shirts, some wore medieval outfits and looked like they had come straight from a Renaissance festival. There were also corsets, fishnets, goat horns, and everything in between. It was a very come-as-you-are gathering, and everyone showed up as their authentic selves, creating a truly special event. There was much music and merriment, including performances by the talented bride, and the whole event felt like spending an evening in the happiest chapter of a fairy tale. It was absolutely magical. The bride wore a black and white gown with black floral appliques on the bodice that spread down onto the ruffled skirt. After the ceremony and the first performances, she changed into a smart and elegant white silk pantsuit. It was nothing too wildly untraditional, but unique and completely her own style. The bride and groom were amused and surprised by the amount of attention my original post received, and we enjoyed sharing the response with them. Even the more unhinged comments, like the person who said how inconsiderate the bride was for this dress code because they had paid so much to have their dress cleaned and preserved professionally, gave us a laugh. They approved me posting an update, but to be honest, I was so busy enjoying the party and living in the moment that I did not get many photos. That said, I do not have much to share here yet, but the couple assured me they will send a Google Drive link with photos from the photographers and participants, so I will select some and post them in a follow-up comment when we get them. The bride said that when the dress code was announced, her friends joked that it was very much like her to get others wearing white so she would blend in and all eyes would not be on her. But her intention was that wedding dresses are fun, beautiful, joyous, and unique and should be worn for happy celebrations. She thinks it is sad to let them sit unworn forever. I love her very unserious, her word, not mine, approach to everything. Thanks again to everyone for the advice and the laughs. Bitter Fishing Butt said, if I were getting married now, the dress code would be either your fanciest outfit or that thing you want to wear but have not had the opportunity to. Weekly Click said, I eloped with my husband, but if I ever have a wedding, this would be my absolute dream. I learned of this idea years ago, I think on Reddit, and I have been obsessed. It is such a fun way to let the ladies whip out their beloved dresses, have a chance to try a different one, or even give an opportunity to anyone who wants to wear a wedding dress. I am so in love with this concept. This story was posted by a user named Crazy Bad in the AITA subreddit. The post is titled, I want to break up with my GF. She said she wanted to keep things casual 8 months ago, but now she wants to move in with her kids. I, a 34-year-old man, have been seeing this woman, a 41-year-old female, for the past 8 months or so. She was just coming out of a messy divorce and wanted something casual and fun. I told her I was not looking for anything serious either and made it clear I never wanted children because I knew she had 2 daughters in high school. We have had effortless chemistry, but we have never gotten more serious during the time of our relationship. A few days ago, she brought up the idea of her and her children moving into my place. I figured that because I live on the beach, she just wanted an upgraded lifestyle, but then she mentioned how the town I live in has a much better public school system than the one she currently lives in. She is very sweet and I've met her daughters. They seem very nice, but I am like, how do we go from a casual relationship to moving in together and me becoming a stepdad overnight? I do not see a path where I can express how I feel and she will just accept things as they are. I feel like if a woman wants to move in with you, you are beyond the casual stage. She has even joked a couple of times recently about how she knows she cannot give me anything I do not already have, but she can always give me a cute baby, shaking my head. Like I said, she is really nice, but this is just way too much all at once. Update, I just want to start off by saying I appreciate all the advice and support from my last post. I told the woman I was seeing that I could not continue with her and that the idea of her moving in with her teenage daughters after 8 months of casual dating was too much, too soon. She was angry and went on and on about how I was not a good guy, that I used her and all that. I just hung up after a while and blocked her. On one hand, I feel like an asshole for just dumping her out of the blue, but honestly, I feel relieved. I think she was hoping I would get her pregnant. After thinking about it more, I realized how could I possibly be with someone long term who wanted to move in with me with her 2 teenage daughters after a casual relationship of 8 months? I met her daughters in passing just once and she wants to move them in with us. I think I dodged a bullet but still feel a bit bad. She is gorgeous and fun, but a bit dangerous too, I suspect. DV Primer said she was just looking for an upgrade in her lifestyle and it looked like she even had plans to trap him with a baby. It is good that he broke off with her. To this user, Keisha J said, yes, that baby comment scared me. She will never have moved out, and she would have done her best to become pregnant. Wanting to move her 2 daughters in with a man they have met once is awful parenting. This next post was made in the AITA subreddit by a user named Major Perception. The post is titled, I want to ask my employee if she's pregnant. I own a small cafe and only have 1 employee. She was recommended by a frequent customer, her husband, when I posted the listing. I interviewed multiple people and she was not only the nicest but genuinely the best candidate. She had been a stay-at-home mom for 11 years, caring for 3 kids, and said she felt it was more important to be there for them than to work. I cannot and do not fault her for that at all. She shows up, she works, and she does everything and more than I need her to do. I have 0 complaints about her as an employee. However, over the last 4 months, I have noticed some changes. First, she is tiny. When I say tiny, I mean that. This woman probably weighs 100 pounds soaking wet. She has never worn tight-fitting shirts before, but recently, her shirts are starting to fit tighter only in the stomach area. It does not take much staring to notice. Second, she used to only take her food to go at the end of the day. Now she asked me to cook it earlier, not an issue, she can ask whenever she wants, but she eats at least half of it immediately. She has never done that before, even if she got her food before leaving. Third, her husband has come in a few times, as well as her father, and they have asked her questions along the lines of how she is feeling. I have also overheard her talking about a doctor's appointment multiple times. Now, we live in a right-to-fire state, so after talking to my wife, I understand why she might be worried to tell me in case I might fire her, but I do not want to, and I will not. However, I would be lying if I said I was not a bit worried she will have the baby and not come back to work, especially since she is the only one there to help me. So would I be an asshole or way out of line for asking her if she is having a baby? Update, she is pregnant. I did not ask her. Her husband told me and said he had been telling her she needed to tell me, but she was not sure how much time to ask off for, if I would think she was not coming back, or if I would need help and nobody else could assist. Because the job has become important to her, she kept putting it off. He said her plan was to come back after 2 weeks, but these are his words before everyone comes for my head again, said that he was not going to let her at that point, which I fully understand. From there, I decided I should save all the tips that would be hers and give them to her. So that is what I'm going to do, just so she is not completely without pay, and she has honestly earned it. She truly is a great employee, and I am happy for her, her husband, and their family. Top Reveal said, I do not know why the commenters were so harsh on OP for wanting to know. Planning for an absence is important for any business. It would be wrong of him to fire her for being pregnant, but he would be 100% justified if she just disappeared for weeks without saying anything. To this comment, user Sunny Writer said, exactly, I was getting mad at the rude comments. He is trying his best to both accommodate and keep his business running. I cannot blame him for that. This final post was made in the relationship advice subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled, "I found out my wife cheated in the beginning of our relationship. My wife and I have been together since 2010 and were married in 2016. We both work full-time and do not have children. We have been trying for a while without success, though recent events have left me wondering if I really want this with her. We met when we both went to university, me in 2007 and she in 2008. We were friends before we got together. At the end of 2009 or the start of 2010, she was going through a bad time in her relationship and I ended up supporting her with a mutual friend of ours. She broke up with her ex and a few months later, one thing led to another and we ended up kissing, which led to me inviting her on a date, and the rest just happened. We were officially together in 2010 and I could not be happier. Our marriage and relationship in general have always been pretty good. We have always communicated well and I never had a reason to suspect my wife was cheating. Last Saturday, there was a barbecue at her brother's house. I went inside to get some stuff from the kitchen. While I was looking inside the fridge, I overheard my wife talking to her sister in the other room. I was not trying to snoop on them at first, but then I heard something like, "OP can never know about this." Well, of course, that was my cue to actually snoop. I hid and listened to their conversation. Apparently, her sister almost cheated on her boyfriend and was feeling guilty. My wife told her about the time she slept with a guy who was a lab assistant with her at the university after we started dating. We were exclusive, see Edit 2, in 2010. In her own words, she said, "I was not sure things with OP would work out at the time, and I just allowed myself to do it. I felt guilty once I saw how much he loved me and treated me well, and I could see a future with him." Then her sister asked if something else happened later in the relationship, and my wife said, "No, it was just that one time, and I wish I could forget about it. I have not talked to her about this yet. I am not even sure how to approach her. I feel incredibly hurt, and I know confronting her right now may just worsen things. Again, I never had reasons to suspect she cheated, but she hid this from me all these years, and now that I just found out, it feels like she just cheated on me. I am really broken. She has noticed I am not myself these past days, and I dismissed it by saying it is just stress, but she knows me and she will keep trying to get an answer. I do not know what to do. Should I just try to forget what I heard? I do not know if I should talk to her right now or process it in therapy first. Edit, I decided I will talk to her, but not right now. I am still very upset and do not want this to turn into a shouting match. I want it to be a conversation, not a fight. I have a therapy session today and I will speak with my therapist about it. Hopefully, it will help me start this conversation with my wife. Had I known she cheated at the time, I would have broken up with her. I understand everyone saying just leave, but this is the person I built my life with. The person who supported me in so many ways and helped me grow as a person and as a professional. Before I make any harsh decisions, I want to hear what she has to say about this. Then I will decide for myself what will be the way forward. No, I do not believe she cheated on me other than this time. She never gave me any reasons to think she did. I have always had access to her phone, she was never secretive about anything, and we spend most of our free time together. But how she will answer when I talk to her about it will surely either confirm this or change it completely. Edit 2, I talked to my therapist. It helped me a lot. My head is in a much better place now, and I will talk to my wife tonight. My decision on what my next steps will be based on the way she reacts and responds to me. Also, people are assuming we were not exclusive when the cheating happened. We were. Words were lost in translation as "after we started dating" literally means "después que comenzamos a enamorar" in my mother tongue, and this is something we say in my country only when couples are exclusive, which was our case. We did have a phase of friends with benefits when we were both seeing other people, but we knew about it. Update. I received a lot of good feedback on my other post. As usual, there is the Divorce Now crew on Reddit, but among those, I was actually surprised to see good suggestions. After I made the post, I talked to my therapist. She helped me put things in perspective and made me really think about what and how I value my relationship with my wife. She made me realize that I really needed to have this conversation with my wife, not about the cheating itself, but about how she hid it from me. Last night, I decided to speak with my wife. I waited until we were both relaxing and called her to our bedroom, saying I needed to talk. She tensed up and went with me and asked me what was wrong. We both sat on our bed and I had to hold myself together not to break down in front of her. I said I heard when she spoke to her sister about the time she cheated when we started our relationship. Yes, when we started being exclusive. I said I was hurt a lot, but even more due to the fact that she hid it from me. I asked her why she did it and why she never told me anything. She broke down crying in front of me. She said it was true. It happened right after we became exclusive. She said that us being friends at the time and even having a friends with benefits phase made her fall in love with me very quickly. At the time, she had friends who kept encouraging her to stay away from me because she was getting too attached, too fast, and needed to wait and have more fun before going all into another relationship. When I asked her to be my girlfriend, she said she really wanted to be together with me, so she said yes. But her being, in her words, a naive idiot at the time, she let herself be influenced by those friends, and on one of those nights out, she got drunk and ended up making out with the man who worked with her in the lab. She said it was just making out and nothing sexual happened, and she swore she exaggerated the story to her sister, but they did not have sex. She said she regretted it immediately, left the party for her home, and cried all night. I said it was irrelevant if they had sex or not. It was the fact that she kept this hidden from me that hurts the most. She cried again and said it was wrong of her, that it was a stupid mistake she just wanted to pretend never happened. She said she was afraid I was going to leave her for something so foolish and did not have the courage to tell me. She swore she loved me and never felt anything for anyone else after we got together. Then she begged me to forgive her, again saying it was a stupid mistake of a young and naive girl who had just gotten out of a bad relationship and let herself be influenced by bad friends. I felt she was honest and I mean it. I believe every word she said and I feel she genuinely regrets what happened. I said I forgive her, but I would not be able to celebrate the date of our start again. So we decided to pick another date. We now celebrate our marriage anniversary and the date we moved in together. She deflated like a balloon after we spoke. She said it was tormenting her to keep the secret and she is relieved. I am not going to lie and say this situation did not leave a mark on our relationship. It did. Things definitely shifted, but not in a way that means we need to end things. Talking to her really did me good and I love her more than anything in my life. Even though it hurt me, I am now certain we will both be able to navigate this together. Edit, people are getting upset about my English again. Apparently, hookup means having sex and I did not know that. I meant make out. Conscious Event said, I hope she cut off those friends who gave her that terrible advice at least. To this user, Mekia said, yes, but this is on her as well. It is not all because of terrible advice. If she was going to listen to their advice, then she should have just broken up. I could not imagine making it monogamous with my boyfriend and then having them fool around. Keep those sexually transmitted diseases away from me. It does not just hurt the other person mentally, but it also puts them at physical risk for anything they might pick up from testing out multiple partners while dating. How do you know that they will not start second guessing their relationship again and start giving themselves away again instead of communicating? She said they were monogamous, then decided to get some extra on the side. I have been cautious of partners for far less. The fact that she keeps trying to excuse it by correcting him that it was making out shows that she is still trying to downplay and hide it. It is damage control. OP stated that it was about the lying and hiding, yet she has to ignore that part and explain how it was not as bad as OP thinks it was. She is the company she keeps, and I cannot say that I do not believe she knew what she was doing. She might be just as similar as her friends or just using them as an excuse. Pushing off blame and gaslighting can seem pretty legitimate. It is up in the air whether to believe her or not without having a history with her. This story was posted by a throwaway account in the AITA subreddit. The post is titled, "Should I move out of our apartment knowing my fiancé and his mom can't afford it without me? My 29-year-old female self and my fiancé, possibly ex-fiancé, a 27-year-old male, have been living together for about 1.5 years. My fiancé completed his undergraduate degree, worked for a couple of years, and then decided to pursue a Master of Business Administration, which is how he ended up in our city. We moved in together after he finished his graduate program. He is from the Midwest and his mother has always wanted him to move back. When he told her he was staying here, she was heartbroken. I went to college and earned my degree in a science, technology, engineering, or mathematics field. After graduation, I got a job with my current company and moved to the city where we now live. It is a large international company with locations across the United States and abroad. I love my job, I like my company, and the pay is good. All in all, it is a pretty good situation. During the pandemic, my office shut down and we all went to working from home. After the pandemic, the company decided not to reopen this office, so I have been working entirely from home since early 2020. I currently earn considerably more than he does, mainly because I've been working for 7 years and am in the technology field. I'd been living alone in a 1-bedroom apartment and set up my office in the living room. When we moved in together, we chose a 2-bedroom apartment so I could use the extra room as an office. Because of that, I was paying 2/3 of the rent and he was paying 1/3. We split everything else equally. The problem started this past May. My fiance's mother told him she wanted to move to our city to be closer to him. She asked if she could stay with us while she searched for a job and got settled. She is a teacher, so we thought she would find a job quickly. Because of that, I did not mind her staying, figuring it would just be for a couple of months during the summer. Since I thought it would only be temporary, I moved my office into the corner of our bedroom and my fiance bought a bed for the second bedroom. The problem is, she never applied for any teaching positions and has been living with us for 6 months now. She and I have really struggled since she moved in. She cannot understand that I work full-time. She constantly interrupts while I am working, even during video calls. She always asks me to take her places because she does not like to drive in our city. She has outdated views about gender roles, frequently criticizing me for not doing more chores and for making my fiance help around the house and do his own laundry. The constant criticism and insults are wearing me down. I also hate having my office shoved into the corner of the bedroom. Back in September, I told my fiance that since it appeared his mother was staying longer, we should split the rent 3 ways. He told me she could not afford it since she needed to save her money until she found a job. I told him I was not happy paying extra for a bedroom I could not use. Finally, he agreed to split rent equally. I can afford to pay the extra, but I hate the idea of supporting her lifestyle. Every time I complain to him about her or the situation, he says he agrees but does not know what to do and cannot kick his mother out. He also refuses to address her behavior or the way she treats me. When I ask about the long-term plan, he says he does not know. I have considered giving him an ultimatum, but I think he would resent me for essentially making him put his mother out on the street. One of my friends is losing her roommate at the end of February. Our lease renews on June 1st. I am seriously considering moving out of our apartment and moving in with her. I can afford to pay my portion of rent on our current apartment and also half the rent at my friend's apartment. It is not ideal, but I am not a big spender, so it is doable. The problem is, if he and his mother are not able to each pay 1/3 of the rent, there is no way they could cover the full amount on their own. But I cannot live like this any longer, so I'm pretty sure I'm going to do it. I just wanted to know if people think I would be the asshole for leaving them in this situation. Update. I posted here last week about the situation I am in, living with my soon-to-be ex-fiance and his mother. I started off trying to reply to everyone's comments and keep up, but honestly, I just got completely overwhelmed. First, I want to thank everyone for their feedback and comments, even those that were a bit harsh. Actually, I probably needed the tough love most. It made me realize I was letting my soon-to-be ex and his mother take advantage of me. The more comments I read, the angrier I became. Honestly, I think I am most upset with myself for allowing this to happen and not advocating for myself more. This past weekend, I got my soon-to-be ex alone so we could talk, which was harder than it should have been because his mother tries to tag along whenever we do anything. Reading everyone's comments and private messages helped me decide how to approach the conversation and brought up a lot of good questions I should have thought of myself. During our discussion, I wanted to give him one more chance to choose us over his mother. Not because I thought he would, but so I could tell myself I gave him the opportunity. I explained again how unhappy I am with the situation, how it is affecting my work because of her constant interruptions, and how unhappy and uncomfortable I am working out of a corner in our bedroom. I reminded him that up until a few months ago, I was paying the majority of the rent, and given that I earn much more than him, it is really my salary supporting us all. I also brought up again the way she treats and talks to me. As usual, he responded by agreeing it is not right, saying it is uncomfortable for us all. Previously, I would have dropped it there, but this time I told him how angry and disappointed I was that he let me pay for 2/3 of the rent when she first moved in, and how unfair it is that I am still paying for half when there are 3 people living here and she is the only one with her own bedroom. He gave the same excuse, that she needs to conserve money since she does not have any income at the moment, which triggered questions about her finances. Evidently, when she got divorced, her ex-husband bought her out of the equity in their house, but my ex did not know how much that was or how much is left. Until she moved, she had been working as a full-time teacher and living in a small apartment, so she should hardly have needed to use the divorce settlement. Other than what his mother tells him, my ex has little insight into her finances. I told him straight up that I am moving out before the end of the month. Going forward, I am only paying 25% of the rent, and after I move out, I will not pay for anything else. No utilities, no food, nothing except my portion of the rent. I have a good sense of his finances, and if he has to cover 75% of the rent on his own, it will take up most of his income. After he pays for utilities and groceries, there will be nothing left for extras. Rent was due on the 1st, but it is not late until after the 5th, so he has 2 days to come up with the money. If I have to cover any shortfall, I will reduce what I pay in future months. The only reason I will still pay part of the rent is because even after I move out, I am still legally responsible for the lease. I spoke with the leasing office and they explained that since my ex and I signed a joint agreement, we are both responsible for the rent. They do not care who pays as long as it gets paid. The only alternative is for him to sign a new lease on his own or with his mother, but he probably will not pass the credit check by himself. I do not think he will do anything reckless since he needs to find a place to live after this, and a black mark on his credit would hurt him. I also told him I'm going to find somewhere else to work during the day until I move so that his mother cannot bother me. My friend, the one I'm moving in with, said I could work at her place during the day since she and her current roommate work in person. I took her up on that for now. After living with his mother, I am not about to overstay my welcome, so I'm also looking into other options. Someone suggested the public library or co-working spaces. Just in case, I took all my important documents and valuables to my friend, who will keep them until I move in. He really did not take things well. Surprisingly, he seemed shocked by all of it, as if he truly believed I wanted to care for his mother as much as him. He kept saying things like, "What about my mom?" and "What am I going to tell her?" and insisted that, even though it is difficult, we need to help her. He asked about our relationship and the engagement. I told him that after I move out, I need some space from him. If in a few months we both feel ready, we can talk about our relationship, but he would have to prove that he will support me and set boundaries with his mother. Honestly, I only said that to avoid drama. I do not see a future together. I told him he needs to inform his mother because she is not my responsibility and will notice when I start packing. He has not told her yet, but I am going to begin moving this weekend, so he does not have much time. My friend's current roommate starts a new job in another state on the 3rd, so I can probably move in 2 or 3 weeks, depending on the timing. I do not expect my ex to do anything drastic aside from sulking and complaining, but if he fails to pay his part of the rent, my backup plan is to inform the leasing office that his mother moved in, something prohibited by the lease. Honestly, eviction would solve a lot of my problems right now, so I consider it a valid threat. Now that I am mentally and emotionally separated from him and his mother, I am actually looking forward to seeing her reaction when he tells her the truth. If things get ugly, I will find a cheap hotel or short-term rental. Several friends have offered a couch if I need it, but I do not want to burden anyone. That is it. I am leaving and truly do not care how it affects them. Update 2. I have been getting a lot of requests for an update, so I wanted to let everyone know how it went when my ex's mom found out I was not covering all the rent and moving out. Last week, I started working from my friend's apartment, so I did not see my ex's mom on Monday. On Tuesday around lunch, she sent me a text asking where I was. I told her I was working and would be home late that night. She replied that my ex told her I was not going to be contributing as much anymore, so she had to loan him money for rent. That was not a surprise to me, so I just replied with a thumbs up emoji. I had plans with my friend and her roommate to go out for dinner and drinks, so by the time I got home, it was after midnight and my ex's mom was already asleep. The fun started Wednesday morning. I was getting ready to head out to work at my friend's place when my ex's mom stopped me and said we needed to discuss my financial situation. She went on a whole tirade about having to cover my part of the rent, claiming I was making foolish choices by going out to dinner when I supposedly could not pay rent, that I was irresponsible with money and inconsiderate of how my actions affected others. She also said if she was going to pay my share of the rent, she expected me to do a better job keeping up with chores and keeping the apartment clean and organized. I told her I was moving out since obviously my ex had not told her yet. She seemed, well, pleased with herself. All she said was, maybe that's for the best. When I got home that night, she immediately wanted to talk. She proposed that instead of me moving out, we could get a bigger apartment and she would be willing to help by paying the difference between a 2-bedroom and a 3-bedroom. Then she said we could go back to the arrangement my ex and I had before she moved in, me paying 2/3 of the balance and him paying 1/3. Honestly, when she said this, my brain just froze. She made it sound like she was doing us a favor by offering to cover only the rent increase. Apparently, this man-child who tells his mother every single thing about our lives and relationship had never bothered to tell her how much I was actually contributing. Once she realized that my ex was not paying for everything like she thought, she was suddenly less enthusiastic about me moving out. I tried to be polite and told her I had already given notice to our apartment complex that I was moving out at the end of the month and had committed to moving in with my friend. She kept pushing the issue and said if she was willing to pay the difference, I should just stay because that would really be best for everyone. At that point, I was getting annoyed and told her that because of the way she had been acting and treating me, I had no interest in living with her any longer. That is when she said the best line of this entire mess. She was worried I was taking advantage of her son, and if they had told her about our financial arrangement, she would have understood why I was not keeping up with the apartment. I told her maybe a good lesson from all this was to try being nice to everyone in the future, not just people you think can help you. I also asked her why she did not help out more since she was not doing anything productive all day. She did not appreciate either of those remarks and things got pretty hostile. We both ended up yelling and saying some pretty terrible things to each other. Finally, I told her I was going to inform the rental office that she had been living there in violation of the lease because honestly, seeing her evicted would be worth it to watch her deal with being out on the street. I grabbed my laptop and went to my friend's apartment. Did not even bother packing an overnight bag. The following afternoon, Thursday, my ex texted me to say he had added his mom to the lease as of the first of the month, and she and his dad would pay half the rent while my ex would pay the other half. I confirmed with the property manager that I was off the lease and had no further obligation. I got it in writing via email. I put in disconnect orders for the utilities under my name and told my ex he needed to call and set up new accounts. I will lose my damage deposit, but that feels like a small price to pay for my freedom. On my way home, I stopped to buy a bunch of boxes to pack my things. She was hostile when I got home, and when she saw how much I was taking, she got even worse. I ended up taking Friday off to finish packing, and on Saturday, some friends helped me move everything to my new place. I'm going to pay my friends some rent for the next 2 weeks until one of them moves out. They did not want me to, but after living with my ex and his mom, I am not about to stay anywhere rent-free. Last night, my ex and I talked for the first time since Saturday. He said his mom is staying until June when the lease ends and then moving back to their hometown. According to him, she just did not like living here, so she never tried to find a job. Then he asked how long a break I thought we should take. A few commenters called me out for stringing him along, so I told him bluntly that I could not be with someone who allowed others to treat me the way he allowed his mom to treat me, and that I hoped he would learn to stand up for himself and set boundaries. He looked like he was going to cry and just left. As far as I am concerned, this entire mess is over and done with. I am chalking it up as a learning experience and am grateful I learned how awful my ex's mom is before getting married. The thing that amazes me is the amount of damage this woman leaves behind and how oblivious she seems. She destroyed our engagement and relationship, left my ex in a much worse financial position, pushed her ex-husband's retirement back by who knows how many years, and made my life hell for more than 6 months. And she is just going to walk away completely unscathed. According to my ex, she is going back to her hometown to pick up her old teaching job. I am thinking about visiting my parents next week and working from their home. I want to tell them how boring, undramatic, and wonderful they are, and how grateful I am for that, and that I love them for it. Final update. I have not posted here because honestly, there has not been any real drama or updates since my last post. However, I have received several messages from people asking for an update, so I thought I would let everyone know how things turned out. If you have not seen it, you can find the history in my profile. After I moved out of my ex and my place, I did end up visiting my parents for a while. The main reason was to give the girl whose lease I was taking over some space to pack up and move out. It was wonderful to visit my parents. They were really supportive about everything and the choices I made. My mom and I spent an entire Sunday afternoon on the couch watching awful Hallmark movies while my dad brought us way too many mojitos. I have been living with my friend for about 4 months now, and everything has been going great. I feel like we are both very respectful and considerate of each other, which has made everything so easy and peaceful. After dealing with my ex's mom for so long, it was a real shock not to have constant drama and toxicity. I did hear from my ex's mom 3 times after I moved out. The first time, she texted to ask if I had taken the air fryer. Then she texted a couple of weeks later asking me to give her a ride to the pharmacy to pick up her prescriptions. The last time, she told me that I needed to pay my part of the utilities for the last month I lived there. I ignored her the first 2 times, and for the last message, I replied that she should either use the money she saved while I was covering her rent or the money they get back from the damage deposit. There has been silence since then. I saw my ex one last time about 6 weeks ago. He found some things I had accidentally left behind, so we met up so he could give them to me. I was glad we met because it convinced me I had done the right thing. I did not feel anything when I saw him except relief that I no longer had to deal with his mom. He asked if I would consider giving it another try if he set boundaries with his mom. I was honest and told him I did not see him in that way anymore and did not want to get back together. He seemed to expect that answer and did not make a fuss. He did mention that after I left, things with his mom got pretty tense. Apparently, things were tight financially and she was upset that due to his job, he could not drive her around and cater to her needs. He said she ended up moving back to their hometown at the beginning of May, which was the final month of their lease. He planned to move back as well once the lease was up because all his friends were mid-lease and already had roommates, and he did not want to live with a stranger. The only apartments he could afford on his own were studios in really sketchy areas, so he is going to go back home and live with his dad. He does not have a job there yet, but he feels it is the safest option. He has his Master of Business Administration and almost a couple of years of work experience since graduating, so he hopes that will help him find a new job reasonably quickly. I kind of feel bad for him because he loves it here and his hometown is not great, but I do not feel too bad because it is really his own fault that everything ended up this way. He did not say anything about how or what his mom is doing, and I did not ask. I have not seen or heard from him since then. It was pretty clear I was not interested in trying again, and I do not want to be friends, as I simply do not need the drama. I have been on a couple of casual dates, but honestly, I am not looking for anything right now. I am just enjoying spending time with friends and taking advantage of the summer by going hiking and doing other activities. I have spent time reflecting on everything, and I think if I had been more vocal early on and stood up for myself, insisted that his mom pay rent and not let her overstay, maybe all of this could have been avoided. But I am glad I no longer have to deal with her, so I am content with how everything ended up. Don't 139 said, would you be willing to come back if I put some boundaries up? Meaning he would only do it for her and thus resent her and abandon the boundaries quite quickly. You either do things or you do not. If you do them only because the other person comes back, you will not be doing them for long. To this comment, user Autumn Elite said he only offered to put some boundaries after months of this behavior and after she moved out of the apartment. It was a desperate offer once he knew she was moving on, and I do not think anyone believes he would have stuck to the boundaries if he even followed through on putting them in place. This story was posted by a throwaway account in the relationship advice subreddit. The post is titled, I just found out that my GF has a strange fetish. My girlfriend has always been a fairly blunt person. She's sex positive and speaks her mind about whatever topic, regardless of whether other people might find it embarrassing to talk about. She doesn't hide her phone from me, but I have never wanted to go through her phone, and she feels the same about mine. Recently, I was setting up YouTube on our new smart TV, and she logged into her account so we could get videos recommended easily. That's when I saw it. I went into the search bar and saw recommended searches for sneezing videos. They had descriptors like rapid and fits that popped up in all of them. My girlfriend had made jokes before about getting her content from YouTube, and I never pried because I assumed it was just a joke or something about something obscure. She was obviously embarrassed and asked for the remote back, then turned off the TV. She wasn't frantic, but it was clear she didn't want me to see that. She explained that she has a fetish for sneezing, not herself, but watching others do it. Men or women, she doesn't care, and she's bisexual to begin with. She told me she's been this way since she was a little kid watching cartoons and not understanding why she was so interested in episodes where characters would get sick. I told her that I accept her interest and that I wouldn't have been grossed out if she had told me earlier. She said someone had dumped her before over this and she was looking for a good time to tell me. I assured her I'd never do that, and that was the conversation. It's been a few days now and I don't really know how to continue with this information. I'm not considering breaking up at all, but it feels a bit awkward. We've been dating for 4 years and she never told me this before. Plus, am I supposed to act on this at all? Or would that be creepy? I'm honestly kind of scared I'd do something wrong if I tried. She mentioned that there are forums and all sorts of communities just for sneeze fetishists, so maybe I'm ridiculous, but it almost feels like there's a community for it, and I'd be intruding. Maybe I should just swallow my pride and ask her what I should do. Does anyone have experience finding out their partner is into something unexpected, especially something so out of left field? Did you do anything with that information, or did you think it was best to let it be? Thank you for any advice you can give. Update. Sorry if this is too much information or whatever, but you guys don't know me and we will never meet. So here's an update. Yesterday, I took the majority of the comments' advice and was straightforward with her. As calmly as I could, I asked if she wanted to explore her kink with me, with no pressure if she didn't. She said yes and added that she didn't expect me to be super into it and anticipated I might be awkward, but said we could stop if it was too much. She brought out a small toolbox full of little things she had collected specifically for this kink. I didn't go through it myself or look too closely at what was inside, but she had a little container of sneezing powder. She had told me she had gotten all that stuff while trying to figure out if she was into sneezing herself, so most of it has gone unused since she realized that wasn't the case. Omitting all the details of what followed, the night went well. She's right that I wasn't super into it myself, but it felt good to share that experience with her, so I didn't mind. I definitely feel like this is going to be more of an every now and again thing, just to indulge her. Thank you to all the encouraging commenters who shared their opinions and experiences with partners who have uncommon fetishes or who have those fetishes themselves. You helped me get over myself, though I also blame you for the mild soreness in my face. The Road Infinite said, well, this puts a new spin on allergy season. Ugly Mate said, unfortunately, at my age, I run the risk of wetting myself when I sneeze. Still, that is also a kink. This second post was made in the AITA subreddit by a user named Pleasant Block. The post is titled, "I moved into the house I inherited even though the lodger doesn't feel comfortable around men. I inherited a house that came with a lodger who has a 6-year-old child and is renting one of the rooms. She is upset because, in her words, I have made it terrifying to live here since I moved in. She doesn't feel safe living with a man she just met, especially with her daughter, and wants to stay away from men due to issues with her ex. That is why living with an older woman felt so safe to her. By the way, all of this is being communicated through notes she has been leaving because she avoids me. I have already written back that she can move out whenever she wants. She left another note saying she will, but she really does not want to because the reason she moved in here was so her daughter could attend the school district in this area, and the only way she could afford to live here was because her lease is just $150 for utilities and housework. If she moves out, they might have to move back in with her ex. Basically, she wants me to move out. I don't want to because the house still has a mortgage that I would have to continue paying in addition to paying rent somewhere else. Technically, there is the option to get a female tenant. However, the prices for renting a single bedroom won't cover the mortgage and I can't afford to make up the difference. Plus, I would have to deal with my grandmother's belongings faster than I want to. Another important factor is that I can avoid a tax reassessment on the house if I move in within a year, which is also why selling is definitely off the table. Update. I had other things going on in my life, so I sort of put off trying to talk to her and was honestly still debating what to say to her. I guess procrastinating took care of the problem because I realized yesterday that she had moved out sometime in the last few days. So I guess that is it. Turuiel said, "My question is, what on earth did the tenant expect to happen once the original owner died? She is talking as if she planned to be here for the long haul, for her child." So, the linear progression of time being what it is, this situation was going to happen eventually and sooner rather than later. I remember when my sister was in the same situation. She had a sweetheart deal with an elderly landlord who lived there with her. She paid $500, all utilities included, to rent a room in a nice neighborhood in California. The landlord's son sold the house within months of his mother's death. Apathetic Cactus said, "Damn, if my problems were solved by procrastinating, I would be unstoppable." This final story was made in the same subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled, "I want to go LC with my niece and take back her gifts. Yesterday, I went over to my sister's house to help her with some things. I was there for a couple of hours and took a nap for about 4 hours because I was tired. After I woke up, I went home and my husband was acting a little off and seemed kind of upset or unhappy. I asked him what was wrong and he said, 'I'm being nice for someone who just texted what I did.' I sent my kids upstairs and started asking what was going on. He said I sent him divorce texts. I was shocked because I never did that, which I let him know. I even showed him my phone, which did not show any such texts. He then showed me his messages under my name and apparently I wanted a divorce. I was confused because not only did I not think that, but I definitely did not send that text. This affected him more because we had a fight the previous night, but we have a tradition of reassuring each other that we still love and care even when we are upset. I mentioned something like that in the morning before I left, and I brought it up while defending myself against the supposed text I sent. He then said I had done something similar before. He was referring to when I was pregnant and had some pseudo-bipolar symptoms, which have since mostly resolved. I only did this once, and it was not on the same level. I used to have terrible mood swings during pregnancy. I have no bipolar diagnosis or anything like that. That whole experience was traumatic and is not a pleasant memory for me, which he knows. After we bickered a bit, I decided to call my sister and explain what was happening, then asked, "Hey, can you pull up your house footage from while I was there this morning?" We were on FaceTime and fast-forwarded to when I went to sleep. The outlet in the room I was in was not working, so I plugged my phone in the dining area to charge while I slept. We saw my 16-year-old niece on my phone. She was on it off and on for about 2.5 hours, smiling and giggling. I was upset and her mom was upset too. She called her and asked if she had touched my phone while I was there, and she lied and said no. She asked her 2 more times if she touched my phone, and she said she did not. The laptop was faced away from her, and I believe she did not realize I was on the phone or that we had already seen what she did. It was after my sister started trying to send me the footage, which I had initially asked for, that she saw her mom had already seen what happened. She started apologizing and said it was supposed to be a prank and she didn't mean anything by it. She called out to me too with apologies while crying. My sister is one of those silent when angry types, so she wasn't saying anything. I did not even know what to say because why would she even think this was a fun prank? Not to mention going into my phone without my permission. How she knows my password I am not sure because it is not simple or related to me. I had initially promised to sponsor her 17th birthday, which is next month. She had also asked for a new PC, which I got, but it's meant to be a surprise. I also happen to be her godmother. My question is, would I be overreacting if I took back all these gifts and kept a distance from her? Is that overkill? I feel like maybe I am punishing her for the way my husband reacted and for bringing up something traumatic for me. Also, maybe his response is justified because he thought the texts were from me and then I was all smiley and sweet when I came back. I am confused about how to proceed, but Reddit has helped me figure stuff out before, so I decided to turn to them again. Update. Thank you everyone for all the comments and advice. It is incredibly appreciated. All of this happened yesterday. I only posted because I was slightly conflicted. To answer common questions in the comments, yes, I slept for 4 hours at my sister's house. She is my sister and we do stuff like that. I did not say I was tired from what I helped her with. I was simply just tired. Both my sister and niece were unaware of the fight my husband and I had the previous night. My niece also was not aware of the full extent of my mental health struggles during the pregnancy. She was not texting for 2.5 hours straight. She was on and off the phone. I assume she got off it when she thought she might be caught. Apparently, she has known my password for a while now. She learned it from looking over my shoulder at a family event a couple of months ago. Also, according to my sister, my niece has gone into my phone before, at least 3 times, which she confessed to. She has transferred money to herself, taken videos and pictures off it, gone through my texts with my children and some other relatives, stolen other people's numbers, obtained passwords for my streaming services that they did not own, and gone through my texts with my husband. And yes, there is very explicit content in there. My husband is okay. We talked and he apologized for how he spoke to me, but I told him I totally understood why he would say what he said. I also apologized for my reaction. We are fine on our end and decided we were both justified given what we individually knew. Back to my niece. The only other thing she did, according to her, was transfer more money. I checked my recently deleted texts and found nothing suspicious there, but I do not know if you can delete texts from recently deleted. She also said she thought the prank would be funny because there was no way my husband would believe all that stuff she texted since, according to her, he loves me too much and we have a perfect relationship. In the text, he only replied that we would talk when I got home and that he was not going to have that conversation over text. This girl went so far as to add that I would send the papers in a couple of days and talk about the children with lawyers. I cannot explain how absolutely furious I am. The plan is to go absolutely no contact with her after learning of all the other things she did. There will be no birthday celebration and no personal computer gift. Someone suggested putting up a post asking if anyone received a questionable text from me in the last 24 hours to let me know. I did that. No one has reached out yet, so I hope it was just my husband. I am getting my money back. I checked and in total she has sent over $700 to herself without my knowledge. She did not send it in bulk, just little amounts here and there. I guess I did not catch on because I often send her money and I do have quite a bit in my account, so it was not obvious. Her mother will send the money to me from her daughter's savings later this weekend. I told her mother about the suggestions you gave regarding community service and therapy. I am quietly worried about her future relationships and college life. She will not have any electronic devices for the rest of the summer. Personally, I do not want to lay eyes on her in the near future. Oh, and yes, she has done this before to one of her friends, whom she is still friends with. I do not know why anyone would remain friends with someone like that. This hurts a lot because I love this child so much. I was more present in her life than her father for the first 11 years. She used to come to me for her struggles and problems and all that teenage stuff. She had her first period at my house. Her other cousins on her father's side are jealous of our relationship, for goodness sake. She was my favorite one. I do not really care what her mother does about all this. I just want my money back and to never speak to her for now. In the future, I might be open to some contact. I blocked her number, so she sent me a long email which I have not read yet, and her mother also brought a handwritten apology letter from her to my husband. My sister is aware of my decisions and has apologized for her daughter's behavior. My mother is also aware of the situation now. I have no doubt it is about to become an extended family problem. Anyway, that is that for now. I will update if anything else comes from this. Again, thanks to everyone who contributed with comments and direct messages. Update 2. Hey all, it has been a couple of days and I have received a bunch of messages asking for updates. Right now, we are still dealing with resulting situations from everything that happened, so I will just share what I have for now. I am not sure if I am adding this update in the right way. If I am, great. If not, I am sorry, and the first part of this update is on my profile. First, I will answer common questions. A lot of people seem to be hung up on the 4-hour nap. I am a sleeper. I love to sleep. I often sleep at her place. It is not a big deal, but this might be why I'm in this predicament anyway. Another thing is about cameras. In this day and age, I believe people should have cameras in their houses. I have them at my place too. I had them installed after I hired my first babysitter, and I have learned a lot by reviewing footage. It does not have to be in every room, just common areas. On to the actual update. My niece came over to formally apologize to my husband and me. She cried throughout the entire apology. She said she had not done this to anyone else, only to me. I kept asking why, and she just kept repeating that she was sorry. My husband thinks she probably thought I would be the easiest to forgive. I told her exactly why I was upset and how she had hurt both me and my husband. I let her know I would be going low contact with her for the foreseeable future. I also informed her that I canceled her birthday and any gifts she would have received. The only thing she will get from me is her first college tuition, which I promised a long time ago. I am doing this mostly as a courtesy to my sister, as I know it will help her a great deal. My niece will also not be allowed in my house for the foreseeable future. Her father reached out and apologized to us. We have decided not to take legal action as a favor to my sister's family. They have a lot on their plate right now, and I do not want to make their lives more complicated. During this conversation, my niece denied having a crush on my husband, as many of you suspected. I asked if she felt I was not being attentive enough to her, and she said no. Also, I found out she had texted 2 other people. It was nothing serious, but still. Some people asked if she has mental health issues. To my knowledge, she does not. She was tested when she was younger and had none. She kind of liked drama in elementary and middle school, but nothing worrisome. We told her she would be starting therapy, to which she said nothing was wrong with her. My husband said that people who are okay would not do what she did. Her mother added that therapy was just to help her handle things in more normal ways. Also, the personal computer will be going to my brother's son, who will be starting college this fall. It will probably be more useful to him. My children have since blocked her. She was made to get a new job. She had previously worked for her uncle on her father's side, but they thought it would be better if she worked somewhere entirely different with no family connections. My mother has been upset with my husband and me. She said we went too far and that she is just a kid. One of my uncles and 2 of my aunts are on her side and have been harassing us with texts and calls. My sister and her husband support us though. Over the couple of days following the conversation at my place, my mother has been updating us that my niece is depressed, cries every day, and keeps repeating that she did not mean it, that everyone hates her, and that no one is speaking to her anymore. She also says her second mother no longer loves or cares about her, and that everything has been taken away from her. On the 12th, my niece attempted to take her own life. Her older sister found her. She left a note apologizing for all the hurt she caused and said we would all be better off without her. She wrote that she would be better off gone than living her life, knowing that I hate her and that my children do not want to be close to her anymore. She wrote a lengthy letter, but I cannot fit it all here. She is currently still in the pediatric intensive care unit, as she had done some extensive damage to herself. I have been to the hospital every day since I found out. My husband says maybe we went too far. My mother says she will curse me and never speak to my family if I do not make things go back to the way they were. My children think it is their fault and want to apologize for blocking and cutting her off. I am more conflicted than I was a week ago. It feels like everyone is expecting me to fix everything. I do not really know what to do right now. My sister keeps saying I do not have to do anything, but she has been crying a lot. My niece's other siblings have all texted me variations of "I know she hurt you, but forgive and forget because she almost died." My extended family has been overwhelming too, with messages like "You are a grown woman waging war on a 16-year-old. You are evil and do not deserve good things, and I hope your life ends up like what you are doing to your niece." I have even received messages from strangers because my sister's mother-in-law posted on Facebook that I was a bitter woman hurting her granddaughter and a bunch of other things. So the past 3 days have been mentally miserable for me. Not to take away from what my sister's family is going through, but I am sad, heartbroken, confused, and just tired. Please send prayers my sister's way. I am not sure how all this will end, but I will update when she is out of the intensive care unit or if anything else happens. Thank you for all your advice and supportive words. I appreciate it all. Update 3. First, I want to give the biggest shout out to my sister, my niece's mother. She cannot see this, but I just want those words out there. I have said them to her as well, but I want you all to hear it too. She has not only been my biggest defender against all the flying monkeys, despite what she is going through, but she has also been incredibly good to me. She stood up for me to my mother and other relatives. She also counterposted on Facebook after all the stuff from her mother-in-law. Secondly, I want to address those asking how my niece attempted this and how she was found. She ingested something harmful. We are not exactly sure what it was, but it was a mixture of cleaning supplies. Her oldest sister found her on the bathroom floor. She was extubated on the 16th after receiving a whole bowel irrigation and one-time hemodialysis because she had given herself an acute kidney injury. She was intubated for 26 hours. She is now out of the intensive care unit and is on the pediatric medical surgical unit. The same evening she left the intensive care unit, she had to be placed on a 72-hour psychiatric hold and will be transferring to an inpatient psychiatric facility once she is medically cleared. She underwent a psychiatric evaluation and so far she has been diagnosed with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, depression, and histrionic personality disorder. The psychiatrist mentioned she might also have borderline personality disorder, but that will be determined more accurately at the psychiatric facility. I am still low contact with my niece. I have only had one phone call with her in which I told her I loved her and that we are getting her help. Her therapist said to reinsert my presence in her life, but make no promises such as, "If you get help, we will be okay," or anything like that. Since I have previously been a positive presence, it might help to have me in the background while she heals. The therapist suggested ways to be a background presence, like letters, phone calls, or visits if I feel comfortable. I am not to give her any gifts or rewards. I have not yet decided which option to choose, but I might send a letter monthly. My sister looked through my niece's phone and found no explicit pictures of me or my husband, but she deleted the streaming apps my niece had accessed. I know some people were worried about her taking those photos. I believe she saw them though. My children are in therapy, both individually and as a family. My husband and I finally explained the entire situation in detail to them, including my struggles during my first pregnancy and how my niece's prank was a trigger. The therapist helped us facilitate the discussion better. My niece's other siblings are in therapy now as well. The oldest has since apologized for her texts and harsh voicemails. We have also sent the kids to my in-laws for the next 3 weeks. Therapy sessions will be online. I have also blocked my mother on their phones and they are not to speak to any of my relatives for now. My mother doubled down and started contacting my children via texts and calls. That is one of the reasons we sent them away. My brother-in-law, my niece's father, broke down while she was still comatose and did a complete 180-degree turn. He left me a long voicemail saying I was hurting his baby girl and ripping her away from him. I did not like him when he first started dating my sister, and he says I was using my niece to break him because I hated him. He said if something happens to her, he will never forgive me. This is completely opposite to his stance before. I do not know if it is grief or his mother influencing him. He is now at odds with his wife because she agrees with keeping the consequences we all agreed on, but he says to relent. My family and my other sisters are trying to support her, my niece's mother, in every way we can. I have had to completely cut my mother off from my family, including some of my aunts and uncles. My father is divorced from my mother and lives across the country. He is on my side with this whole situation. I have 2 brothers and they are both on my mother's side while all my sisters are on my side. My mother sent me a very devastating text that I will just copy and paste here because I do not even know how to explain it. OP, you are the most disgraceful child I have ever birthed. I curse the day you were put in my arms. Your life will never know peace as long as you never give peace to niece. You are so vile and you will go to hell for causing this much harm to your sister's family. You are no daughter of mine and I do not claim you. Do not call me your mother. Keep your unclean children away from me too. If you come close to me, I will strangle you and feed you toilet cleaners. What kind of mother sends this to her child? I took a screenshot, blocked that number, and printed a copy of the text. This devil incarnate of a woman proceeded to email me 2 days later demanding I send my share of money for remodeling her house. Yeah, like a cursed child would do that. I simply blocked her email too. I do not even know why she called my children unclean. I had them all post-marriage and with one man. This has been the longest month of my life and it is not even over yet. I had a panic attack the other day because of everything. This dear man I am married to has been my biggest rock and support. I genuinely do not know what I would do without him. How I will ever repay him for all this, I do not know. I spend most days just crying. My mental health is suffering, my work is suffering, and I am just tired. I know this was very long, so if you have read all this, thank you. Thank you for sticking with me and holding me up with your words and virtual presence. You all probably see this often, but I genuinely want to thank each and every one of you. I cannot wait for all this to be over so I can get some normalcy back and be able to breathe well again. This story was posted by a user named Dry Instruction in the AIO subreddit. The post is titled, "My girlfriend was going to go to her ex's birthday party without telling me. Hey Reddit, I am 29 years old and have been dating my girlfriend Lena, who is 27, for about 10 months. Things have been great overall. She is funny, smart, independent, and we have talked about maybe moving in together next year. There have been no major issues until this weekend. So here is what happened. On Saturday, Lena told me she was going out with a few friends from college. Cool, no problem. I had plans to watch the game with my brother anyway. But the next day, I saw a photo on one of her friend's Instagram stories. The caption said, "Happy birthday, Jason." I recognized Jason. He is her ex, the one she dated for about 3 years and broke up with about a year before we met. They were pretty serious from what I have gathered. I never made a big deal about it because she told me they are on decent terms but not really close. So naturally I asked her later that night, "Hey, were you at Jason's birthday thing?" She looked a little surprised and said yes, but quickly followed up with, "It wasn't a big deal, it was a group thing and I didn't think it mattered." I did not raise my voice or accuse her of anything. I just said I wish she had mentioned it beforehand. She got kind of defensive and said I was making something out of nothing and that it was not like she was hiding it. But she kind of did hide it. I mean, I do not want to be controlling and I know people stay friends with their exes, but the fact that she did not even mention she was going to his birthday rubs me the wrong way. It just feels off. I am not accusing her of cheating or anything, but I cannot shake the feeling that she intentionally kept it vague so I would not ask questions. She said she didn't think I would care, but the whole thing just makes me feel kind of sidelined. So am I overreacting? Update. Thanks again to everyone who responded. I did not expect the post to blow up the way it did, and honestly, I have spent the last few hours sitting with it all. A few comments really stuck with me, especially the ones that pointed out it is not necessarily about where she went, but how she handled it. I ended up bringing it up when she came over this evening. Nothing dramatic, I just said I had been thinking about it and that it bothered me, not even the party itself, but the fact that she did not mention it. She did not seem surprised that I brought it up. There was a bit of an eye roll at first, but she did not push back much, mostly quiet. The energy in the room shifted right away. She said something vague about not wanting it to be a thing, not much of an apology, more like trying to smooth it over and move on quickly. And maybe that is what I am doing too, in my own way. Afterward, we kind of just moved around each other for the rest of the evening. She left very quickly after that. And right now, I am reading comments on my original post. I am not sure where I land on all of this. Nothing exploded, but it also did not feel resolved. She did not seem interested in understanding why it bothered me, just in making sure it did not mess with the vibe. It is not a breakup level thing, not yet, but it does feel like something shifted in our relationship. That is all for now. I just figured I would follow up. Thanks again. Final update. I figured I would give one last update, even though things did not really go the way I hoped. It has been about 10 days since I posted. Things between Lena and me never really got back to normal after that night. We had a few awkward conversations in the days after, nothing explosive, but I could tell there was tension. She kept saying I was overthinking it, that it was not that deep, but the way she avoided the topic or brushed it off just made me feel worse. The whole situation stuck with me more than I expected. It was not even about the party itself anymore. It was more about how she handled it. It became pretty clear that we look at communication in relationships very differently. I felt like I could not fully trust her to be upfront, and once that feeling crept in, it was hard to shake. We ended up having a more serious talk this past weekend. She admitted she did not tell me about the party because she knew how I would react, which kind of confirmed the whole point for me. I do not want to be with someone who feels like they need to hide things to keep the peace. We did not fight. It was more of a mutual, quiet decision to end things. It just felt like we were on different pages, and forcing it was not going to help either of us. It sucks, obviously. I did not want it to go this way, but in hindsight, I am glad I trusted my gut. That uneasy feeling never really went away, and I think I would rather deal with the short-term hurt now than drag this out. I appreciate everyone who gave advice. It helped me see it a bit clearer. That is all, not much more to say. Intelligent Complex said if avoidance and eye-rolling are her communication styles, then she is not a good long-term partner. This was a satisfying resolution. Soaring Seafoam said, I feel like if it wasn't that deep, OP would have known that Jason was still in Lena's friend group and that they were still in contact. She made it that deep when she chose to hide the fact that he was in her life at all and then specifically hid the fact that she was attending his birthday. At the very least, she still has feelings for Jason and handles disagreement poorly. I think OP is better off. Lena just was not the girl for him. This next story was made in the relationship subreddit by a user named Gakes Luna. The post is titled, I'm thinking of leaving my husband after 4 years of marriage. The title is exactly what it sounds like. I am considering leaving my husband. He does not contribute to chores around the house and plays games for hours every day. I have to remind him to do basic things like showering and chores. I have told him multiple times that I do not want to parent him and he will do better for a day or two, then go right back to the same behavior. He only has 2 chores, dishes and taking out the trash. We have a dishwasher. The problem is that he has neglected these chores for so long that we now have a fruit fly infestation and have to call pest control to deal with it. I know I should have done something before it got this bad, but he kept reassuring me it would get done. He is also incredibly impulsive and spends money he knows we do not have. I am between jobs at the moment and will not have any pay until July. I have also tried to communicate about this, but he shuts down whenever I try to talk to him about the things that bother me. There are some other reasons as well, but these are the big ones. They have only recently become an issue in the last year or two. He likely has undiagnosed attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. I can see the symptoms and know these problems stem from the attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. I also have attention deficit hyperactivity disorder and use coping strategies to deal with it. I have suggested coping strategies for him, but he says they will not work and refuses to even try. His shutting down when I try to communicate means that I cannot talk to him. He refuses to talk to me until I bottle everything up and explode, which he says reinforces his avoidance of talking to me. I have suggested marriage counseling, but he claims we do not need it. I do love him a lot, but these problems are weighing me down so much that I feel depressed. I blew up again today. I called him lazy and basically told him he was not allowed to play games until he finished his chores and the fruit flies were taken care of. This makes me feel like I am parenting him again. I do not want to leave him, but I am not sure what else to do at this point. What would you suggest? Update. So I guess things are going to get better. In my last post, I broke down some of my husband's behavior and how it is likely linked to undiagnosed attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Several people suggested leaving him. There are some things I left out of my last post that now seem relevant. I am disabled and often use a wheelchair or cane to manage my symptoms. I have a hard time bathing and dressing myself and am occasionally reliant on the help of others. Part of the reason he neglects himself and chores is because he works a full-time job and has to help me. These were not issues until my health began to deteriorate. Some of his behavior is rooted in post-traumatic stress disorder from a highly abusive relationship. I packed a suitcase and was getting ready to leave and stay with family when my husband came home. He saw the suitcase, asked what was going on, and we had an actual conversation. No avoidance or shutting down. He apologized, said he understood, and that he would like a chance to fix things. He set alarms on his phone to remind himself to do chores and other tasks. He Googled ways to manage attention deficit hyperactivity disorder without medication and called his doctor to set up an appointment to talk about getting evaluated for attention deficit hyperactivity disorder and post-traumatic stress disorder. He called our church to set up some marriage counseling, and he started cleaning without me asking, things he had not done before even when I begged. I think seeing the suitcase and realizing that I was really planning on leaving helped. Maybe I am wrong and this is just his attempt before it gets worse again, but I think he is actually trying this time. Am I wrong to be hopeful here? Edit. I did not add my disabled status to the first post for a few reasons. First, I just do not like talking about it. My disability is nobody's business. Second, he only helps me for about 15 or maybe 30 minutes a day, and those are low effort tasks as well. Third, I did not think I deserved less effort in a relationship because I am disabled. Unfortunately, some of you seem to think I do deserve less. Blue Van on the Street said, church counseling is not the way to go if you are trying to get your husband to be a fully participating partner in your marriage. Alternative Year said, I expect him to go back to his normal within a couple days. This final story was made in the AITA subreddit by a user named Don't Hate on Debate. The post is titled, I snapped at my brother because he's why we moved. Me, 14-year-old female brother, Daniel, 16-year-old male. I used to live in City X. I was born and raised there. All my friends are here and all the extracurricular opportunities I have are here. For example, the debate circuit is very strong here. I have cultivated connections for youth activism and there are good internship opportunities. But my brother seriously messed up about a year ago and ruined it all for us. I am not going to go into the exact nature of what he did, but it was bad. He did not do something that would have serious legal consequences or anything, but it was stupid, incredibly problematic, and got him into enough trouble that it spread throughout social media. He also got in trouble with the school and he claimed he could not stay there because his reputation was ruined. Personally, I think he should have thought of that before he did it. My parents were mad, but they became sympathetic because he said he was getting bullied and they wanted to protect his future. So they moved him to 2 other high schools, but it ended the same way because everyone knew what had happened anyway. So my parents and he decided to move to an entirely different state, to City Y, without consulting me at all. My brother's future is important, but why should my future be sacrificed just because he messed up? City Y is very small, has much worse schools, and does not have a debate league. I also had to leave all my friends behind. No one knows about what my brother did, so he is happy, my parents are happy, he is happy. I am the only one who is not happy. At the risk of sounding cocky, I had a really good future in my extracurriculars. I definitely could have shaped up to be one of the best nationally, according to a lot of people, if I had the right coaching and competition. I could have gotten scholarships to great schools for it, but no. Daniel had to get himself into deep trouble and drag me into it too. I have been here for 4 months now, and I did not talk to my brother at all for the first 2 months. Now we are all at home and my frustrations build every time I see him. So at dinner, my brother was talking about his college prospects with my parents, and I was so frustrated that I snapped. Our conversation went like this. Him: I think I have a good shot at getting into state school. Me: like hell you do, with the trouble you caused last year. If you think running away to a different city and ruining my life can make what you did go away, then you are in for a rude awakening. Him: you're such a bitch. Get over it already. Mom: Don Thate on debate. Stop blaming your brother. You need to start adjusting to City Y and apologize for what you said. Dad: state school will not know. Me: I will email every single college you apply to with the screenshots and evidence if we do not move back to City X. That is a promise, not a threat. My parents got really furious with me for that, but I am not joking. Am I the asshole, or are my brother and parents? Update. Before I begin, I would like to thank everyone for how supportive they have been in response to my last post. I have received a lot of private messages about helping me with debates and advice, which is greatly appreciated. I have not really had a chance to give you all an update, and you will see why. As background, my uncle Randy does not have children, but he is dating my aunt Rebecca. They live across the country in City Z, which is a great place. Not as nice as City X for debate, but definitely better than City Y. Since they live pretty far away, we only really see them on holidays during the years we spend with Dad's family. Randy is very well off. I do not know exactly how much he makes, but I have stayed at his house, and it is very nice for a place in City Z. It is not his only one. He is very generous and has set up college funds for me, Daniel, and Rebecca's little brother Ricky. I would still rather get a scholarship than use Randy's money because I do not want to be a burden. Ricky is younger than me, so sometimes I tutor him over the phone, and we are pretty close. I also talk to my uncle fairly frequently. We discuss politics together. However, he does not really speak to or like Daniel because Daniel is rude to Rebecca. Anyway, I was helping Ricky with his math homework shortly after my original post when I suddenly started to cry. I do not really know what came over me, but I had not told anyone how upset I was before then because there is so much else going on in the world. Ricky and I talked, and I found out that my parents had actually told the entire family the reason we were moving was because City Y had a better debate circuit, and they believed it because no one else does debate. I had not discussed the move with them because I bottle my emotions, and they did not really ask me about it because they assumed I wanted the move. I ended up talking to my uncle about it, and we had a really great conversation. He is extremely angry at my parents and Daniel. This was the second to last straw for him, and he ended up removing half of Daniel's college fund and splitting it between my and Ricky's funds. Daniel was very upset because he had been relying on that money and our parents had not saved up. So he threw my phone down the stairs. Then I emailed my uncle from my laptop and he revoked the rest of Daniel's college fund too. My parents are quite angry at me as well because it is not like they can come up with $200,000 by the time Daniel goes to college. My uncle has offered for me to come stay with them in City Z, which I have accepted. He also generously bought me a new phone, which I am using to write this post right now. Edit: I have gotten a lot of messages and I cannot really answer them all, so I will just address the most common questions. What did your brother do? He posted a racist Snapchat rant on his public story instead of private. I do not want to go into too much detail besides that. Is insert video of racist kid your brother? Either way, I am not going to confirm or deny it. However, I am really impressed at the variety of racist kids vaguely fitting Daniel's description you all have managed to find. Have your parents agreed to you moving in with your uncle? Short answer, yes. Long answer, it took a lot of pressure from other family members, but they conceded. I will be with them on holidays. And yes, I agree, my uncle is fantastic. I am a very lucky niece to have him. Relentless Dandelion said, "Good lord, so they reacted to their child being extremely racist by slapping him on the wrist and then sacrificed his sister's future and friendships to save him from any consequences. Even though she was lucky enough to be taken in by a relative in a better city, she has still been removed from all the friends, connections, and potential future career opportunities she had. At least at 14, she has time to rebuild before college, but Christ. Pursuing potential internships at 14? Damn, this kid is onto it." Odd Comfortable said, "Need a 5-year update to see just how bad racist brother is fucking up his life." This story was posted by a user named Iowa Bird in the relationship advice subreddit. The post is titled, "My boyfriend won't let me end the relationship. How do I get out of this? My boyfriend James refuses to let me end the relationship. We have been together for a little over a year and have been living together since November. Before we moved in together, things were good. We lived in different areas, so most of our time together was on weekends. We got along well, talked often by phone and text, did things together, met each other's families, and so on. If any issues arose, we talked about them and worked them out. That is why we decided to move in together. That is when things changed. After moving in together, he started becoming more and more clingy. Wanting to spend every available minute together, he started staying home a lot. I work from home. Suddenly, we were constantly together. It started to become an issue, but when I tried to talk to him about it, it was my fault he was being that way. I was not giving him quality time because being in the same room with someone is not being together, just occupying the same space. So I made it a point to give him one-on-one time without distractions daily. It got worse. He started throwing tantrums. We would get invited to go somewhere, and last minute he would decide he did not want to go but say it was fine if I did. I would not be gone for 30 minutes when he would start texting me, and he would text non-stop the whole time. If I stopped answering, I would get messages saying things like, "I won't be here when you get back," or "You are not going to like what you find when you do get back." Then when I did get back, it did not matter if I came back right away or hours later, he would be crying and telling me how neglectful and dismissive I was of his feelings. At first, I listened and apologized and tried to be more mindful, but then his insecurity started. He started questioning if there was someone else. He said it was his insecurities, nothing I was doing, but it is better to voice them and have my reassurance than to just let it fester. That makes sense the first time, maybe the second time, but not the 15th time. We started arguing because when exactly do I have time for someone else? We are never apart for more than 10 minutes. It just got worse. He started arguments over nothing. Nothing would be going on, nothing would happen, and he would just come into the room yelling. He has read my journals. He either goes through my phone or has installed spyware on it. He questions me about things I have written in the journal or in text messages, then tries to lie and say that he read it over my shoulder. This week has been the worst yet. We were out for dinner and he decided it was the appropriate time to discuss things in our relationship in a very public and intimate dinner setting. We had been having a good day. No arguing, both enjoying the day, laughing, not 5 minutes before this. I was immediately uncomfortable and very much on guard. I do not like airing my dirty laundry and he knows this. He insisted on talking about it right then. I said it was not the place or time. He did not stop. I was not engaging. After a few minutes of this, he decided we needed to leave because my demeanor was making him look bad. Everyone could see something was wrong and it was making him look bad. We got up and left without eating a meal we had already paid for. On the way home, I started to quietly cry and he started yelling. He was driving erratically and too fast. I told him to slow down. He slammed on the brakes from 77 miles per hour to a full stop in the middle of the interstate twice. We are lucky we did not cause an accident and hurt other people. He would not let me out. This went on the whole 2-hour ride home. I ended it that night and told him it was over. I was not doing this anymore. That car ride was the last straw. He refuses to leave. He says if I want him out, I will have to evict him. He begs, he cries, he takes my keys so I cannot leave, and he threatens to kill himself. I do not want to go to my aunt's because she does not need the drama. I have no other family close. I have nowhere else to go. I can start the eviction process, but that takes a month or longer. He just keeps saying he can get better. I do not care if he can. I do not know what to do. Am I really going to have to deal with this until I can evict him? The police here will not do anything because he has not physically assaulted me. I tried a civil no contact order. The judge said the same thing. I called a lawyer and it was the same response. Until he physically assaults me, there is nothing they can do to help me. How do I handle this? Edit, for clarification, I have been married once before. He was abusive and was sleeping with his first wife behind my back. Once my divorce was final in 2014, he remarried his first wife. She died less than a year later under mysterious circumstances. 2 years after the divorce, he died of a massive heart attack. He has a son that I raised for years who is now 17. My boyfriend died in 2017. He fell asleep while driving home from work on the graveyard shift, crossed the center line, and hit a semi-truck head on. The steering column was pushed into his chest, broke his ribs, and a rib punctured his heart. He was pronounced dead at the scene. He was a mile from home. The next one was in 2018. He cheated and was an alcoholic. We split up in October 2023. I met my current boyfriend in December 2023. I know that is not much time between the last two. Also, I am not questioning if I should get out of the relationship, just how to handle this until I can get him out of my house. I own my home, so there is no landlord to speak of. I have called the police, a lawyer, and my county judge, and all of them say that since he has not physically assaulted me, there is nothing they can do to help. 4 months later, OP gave us an update. It has been 4 months, and I thought I would post an update. I took some of the advice and filed for eviction 1 week after my original post. I switched bedrooms and placed locks on my bedroom and office doors. I tried to stay calm and not engage in arguments. I did my best to keep things smooth until the eviction. He was not having it. He would go from crying to talking calmly to yelling daily. The more I refused to engage, the more volatile and aggressive he became. If I did not respond to him within 5 minutes, whether by text or in person, I was ignoring him. It did not matter if I was working, driving, doing stuff around the house, or just sitting at home. It was exhausting, and I was just counting the days. Approximately 1 week before the eviction, he was sending me texts while sitting in the same room as me. I finally told him I was not going to answer another message. He sent 3 more long texts. I set my phone down and went to leave the room. He attacked me before I got to the doorway. He knocked me to the ground, slammed my head and arm against the floor, tried to force himself on me, and then headbutted me, which gave me 2 black eyes. After this, he took my phone, loaded his things into the car, and left. This happened on a Friday evening. My cousin and a friend came to stay with me for the weekend. That night, my friend found a hidden camera in my fireplace. I took pictures and disconnected it. We spent the rest of the weekend looking for others. We did not find any more, but did find a GPS tracker on my car. We also found that my basement door, which leads to the outside, had been tampered with. Additionally, my basement door leading into the house has a chain lock. Well, the bracket that is attached to the door frame had the screws clipped short and then pushed back into the frame so that it would hold, but with just a bit of pressure would not hold, making the chain lock useless. I documented and took pictures of it all. He continued to call and make threats all weekend. He said he went back to his hometown, but I do not think he did. I think he sat in his car watching my house all weekend. The following Monday, I filed a no contact order through the courts. That same day, he was arrested on his way back to his hometown on unrelated charges. I was granted the no contact order. He is still in jail. The last couple of months have been a struggle for me emotionally. I did not realize how much of a toll all this had taken on my mental health. I have been looking into therapy. It could not hurt at this point. My physical injuries have healed up with no permanent damage, just swelling and bruising. That is it. I have just been working on myself. He is still in jail and I am unsure when he will get out, but I will be notified when he is released. Thank you to everyone for all the advice. I really appreciate those who answered and gave advice. Miss Spider Monkey said, yeah, a protection order isn't even close to enough. Kish Bish said, and this is why, as avoidant as it sounds, I cut things off immediately the moment someone starts getting weird about doing things separately. In the first post, where she said she could not even go out with friends without receiving a string of insane texts, then drama when she gets home, that possessive, emotionally manipulative behavior always escalates. People like that make their insecurities your immediate problem. Run fast and run far the very first time you spot that behavior. I really hope OP is okay and is in therapy. What a nightmare. This next story was made in the AITA subreddit by a user named Velvet Chartreuse. The post is titled, I want to leave my wife after she gave birth to my child. My 34-year-old wife, who is 32, and I have been married for 7 years. After a miscarriage, she admitted to me that she had multiple affairs over the last 4 years of our marriage. Her last affair ended a year ago. She begged for us to go to therapy to work on our marriage, but I refused to go. During this time, I had moved out of the house. Occasionally, I would go back to take care of the house and animals, and she would constantly try to manipulate me into coming back. I had every intention of getting a divorce, but the process is slow. I hated the betrayal I felt, but I also missed my wife during the separation. One thing led to another, and we had sex, and she got pregnant again. Shortly after the news came, I had to leave for work about 12 hours away from her. She would call to give me updates about the pregnancy and talk about our marriage. We were separated for the majority of her pregnancy. I told her that I still wanted a divorce, but that I would consider reconciling after the baby was born. After several months away from her, I came to the realization that I could not trust her, nor could I forgive her for her infidelity. I feel like the last 7 years of my life have been a lie. While I was away from her, I met someone and a relationship blossomed between us. I truly feel like I love this woman. She has been made aware that I am still married and that I have a baby on the way. My wife is not aware of my new girlfriend. Fast forward to a month ago, I had to go home for the birth of our baby boy. My wife has been pressuring me to reconcile, but I told her that I plan to divorce her again. After the birth of our baby boy, she has been blaming me for ruining our family because I do not want to stay with her and try to fix our marriage. I want to have a co-parenting relationship with my wife, but she is acting very erratic while I am here for our son. Am I the asshole for wanting to leave my wife? Any advice on how to deal with this is appreciated. Edit, thank you all for the mixed reviews. It was expected. I will be talking with a lawyer and will update once I have a chance to talk to one. I appreciate the sound advice as well. Update. Thank you to everyone who did not think I was the asshole here. It has been a tough 2 years. Here is how it went down. I took a paternity test and my son is confirmed to be mine. I have filed for divorce, but the state in which I live is very conservative and has a waiting period before it can be finalized. The divorce was filed as uncontested, and I will be paying child support while also staying involved in his life. I am selling our house, and she is moving to a state nearby where my son will only be a couple of hours away. This option also makes her closer to family. Custody arrangements will be updated once she has moved. This has been emotionally hard because she has blamed me for ruining our chance as a family and our son's future. It feels manipulative since I no longer want to be with her, and I have taken care of her throughout our entire marriage. My wife still does not know about my girlfriend at the request of my girlfriend. As much as I want to integrate my girlfriend, this will take time to do, and I also feel that my wife does not have to know about her until everything has settled and the divorce is finalized. It has been difficult for me being away from my son, but I do get to see him every day. I was there for his birth and for 3 weeks afterward. I will be taking leave again to spend more time with my son, take care of the house, the divorce, and to help get her and my son moved. I am glad this marriage is ending, and while it is tough right now with my son, the mutual goal is to have a co-parenting relationship. Despite the things my wife has said and her desire to continue the marriage, I feel my son will be better off knowing what an actual loving relationship is. My girlfriend has been very supportive of me, and I am ready to move on with my life with her. Getting any help or legal advice in the state where we got married has been a nightmare and overall negative toward the choice I have already made. The marriage is over, but I will be in my son's life. I do not agree with the empty values there. Any advice on how to ensure a healthy co-parenting relationship without a lawyer is needed. Thank you all again. Update 2. My wife was served with divorce papers and hired a lawyer despite us agreeing on the 50-50 division of marital assets, child support, and limited alimony. She told me that because I was leaving her, she wanted to make sure things were done fairly. She advised me not to get my own lawyer since we had already agreed on the terms, but I got one to represent me anyway. I have recently seen my son again despite her efforts to keep me away from him. She has told me that she does not want to see me. After expressing how unfair that is, she agreed to coordinate with me so I could see him. I told her that I have been seeing someone and she said that she suspected it during our separation, but that it did not matter. She does not care that I love my new partner. She believes we can still recover the marriage even though I have moved on. I do not understand how she thinks this after her cheating throughout our marriage and me finding someone new. I told her I am upset that she cannot take accountability for the breakdown of the marriage, for hurting me and for hurting our son. I explained why it would not be a good idea to stay together if she truly believes I cheated on her. She is only concerned with herself and the life I provided to her instead of caring about our son. She destroyed the last 7 years of my life with her actions and distorted how I saw myself. I tried to get over her infidelity the first time, thinking it was a mistake and something we could work through. I am not willing to give her a third or fourth chance. I want resolution, but every time the issue comes up, she says something that feels manipulative. Mandarin Slices said, "That poor child." JT Blake in NYC said, "Why would he be stupid enough to have unprotected sex with someone who cheated on him repeatedly?" This final story was made in the same subreddit by a user named NoAd. The post is titled, "I reported a crying baby to HR. I am second guessing my decision to report this to HR. There is a person in my building who brings her infant to work with her, and the baby cries, screams, and fusses as babies do. She does not close her office door, but leaves it open like an echo chamber resounding through the halls. It is incredibly difficult to focus on anything at all with a crying baby in your ear. Closing my door helps a bit, but we have a culture of leaving doors open to signal that you are available for an impromptu meeting. I leave mine open about half of the time. Today I decided that something has got to give. I do not know her and we do not work in the same department. I work in an office with a lot of touchy personalities and egos, and I was not confident that I could simply ask her to close her door without setting off World War III, either with her individually or between our co-located departments. Instead, I sent a very nicely worded email to HR asking if someone could send her an anonymous request to please kindly keep her door closed while she has her baby with her. I assumed the woman has some kind of reasonable accommodation for having the baby at work, but now I am second guessing myself. What if she does not and is not supposed to have the baby with her? Did I just tell on her? I am feeling quite sheepish about it at the moment. Should I have tried to resolve this myself? HR has already responded with an emphatic good job in bringing this to HR, as this is a HR issue and not something to handle yourself, but I still feel like maybe I am the asshole here. Update. I really struggled with whether this was the right thing to do. I was thinking, what circumstances must a person be in that they think bringing their baby to work is the best option? I thought about coming back to HR to sort of cancel the complaint, but then she just kept bringing the crying baby in. It would be silent for a couple of hours and then it would go off for an hour or 10 minutes or 40. You just never knew how long it would last or how frequently. Every 2 minutes, every 15, even an hour would pass and then it would start up again. I noticed every time I walked past her office, she was engaged with the baby and not her work. I noticed she only comes in from about 9:30 in the morning to 2 in the afternoon and leaves for 1 to 2 hours in the middle of the day to walk the baby around outside. I noticed how shot my productivity is even with the door closed. I realized that I am getting paid to do a job out of taxpayers' money. We all are. And we are all underperforming because this one person is bringing their infant to work. HR took it very seriously, and even when I backpedaled, they said they are required to look into it when children are being brought to the campus. Today, they are nowhere to be heard. Her door is closed, and I got more done this morning than I had in 3 days last week on my project. I feel I did the right thing, and now that I have noticed her patterns, I think this person is unfairly taking advantage of their relatively unsupervised job in more ways than one. I will not be saying a thing about all that though. I am just glad the crying is gone. Glum Hamster said if she has permission to bring her child to work, she needs to close her door and get a sign that says she is available. There is no reason for her door to be open. Situation Sad said, my husband worked for a company that allowed occasional children on site if parents were in a genuine pinch. It was an open workspace, fully open with no walls. The waiting area could see the kitchen, which could see the desks, which could see the CEO sitting at their desk by the window. I left my baby with my husband a single time, sleeping in a pack and play, while I legitimately went 4 blocks away for a doctor's appointment. They hired a woman who brought her child on every single school holiday. They canceled the kid-friendly flex environment because she would derail the entire company in front of clients. This story was posted by a user named Status Silver in the AITA subreddit. The post is titled, I refuse to allow my stepdaughter to use one of my cars. I told her to get a job and buy one instead. My husband and I have a 5-year-old son together, and he has an 18-year-old daughter, Sally, from his previous marriage. Sally is an entitled, manipulative young lady who has spent her entire life milking the child of divorce card in order to make her parents feel bad for her and give her everything she wanted. As a result, she is now a lazy adult with poor grades in school, no perspective, no job, and no desire to get a job or do anything with her life. Although my husband and her biological mother are both responsible for how she turned out, instead of coming together and working towards helping her, they prefer to blame each other and do everything they can to undermine the other. For example, if my husband punishes Sally by not giving her spending money, her mother will immediately throw money at her. If her mother takes her car away as a punishment, my husband will immediately give her his car to use to go places. It's a very strange dynamic they have and very different from what he has with me. When I asked him why he is so different in terms of parenting my son with me versus Sally with her biological mother, he said I am his wife and a normal, sane woman who he can actually communicate with. Whatever, I feel like they are both wrong, but Sally is not my daughter, and I am happy I do not have to spend too much time with her. Now that summer break has started, Sally has the most important problem in the world. Her car broke down and she needs one to use this summer to go places, meet her friends, go to parties, and so on. Her mother is not willing to give her the car because she needs it to go to work, my husband needs his car to go to work, and neither of them is willing to buy her a new one. So Sally, the genius, found the perfect solution and asked me to give her one of my cars. To be clear, I have 2 cars, a big SUV that was given to me by my employer and a smaller one that I use when I go into town because it is easier to park. I refused and told her she could not use either of my cars. She insisted and said I do not need 2 cars at the same time, but she needs one to get around. I told her she was free to use public transportation or get a job and buy one herself. Now Sally is going around to my husband's relatives complaining that I am trying to exploit her and send her to work. I had a good laugh about this with my husband's sister, but my mother-in-law claims I could have just refused instead of telling her to get a job. I am a little confused about what is so bad about telling an adult to get a job. It is not like I sent a 12-year-old to work for her food or anything. Update. Thank you for all the feedback you provided on my previous post. I really appreciate that you spent your time giving me some ideas. The majority of you advised me to hide my car keys because Sally would most likely try to steal one of my cars when I'm not home. You are not far from the truth because she often does this with her mother's car, meaning she will take the car when her mom is not home without asking if she needs it later or asking for permission. So your advice makes a lot of sense. However, I refuse to do such a thing in my own home. I believe if I end up in a position where I have to hide my things in my own house, we will have a bigger problem that needs to be solved. Also, where does this stop? Today, I have to hide my car keys, later my money, later my purse. This is not the kind of life I want to have, and it never happened to me as a teenager or young adult. When I used to live with my parents, I knew where everything was. Car keys, money, documents, jewelry, and so on, and I never took anything without asking. So after reading the comments from Board360, Thank you, by the way, I had a good laugh. I decided to follow their advice, but in a less dramatic way. I sat my husband and his daughter down to have a chat. I made it clear in front of my husband that Sally insisted she use one of my cars and I do not agree with it. Then I told Sally that I know she sometimes takes her mother's car without asking and warned her not to dare do anything with my cars when I'm not home because if she does, I will call the police and report the car stolen. She was shocked and asked me if I would stoop so low as to report her for stealing just for a car that I do not use or need anyway. I told her it is not me who would stoop so low, but her, because taking something that does not belong to you, especially after being told no, is the clear definition of stealing. So yes, I would report it. I think for the first time in her life, she understood there will be consequences for her actions and she did not protest further. After this, I asked her to clarify in front of my husband how it is that me suggesting she get a job makes me a person who tries to exploit her based on what she told my mother-in-law and sister-in-law. My husband had no idea about it and he just exploded. After hearing what happened, he told her it is good that we hear what she talks about behind our backs, because he will give her even more reasons to complain. My husband told her she will not be seeing any money from him during this summer. Sally started crying and told him he cannot do this, but my husband told her he can and he will. His responsibility as her parent is to feed her, buy her clothes, and help her pay for school items, but that is it. She is an adult, and if she wants to party or see her friends, she should start paying for it herself since she never appreciated anything she was given. Apparently, this is the hill my husband is willing to die on, and he even told his ex-wife about his plans, making it clear that if she wants to support Sally's activities this summer, she will have to do it alone because he will not contribute to anything that is not a necessity. So yeah, this is where we are now. Sally stormed out of our house and, of course, went to her grandmother to complain, but I am waiting. If my mother-in-law opens any discussions about it with me, I will make it clear she is free to support Sally as much as she wants. We are not stopping her. Glittering Banana said, I hate when parents weaponize their kids. It never turns out well. To this comment, Marie O. Marlin said, maybe it is misplaced, but I feel bad for the stepdaughter. She is freshly 18 and is expected to act like an adult when her own parents went out of their way to never teach her how to be one. If she were 26, I would say sure, but she stopped being a child just a minute ago. What the hell was the expectation? They failed Sally, and now that is Sally's problem. The second post was made in the relationship advice subreddit by a user named Wild Salamander. The post is titled, I found my partner on Hinge. As the title says, we were walking and she was showing me something on her phone. In the most recent apps, I saw Hinge. I asked her about it and she said she had been using it to scroll through, like social media. She showed me the most recent messages and there was nothing there. She said she had not spoken to anyone on the app and had not met with anyone. She also said she had not changed her pictures. I left because I had to think about things. A few days later, we met and I asked to go through her Hinge. She said she had deleted the app and I asked her to re-download it. She did. She was doing something on the app in front of me, so I asked for the phone. She had uploaded new pictures because she looks good in them and there was nothing else on there. I asked what she was doing while I was waiting. She said she was looking at her profile, so I asked her again. She then said she had deleted messages. I asked why, and she said they were personal and from before we got together. She had also previously unmatched me, but not them. From all this, she is annoyed at me for being cold about the way I went about things and the fact that I breached her trust by going through her Hinge. I was ready to end things, but we had a holiday booked a few days later, so we went. Throughout the holiday, she showed me that she really cared about me, and it really messed my head up. I know it is over and I need to move on, but I just feel like I need to know if she has cheated on me or not. However, she gets defensive when I bring it up. I know I am being a complete idiot, but please give me your honest thoughts about the situation. Update. So I went to see her to have the talk. We started with some small talk and then she broke up with me. This honestly took me by surprise. She said she had thought about why she had been on Hinge and that she was just unsure about me. Even after a year of being exclusive, she is still unsure and is not sure if she will ever be sure. She also mentioned how upset she was that I broke her trust by going through her Hinge and that I never really trusted her. But ultimately, she said she broke it off because it is not fair to me. She still remains adamant that she did not cheat and that she has never lied to me, even though she deleted messages and changed her profile pictures despite my previous requests. She then started to talk about all the nice times we have had together and how I'm such a good guy. She cried a lot and then stayed at the door as I drove off. My question is, what the hell just happened? Once again, I feel like I am in the wrong. I think she may have a little cognitive dissonance with the Hinge thing and cannot admit to herself what she has done. I also question if she thinks that she has done anything wrong. The whole trust thing is utter nonsense. Looking back, I gave her the benefit of the doubt in situations where I probably should not have, but I trusted her. I know you guys were right and this needed to be over, but it sucks that she broke up with me. Obviously, I am very upset and miss her, but I think I miss the idea of her more than the real person. I understand it may take time, but I will get over this and be even stronger on the other side. It just really sucks at the moment, so any advice to help me get over this would be appreciated. I have a lot to process and think about, but if you want another post about relationships, just let me know. I am finding it pretty cathartic to write it down. For your information, the holiday mentioned in my previous post was for a marathon, which is why I felt like I had to go even though it really confused things for me. Baltonerdis said, I once had a boss fire me from a job and then try to convince me he was doing the right thing for me and that I would be much better off without the job. Same vibes here. To this user, Brilliant Noise said, I had a similar incident. He was basically saying I was not right for this line of work. It pissed me off to no end at the time. Many years later, he was right. Do not get me wrong, he was a terrible boss running a terrible company. Part of the evidence is that he hired me, someone who had no business developing in a programming language we both knew, but I did not know. But I was also a terrible developer. I am much happier now. This final story was made in the Off My Chest subreddit by a user named No Dinner Invite. The post is titled, I keep meeting my birth mom, but she doesn't know it's me. She had me when she was 14. I am a 24-year-old man who was given up for adoption. My parents told me about her while I was growing up. I still have the letter she wrote me in which she asked if they could give it to me if they wanted. It is crazy reading it sometimes and knowing it was written by a literal child who said she was sorry she could not be my mommy but hoped I would be happy. She was open to having contact, but we moved from my dad's job when I was 11 and then it seemed impossible to find her, but luckily I did. She is working at this small restaurant and I keep going, but she does not know it is me. We talk sometimes and she seems like a nice lady. Sometimes when she says something like, do you want a refill, honey, or uses another term like that, I want to tell her. I do not know why it makes me nervous. We talk sometimes and she seems really genuine. If it is not very busy, she is more open to talking about random stuff. I literally drive 2 hours to come eat at this place just to see her. It is like she knows me already because I've been there once or twice a week for the past 3 months. So she always says hi with a big smile, but man, if only she knew. Update. Well, I did it. I told her, and yeah, it was pretty heavy. My heart was even beating fast. I kept trying to think about how to tell her. Many of the comments on my last post here mentioned writing her a letter, just like she wrote a letter for me. Originally, that was the plan, but for me, it felt like I needed to say it. Oh, really quick, I want to say thanks to everyone for their love and support, mostly to all the birth parents out there who shared their stories with me. That really helped push me to have the courage to confront her. It meant so much, so thanks. Everything happened the day before yesterday, by the way. I did wait for her to be done with her shift, and that was when they were closing the restaurant already. I waited in the parking lot. We said hi when she saw me first, but then I told her there was something serious she needed to know. First, I told her sorry for keeping it from her this long. She didn't react until I actually pulled out her letter. Then she started bawling, like screaming and crying at the same time, and I didn't even have to finish the whole "I'm your son" speech. She just saw it and knew. It was crazy. The next thing I knew, she was hugging me instantly, but then she pulled back and asked if it was okay to hug me. Of course it was, and we just stayed there hugging and crying in the parking lot. It hit her hard though. Her legs gave out for a second, so I had to actually hold her up while she was still hugging me for a minute. What really got me was her saying to me, "Look how big you got." Also, hearing her cry made me cry too. She went back to open the restaurant. We had coffee, ate a slice of their pie inside, and talked. So many things we talked about. She told me the second time I came to the restaurant, she got a feeling, but for her, it was hard to believe it was me. So that feeling she had was pushed way down. She told me that for years after I was adopted, she saw kids my age and used to think they were me. Then she would be crying in public. It messed with her mind a lot and made her depressed, so she didn't want to do the same when she saw me, getting her hopes up like that. She says I look so much like my biological dad when he was younger though. We talked about him too. They stayed in contact with each other in case I ever reached out to one of them, so it would be easier to contact the other. I didn't have hope about finding my biological dad since he was never mentioned, so I'm glad they both planned for this future scenario. She told me about how they wanted to keep me, especially my biological dad. He didn't want me to be adopted, but he knew they had to because they were just kids. It took him a long time to get past it after I was born, she told me. That's why he didn't leave anything, because he didn't want to believe he might not see me again. We talked for hours until almost 2 in the morning. She just wanted to know everything about me, but her main thing was, am I happy? Were my parents good to me? Did I have a happy childhood? And I did. I told her thank you for helping to give me this life. We both cried again. She cried the most. Everything was very emotional for her. Sometimes she would look really happy, but then get sad again. After my 18th birthday, she was hoping I would find her. That's why she stayed in the same city, but since I didn't, she always thought maybe I resented her, wasn't told I'm adopted, or maybe had decided it was better not to have her around. It made me feel bad for not telling her sooner. She told me it is not my fault, and I did right going at my own pace. Honestly, she's so sweet. The way she kept looking at me with the biggest smile made me emotional sometimes. It makes you think, how can someone who's been a total stranger your whole life look at you with so much love? It's wild. We learned so much about each other. She asked me if we could have dinner soon to keep talking, and if at some point in the future, if I'm interested, I can come over to her house to meet her husband. That all sounded really great. We exchanged numbers. After I left, she sent a text thanking me for giving her this gift that she didn't know if it would ever come. My girlfriend came over and she hugged me while I cried. I wasn't sad, by the way, these were happy tears. Everything went better than I expected. There was still emotionally heavy stuff, but I'm still glad that we got to open up to each other. Update 2. Lots of you asked me to let you know how it went meeting my biological dad, and to say it was emotional is an understatement. I have been feeling so many things since this all happened. We met a few days ago. It was originally supposed to be almost 2 weeks ago, but things kept coming up. Work, and then I got sick for days, but we made it happen. To be honest, this was more nerve-wracking for me because I did not know anything about him. With my biological mom, it was different because I watched her from afar and got to know her a little before it happened. I asked my biological mom if she could be there too, just because she knows him better. So it was the two of us waiting for him at this park. He was already crying before we even got to him. This guy is strong too, so he pulled me in for the biggest bear hug, crying. He told me he wants me to know that they love me so much and that he loves me. I lost count of how many times he came back for one more hug. This definitely got to him. He kept saying, "Thank you, God," a few times while looking at my face. The feelings, man, the feelings. We had so many of them. Hearing him tell me how much they loved me even back then meant so much to me, and not going to lie, that had me holding him tight too. I am sure to everyone at the park it was weird seeing 3 crying people. My biological dad said he cried so many times just driving over here that he did not think he had any more tears left until he saw us. When we were all sitting down, it hit me that my biological mom was not lying when she said we look alike. Obviously, he is older, but still, holy shit, the similarities. He brought gifts too, which was a surprise. It was really nice. He told me I do not have to keep them if I do not want to, but he felt weird coming empty-handed, and he has wanted to give this to me for a long time. One was a teddy bear holding a picture frame of him at the hospital holding me. The other was a journal. The journal was stuff he said he started writing to me years after I was adopted. He was in therapy and that helped him cope. thinking he would give them to me one day. It was his way of still feeling connected to me. I have not read everything yet, but some of the pages were his thoughts, as if he was talking to me, how he felt when they found out she was pregnant, then the adoption, everything going on in his mind when he first got to hold me as a baby. I did not even know he was at the hospital too. It was not what I was expecting. It really got me. I read some more of what he wrote last night, and that really got me crying. I am sad to think about how much this affected them emotionally for years. I also think it is pretty sweet he wanted to write this for me. We talked about his own life, which was pretty hard, his struggles with home life, and the feelings he had about giving me up. Then he wanted to know everything about me, basically the same questions my biological mom had. I made sure they knew they made the right decision because my life was pretty great. He looked like he wanted to cry when he heard that because that is all they hoped for, and it was something he always wondered about for years. My biological mom left a bit after we got more comfortable so we could talk more in private once it did not feel too awkward between us. From there, he told me stories about how he met my biological mom. Sometimes he would point out stuff he noticed about me that reminds him of her or similarities between me and him, like having similar likes. For example, I love eating mangoes. I can eat them all day, and that is what I bought when we bought snacks at the park. He told me my biological mom was obsessed with mangoes even before she got pregnant, and while pregnant, she craved them even more. Just cool info to know, even if it is random stuff. It is still stuff we have in common, and we both have lots. We both like hiking and playing pool. He was a swimmer in college, and I was on a swim team in high school. We both love rock music, especially 90s rock. My biological dad was really open about sharing everything. Like, he was really preparing for this meeting, he hoped it would happen, and he prayed every day to see me again because he had so many things he wanted to tell me. Overall, really good first meeting. I am glad how it went. He is open to the idea of meeting my parents after I tell them about all this because they definitely want to meet my biological parents again if I'm comfortable with that. Obviously, if my biological parents are too. Let's see when that happens. I do not know how it is going to feel for me. They have met each other before I was even born, but I have never had them at the same place, so that will be interesting. My parents and I met up yesterday to have breakfast so I could tell them everything. My mom was so happy about how it went. She actually cried too when I was telling them about both their reactions. My dad was proud because he knew how hard it was the months after finding my biological mom and not really wanting to make contact yet. I am really happy to have their support because it is hard not to feel guilty about wanting to know more about my biological parents. They gave me a really good life, so for a while it felt like maybe to them I was showing them that it was not good enough for me and that I would rather have my biological parents. But they told me many times they want me to do this for me and they know how much I love them, and I really do. Finding them and meeting them was hard, but it was so worth it to me, and seeing their reactions made it feel even more worth it. I still cannot believe it sometimes. I am just realizing this has turned into a long post. My bad. Writing this has been therapeutic, to be honest, kind of thinking back to everything that has happened, feeling really grateful. Again, I want to say thank you to everyone who has been on this journey with me, everyone who sent me their own stories, their love, their encouragement. You guys have beautiful hearts, and I am happy I had somewhere to talk about all this and receive so much love back. Just want to say to all the adopted kids out there, I wish you luck and that you find what you are looking for. It is not easy at all. I feel fortunate that things did not go badly and that my biological parents are not bad people. And to all the birth parents out there who made this sacrifice, thank you. It is because of you there are kids out there like me who got to have a great life with loving parents. Angel Irene said, I'm just realizing this turned into a long post. No, honey, keep going. I want daily updates. I want novella-length special events. I want a movie version. Can I subscribe to this newsletter? I am really happy for OP. This was sickeningly sweet in the best way. Turuyal said, after reading so many horror stories about kids who finally reconnected with their biological parents, I have always held a special place in my heart for this one. The way that OP slowly worked his way to telling his mom, or the way his dad never stopped thinking of him. My biological dad ran off when I was proven to be his. After all, it is not every day you find yourself fortunate enough to be blessed with two entirely separate sets of incredible parents. This story was posted by a user named LadderDirt in the AITA subreddit. The post is titled, "I'm getting suspicious of my BF's perfect gift. I love Gundam. It is an anime, manga, and game series for people who do not know, and I collect models of the various mechs from the series. One day while I was at work, I was talking to a guy on a Reddit post who was selling his Gundam Wing Snow White Prelude model kit. I had been looking for one for a while, and these kits usually go for around $500 to $600. I offered him a trade, but he ultimately declined, and I cannot reasonably afford to buy it for myself with my current income. Fast forward just 2 days later, when I got home from work, I saw that exact model kit sitting on my boyfriend's bed and mine. I was ecstatic, literally giddy with joy. I hugged and kissed my boyfriend, thanking him, but a few minutes later, I realized I had never told him anything about this model, nor had I told pretty much anyone outside of Reddit. So when I asked him how he knew I wanted it so badly, he just shrugged and said it was because he loves me. For some reason, that answer did not sit right with me. After trying to pry an answer from him, I started accusing him of spying on me or maybe going through my phone when I was not looking. We so rarely argue, but this became pretty heated and escalated more than I anticipated. I got angry and brought up our age difference, calling him a creepy old man who spies on me. I really regret doing that. I know he feels self-conscious about it because my parents once ridiculed him for it, and it has always been a worry for him that people will judge us. For reference, I am 22 years old and he is 32. He was pretty hurt by my words and stopped arguing. He left for a little while before coming back and apologizing, saying he let the argument get out of hand. I knew I hurt him, so I apologized for using something he is insecure about. He slept on the couch that night even though I asked him to come to bed and I told him I would drop the issue. It has been 3 days now, and he is still acting kind of distant. To be honest, it still bothers me how he knew I wanted that model kit when I never told him about it. I just wish he would tell me how he knew. I do not want to seem ungrateful for his gift, but it is too late now. Update. I wanted to make this post even though the first one did not get much attention. I feel like I owe it to my boyfriend and the people who commented on the last one. I would like to show some humility before I abandon this burner account. I was definitely the bad person when it came to that situation. I took some time to think about it all, and the comments on the original post helped me reflect on my actions. I was being an insecure, immature, and controlling brat. I took what was supposed to be a loving and tender moment and trampled all over it because of my irrational insecurities. Not only that, I hurt my boyfriend in a terrible way, exploiting his insecurities and making him feel like a creep, when I should have been accepting his loving offer that he worked so hard for. I know I have a control issue where I feel as if people want to control and dictate everything I do. For the first time, I really let it out on someone I love. He did not deserve that. He has always been very supportive of me, always been on my side, and never tried to control me. I broke down when I got home from work yesterday. I apologized to him and told him it did not matter how he found out about the Gundam model I wanted. I told him I was being irrational, stupid, and insecure. I begged him to forgive my stupidity, and I promised to work on my insecurities so this does not happen again. He gave me a giant hug and held me for a few minutes, saying he was sorry for being distant and not telling me how he knew about that specific model. I told him I really do not care how he knew, and I really do not want to know. I told him to return the gift because I did not deserve it, but being the good man he is, he smiled and refused. He brought it back out and we put the model together as a couple. I am lucky to have him. He is the best thing to happen to me, and this experience taught me a good lesson not to take him for granted. We are on good terms again, maybe even better than before. I know not many will care about this, but I did not want to leave it open and cold. I want to thank the commenters on the original post. You were part of the reason I realized my stupidity. I will work on myself so I can be the best partner for my boyfriend. I want to make him as happy as he makes me. Thanks for reading. Ankit said, all this post taught me is why a 32-year-old should not date a 22-year-old. Enigmatic Boom said, yes, he is totally not stalking and keeping tabs on the girl he started dating at 18 when he was almost 30. Why would that ever be a thought in anyone's mind? To this user, Relentless Dandelion said, I really think her instincts were most likely accurate, and I hate that she was made to feel like she was unreasonable for being suspicious. This next post was made in the TIFU subreddit by a user named Craig J. Smith himself. The post is titled, "I took Viagra daily for nearly a year. For a while now, I have been feeling flushed in the face with a ruddy complexion. My face has felt hot and prickly, and I have had a very stuffy nose as if I am allergic to something. Let us flash back to last April. In April last year, I was prescribed fluoxetine due to an ongoing mental health situation, and it seemed to work for me. My mood was elevated, my temper suppressed, and everything seemed to be going fine until I began a new relationship and everything seemed very good. The connection was immaculate, the vibes were good, and the petting was intense. However, I began to notice that things were not biologically rising in the way that they should. I initially chalked it up to being in my late 30s and that these things might take some time. However, this problem persisted, and in July last year, I spoke with my general practitioner who provided me with a prescription for sildenafil, 100 milligrams of which I should take. I proceeded to take the little blue circular 100 milligram tablet every morning alongside my vitamins and normal pills of the day. Things were never better. My sex life was enviable, I began to feel energy like I had not felt since my teens, and my general motivation and drive seemed at an all-time high. Until the 3rd or 4th week, that is. A colleague said to me, "Hey, looks like you have been laid out in the sun too long." "Do not think so," I responded, hurrying off to consult a mirror to see that my visage was bright and blotchy red. I chalked it up to sunburn or an allergic reaction for nearly a whole year. I tried different creams, lotions, and antihistamines to try to quell the redness, all the while experiencing tremendous tumescence. I finally booked an appointment with a different general practitioner, hoping to see a dermatologist to curb the red-faced woes. "You have been collecting a prescription for sildenafil every month for a year," he said upon looking at my file. "Yeah?" I questioned. "You must have a big backstock by now," the doctor said. "Are you flirting with me, doctor?" I replied. "Surely you are not in need of them every day," the doctor responded. And then it all became clear. These are not daily medications at all. They are to be used as and when required. For those who do not know, sildenafil, Viagra, causes one's blood vessels to open more readily, causing more plentiful erections, but also flushing, sinus stuffiness, higher heart rate, and a multitude of other symptoms which could be attributed to other things. Edit. Thank you to those who pointed out that I misspelled sildenafil. I clearly did not even read the packet enough to get the word correct. Thank you to those who thought this could be AI-generated nonsense. I assure you it is not. Lastly, and finally, thank you to those who called me an idiot. I could not agree more. But this is a learning experience, and I now know to always read the label of things that I am prescribed. Lupin Edelweiss said, "I do not even know what to say. This is so idiotic that it must be true." Dr. Alafi said, "I am not a doctor, but starting you off on 100 milligrams seems, well, frankly, wildly excessive." This last story was made in the AIO subreddit by a user named Crochet19. The post is titled, "My husband refuses to change our baby's diapers. My husband, who is 23 years old, and I, who am 22 years old, have a beautiful 8-week-old daughter. He seemed somewhat excited to be a dad throughout my pregnancy, but I feel like maybe he was not as excited as I thought or hoped. We had a miscarriage in November of 2023, and he seemed more excited during that pregnancy than he did this time. Throughout the pregnancy, he would say he was excited, but that he did not want to change diapers because it is gross. I had a talk with him about how I understand why it can be intimidating because he is a man and she is a baby girl, and she has different parts than he does, and it can feel intimidating to clean those parts correctly because he has never changed a diaper before. I reassured him that I would be here to help and show him what to do. He even practiced putting a diaper on a stuffed teddy bear before I had the baby. I thought he would get over it after I had the baby, but he did not. He refuses to even be in the room while I change her. Every time I bring it up and ask, "So when do you want to start changing her diaper?" he just says, "We are doing this again," with a tired or annoyed tone. I do not regret having my baby. I have always wanted a baby and was definitely ready, but I feel like he was not ready. Am I overreacting? How can I talk with him about this? Edit to add, I asked him what is so gross about changing diapers, and he said everything, the different parts, and then kind of trailed off like there was more to that sentence than what was said. He said that she is never away from me, so why should he have to do it? He said, why would I take her from you to change her and then bring her back when you could just do it? I said, because you are her dad. What if something happened to me? Or what if I had to leave her with you for an hour or two? He said that at that point he would look it up on YouTube and would not leave her sitting in a soiled diaper. Update. So I read all 416 comments on the previous post. You all collectively agreed that I was not overreacting, that my husband is a terrible father and husband, that I married a loser, and that I should leave if he does not change his ways. After he got home from work last night, the baby needed to be changed, so I asked him to come into the other room and simply observe while I changed the diaper, and he agreed. I said he could observe a few diaper changes, and then when it was just a plain pee diaper, I would let him know that it was his turn. He once again argued about not wanting to change diapers. I told him that he will eventually have to accept it because he is a parent now, and if he did not want to be a parent, he should not have agreed to become one. He said he did not want to be a dad as much as I wanted him to be, and that he only got me pregnant because I wanted to be a mom so badly. I reminded him that he was the one who started the conversation about kids several years ago when he said he would not mind having a kid. He said, yeah, I would not mind, and then I cut him off and said, but you only want the fun parts and not any of the gross, non-fun parts. I told him that I am on the verge of being burnt out and that I feel like a married single mom. He said I was bashing him, and I said I was not bashing him, just pointing out the obvious. Then I left the room because the baby was crying to be fed. He joined me in the other room a few minutes later to apologize and restated that he just does not want to change diapers. I asked him what the issue is with changing diapers, and he said he feels like a man should not change a little girl's diapers. He is afraid people will see him as a pedophile. I told him that nobody will see him as a pedophile because that is his child. It would be different if he volunteered to change a little girl who was not his child. I told him that he should start sooner rather than later because the diapers will not get any easier, they will only get nastier. In the end, he agreed to observe a few diaper changes to learn what to do, then start with pee diapers and maybe eventually change poopy diapers. He seems to have a serious issue with the poop part, but I told him we could get some rubber gloves and masks and put peppermint oil on the mask so he will not have to smell it. One of you recommended the peppermint oil on the mask. Good idea, by the way. I will be asking him to join me for every diaper change between the time he gets home from work and the time we go to bed. Since I am a stay-at-home mom and he works, I will not ask him to get up during the night unless he just wants to. I know some or most of you will probably not like that, but for now, that is what we will do until he gets comfortable with daytime diaper changes. In a few days, on a night when he does not have to work the next day, I will ask him to get up and join us for the midnight diaper changes. I hope he will change and become a more active parent in our baby's life. To all of you who said I should leave because being a single mom is better than being a married single mom, I would rather be a married single mom who does not have to leave my baby with a stranger and go to work. At least this way he goes to work and makes money and I get to stay home with my baby. I will keep pushing him and working on him to make him a more active parent. I know we are too young to be having children, but I felt like I was more than ready. My oldest sister has special needs to the highest degree and has to wear diapers. So all my life I have been changing diapers. I have helped several family members with their babies from newborn to age 2 or 3, so I have helped raise several babies, around 6 babies. I knew being a mom was all I ever wanted. I was just waiting for him to be ready and I thought he was, but I guess not. Thank you for reading this update and the original post. I appreciate all advice and help. I apologize for my difficult life. Update 2. So it has been about a month. I have talked it over with him again and again. We have argued about it a few times, the most recent argument being a few days ago. He has watched me change a handful of diapers and I kept reminding him that he needs to do it and that he can start with pee diapers and eventually work his way up to the gross poopy diapers. I started small. When I would change her, I would get her all cleaned up, and when the only step left was putting on a clean diaper, I would bring her to him with no diaper on, lay her on our bed, hand him the clean diaper and say, "Here, do it." Of course, he complained, but I made him do it. After a few times of that, I brought it up again. That was when we had the most recent argument. We argued for a few minutes. He gave the same excuses about how it is gross and that he does not want to do it, and I reminded him that being an adult and especially a parent means doing things you do not want to do sometimes. He feels like just because he goes to work, he is exempt from housework and taking care of our baby. I reminded him that I cannot do 100% of the baby care and 100% of the housework. If he expects me to do 100% of the housework, then we will be a team and he will help with baby care. If he refuses to help with the baby, then he needs to help with the housework. The argument did not end well, and I gave him the cold shoulder and some attitude for a few days. I also completely stopped doing housework. Laundry was piling up, the sink was full of dirty dishes, the house was a wreck. It was bothering me because I hate for it to look like that, but I knew I had to stand my ground. For a few days, I did nothing but baby care. Then yesterday, he did a few loads of laundry because we barely had anything clean left. He finished eating his dinner before me. I asked him to take her so I could finish eating. He agreed and took her out of the room. A few minutes later, he poked his head in the room, holding a diaper, and asked, "Is this the right diaper?" There were 2 different brands on the changing table, and we had to size up recently because our little lady is a chonk, so I guess he got confused. I said yes and immediately followed him into the other room to observe the diaper change and give direction if needed. He did a decent job on his own without my help. I was pleasantly surprised that he did it without me asking or arguing. I started to say thank you, but decided against it, because it is not like he is doing me a favor. He is doing what a dad is supposed to do. So instead, I gave him a fist bump and said, "Good job." I asked him what made him decide to do it after all this time, and he said he was tired of me being on his case about it all the time, so I guess I will stay on his case about it and make sure he continues on his path of improvement. Thank you all for the advice and help you have given. I am slightly happy with this recent improvement, but wish it had come along a lot sooner. Turuil said, "For the record, I am one of the commenters saying that this is not a win. I will also go out on a limb and say no, it is not what it seems either. I understand she is exhausted and desperate, but for goodness sake, these people have a daughter together. This dynamic will impact her future relationships." Don't 139 said, "The bar is in hell. He tells her he had a baby to shut her up, that he will not do things to prevent a divorce or anything. He does not see it as having to do anything and thinks he should not have to do anything if she is physically able to do it herself. And she stays." This story was posted by a user named Loki's Baby Girl in the AITA subreddit. The post is titled, "I ghosted a guy because he insisted on going for drinks on our first date. I am a 20-year-old woman and had been talking to this guy who is 22 years old for about a month. We knew each other from school, he was a senior, and we reconnected recently. The conversations were fun and flirty, and I was open to meeting him in person to see where things might go. When we started planning a first date, he kept suggesting that we go to a bar and get drinks. I personally did not feel very comfortable drinking with someone I had not met properly yet, especially on a first date. I live in India where that kind of setting, especially as a woman, can feel a little unsafe or just not ideal unless I already know or trust the person. So I subtly tried to suggest alternatives like coffee or lunch, hoping he would take the hint, but every time he pushed for drinks again. It was not aggressive or anything, but it felt dismissive of my comfort. After a few back and forths like this, I ended up just losing interest and stopped replying. Now I'm wondering, was that unfair of me? Should I have been more direct instead of ghosting him? Or was I right to just step away if I was not feeling respected or was unsure? Edit, I guess ghosting was not the ideal word to use. I made up an excuse as to why I could not meet him, a family commitment, because he just would not budge on the drinks idea. Update. I did not expect my original post to get so much attention. This is my first time making an update post, but thank you to everyone who shared their perspectives, especially those who took the time to understand the cultural and safety context of dating in India. I thought I would give a small update since many of you suggested being direct rather than ghosting, just to see how he reacts and confirm my instincts. To clarify, I had actually canceled our earlier plan by giving the excuse of family commitments because I was already feeling uneasy about the drinks thing, not just straight up stopped replying as some comments thought. But after reading the responses here, I decided to be more honest, for closure if nothing else. So when he called, I said something like, "We can try to meet next weekend if you're still up for it, but I would really prefer not to go for drinks." I even suggested some of my favorite coffee spots. His response: first, he said he usually goes to the gym or works during the day, so he was hoping to meet a little later, which is understandable since he does freelance work. Then he followed it up with, "But I bet you would be very fun drunk." Yes, that creeped me out more than I expected. Not only did it dismiss what I just said again, but it also gave off the exact vibe I was trying to avoid. Like the main appeal of the date was how I would behave after drinking. I ended up giving vague answers to his follow-ups and have not taken the conversation further. At this point, I am pretty sure I am not going to. Griffin EJ said, "But I bet you would be very fun drunk." And I would bet he would not be a safe person to be around when drunk. Milk Dimension said, "It is sad to see so many people try to get women to ignore their own safety to make sure strange men do not get their feelings hurt. This could have turned out so badly for OP." To this Witch of the Words said, "These are the same men who get mad when they want to buy you a drink and you pick something non-alcoholic. They knew what their agenda was." This next post was made by a user named Jade Willow in the relationship advice subreddit. The post is titled, "How can I deal with the fact that my boyfriend dreads the idea of getting married? My boyfriend, who is 26 years old, and I, who am 24, have been together for 5 years, and he is being strange about marriage. We have talked extensively about having children in the future, buying a house together, and have even discussed how we want to handle finances after getting married. I thought we were ready to move forward in our relationship, but he told me months ago that he will not propose until he has $10,000 saved. I did not agree with that number, but he would not budge. The discussion about marriage came up a few weeks ago, and he caught me off guard. I showed him a video of someone talking about elopement because I know a big wedding would be overwhelming for him, and he lashed out. He told me that he would dread whatever we do to get married because he hates having attention on him. This honestly upset me a bit, but I tried to let it go and move on. I am not someone who needs a huge wedding, but I have always looked forward to celebrating the love I have with someone, and it was a bummer to hear that he did not feel the same way. I tried talking to him about it again, but he had genuine anger about the topic. I dug deeper and tried asking if he had talked to his therapist about why he was so upset about it, and it was revealed that he ghosted his therapist 6 months ago. Obviously, I was not thrilled about this fact. He eventually opened up and said that he does not have an emotional attachment to getting married and that he is upset that it is not exciting like most people tell him it should be. The number he gave me was just a goal because he does not have emotions telling him that it is time. I once again tried to let it go until he had a chance to talk to a therapist about it. His parents brought up us getting married this past weekend, and he told them that he was not looking forward to a wedding. To try and make myself feel a bit better, I said something along the lines of, "At least you will enjoy asking me," to which he replied, "That is not the word I would use." I genuinely do not know if I am crazy for wanting to stay with him and work this out. He made an appointment with his therapist to talk about this, but he is saying that he does not feel ready and cannot name a single reason as to why he is not ready. He has had a ring given to him by his family for around 3 years now, but has not made much progress on a proposal plan from what he has told me. I am not upset that he has not proposed yet, but I am incredibly upset at his behavior toward marrying me. I have had to make sacrifices in this relationship, but I was not expecting to have to reduce my expectations to near zero regarding getting married. All I want is a chance to marry someone I love, wear a pretty dress, and have good photos that I can appreciate later down the line. It does not feel like I am asking too much, but I have been wrong before. Update. Hey, I made a post about a week or so ago explaining that my boyfriend was suddenly acting really weird and angry about the idea of a wedding. It took him some time to think about it, but he sat me down the same night that I made the initial post and read me a letter he had been working on for about a week. He explained it was the second draft and not very polished, but when he started reading it, I felt the blood drain from my face. It was over 2,000 words about how I am depressed, and here are all of the ways it affected him. He acknowledged it was the worst depressive episode he has ever seen me in, and instead of trying to get me help, he compared my negativity to his ex-girlfriend. He said so many hurtful things and later admitted that he never considered how the letter would affect me. I asked for a copy of the letter to go over in my own time, and as I read it on my own, I realized that there was no saving the relationship. I will never stay with someone who would spend a significant amount of time writing something so hurtful and then say it to my face. The idea of having children with someone who does not understand how damaging and hurtful their words are is a deal breaker. The crazy thing is, this man also has depression, and I have helped him through numerous depressive episodes without raising an eyebrow. I have been there when he could not get out of bed for days. I was there when he could not feed himself, and I supported him the best I could. And in return, I get a terrible letter telling me how I am not good enough because my depression makes him feel yucky. We have been living together for years and signed a year-long lease about 2 months ago. The only way to break said lease is to pay 50% of the remaining 10 months rent. I am not rolling in money, so that is not an option. They also do not allow for lease takeovers, and subletting is only allowed with special permission, but they are taking their sweet time getting back to us. Our current plan is for him to move in with his parents and pay rent so that we do not have to be around each other constantly. It is not a messy breakup, but things are still raw and it is hard not to slip back into the routine. It is hard going through a breakup when you still sleep right next to the person every night. I deserve someone who wants to give me more than the bare minimum. I knew I deserved more, but I so desperately wanted this to be the man I spent my life with. I am not okay yet, but I know this is the right direction. Sneaky Pineapple said, I am curious as to how she fell in love with him in the first place. There is not a single redeeming quality nor any whisper of compatibility from those posts. I know depression and trauma bonding are one hell of a trip, but damn, I am so glad she is out, but she needs a lot of therapy to put her needs into consideration. She is not even first at this point. Son of Grebo said he did not want sex. He did not want to give her any particle of his attention unless it was absolutely unavoidable. What did he want? Yeah, go back home to mama, and I hope your mama tells you to go be an adult like everybody else. This final post was made in the AITA by a user named Roundchoice. The post is titled, I refuse to let my friend crash at my place after he roasted my apartment in front of everyone. Alright, this might sound petty, but I feel like I was justified. I am a 26-year-old man and have a small one-bedroom apartment. It is not fancy, but it is clean, it is mine, and I worked my ass off to afford it. Like IKEA everything, but I have a gaming setup I love and a little fake plant that is absolutely thriving. Last weekend, I had a few friends over for pizza and chill. Nothing wild. My friend Kyle, who is 27 years old and has been kind of couch surfing lately, shows up and immediately starts roasting my place. Like, he walks in and goes, "Damn, bro, is this a studio or a jail cell?" Everyone laughs. I brush it off. Then he goes, "Yo, where's your dining table? You just eat off your lap like a raccoon?" Again, laughs. I joke back like, "Better than eating off someone else's couch, man," and everyone laughs again, but he does not stop. He jokes about my sad little gamer chair, my bare fridge, and even says my bathroom looks like it has been through something traumatic. It was funny for like 5 seconds. Then it got annoying. Then it got rude. Fast forward to this week, he texts me saying he got kicked out of the place he was staying and asks if he can crash on my couch for a few nights. I literally responded, "I thought my apartment was too sad for you, man." Now he is calling me petty. A few mutual friends said I should have let it slide because he is going through a lot. I feel for him, but like, why would I let someone stay in a place they just spent an hour clowning? So yeah, am I the asshole for not letting my buddy crash at my place after he roasted it in front of everyone? Update. I appreciate all the comments. Honestly, I did not expect this to blow up a little. So, mini update, Kyle saw the post. Yes, a mutual friend sent it to him. Apparently, the phrase "sad little gamer chair" really tipped him off. He texted me something like, "LMAO, real mature bro, air out your feelings on Reddit," and then left the group chat we are in. So, that is fun. One of the same friends who said I was being petty later texted me and said, "Okay, yeah, Kyle was out of line." Apparently, Kyle has been doing this kind of stuff to other people too, cracking jokes that go too far and acting like it is always just a bit, which, yes, exactly. Bonus update, I picked up a folding table from this local guy who had 5 in his basement for some reason. It is ugly, but it does the job. If someone makes another raccoon comment, I am flipping it dramatically. So yes, I am still chilling in my apartment, still have my IKEA shelves and my $9 fake plant that is somehow the healthiest thing in my life right now. Kyle is not staying here, but I hope he figures his stuff out, just not on my couch. Thanks again, Reddit. Y'all cracked me up and also made me feel way less crazy. IVH said, the arrogance to roast OP's place and then ask if he could stay in his apartment, laughing my ass off. The audacity some people have is astounding. Base Hit to Left said, dude was jealous of people who had a place, lashes out like a 12-year-old, explains why he's couch surfing. This story was posted by a user named Outspoken Person in the Relationship Advice subreddit. The post is titled, Boyfriend and I are at an impasse over numbers, not those numbers. Together for 18 months, not living together, ages are a little loose for usual reasons. We bonded over the love of a very difficult sport. He introduced me to the sport, the community, and opened a lot of doors for me. The first 9 months to a year was fabulous. We worked so hard to level up. So many great days, weeks, and weekends. So much mutual support and joy. So, what is the problem? He's always disappointed by his competition results despite a lot of hard work and money invested, and he gets super grumpy. He's disappointed even when he actually did quite well. He always beats me, but I'm closing ground. If I try to talk at all about the results, rankings, or numbers to gain insight and help us train smarter, he gets annoyed and says I'm violating his boundary of not discussing numbers. But that means I also can't talk about my own results, my own wins, or my own progress without running the risk of violating his boundary. I feel like I'm seeing sides of him now that I really don't like. He is insecure and unpredictable. He's blown up a few times at me, but later he doesn't even seem to remember, so trying to talk through them doesn't happen. He likes to remind me that he is the member at the expensive clubs and low-key threatens to exclude me when he's mad at me about something. I've put in a lot of work to build our social circle and community, and this is both scary and appalling to me, that he can so easily exclude me from the clubs where social events happen. A few months ago, I placed highly in my division in a really big competition, my first big award. He missed the award ceremony to go hang out with a friend. He acted like my disappointment in him not being there to celebrate with me was unreasonable. He's currently stonewalling me. Yesterday, he brought up his disappointing performance at a recent event. I made the mistake of looking up a number in the posted results and shared it with him. He got irritated and said he was tired of telling me to stop talking about the numbers and that he had a decision to make. He didn't care that he was the one who brought it up. He hung up on me. I sent a short apology text, no response of any kind. That was 24 hours ago. He usually reappears after a few days and pretends like nothing happened. I don't think he's upset that I'm improving much faster than he is. I think he's grappling with his own disappointment and feeling like he might not be able to do as well as he wants, no matter how hard he works. He's someone who has been good at almost everything he's ever done. I've tried pep talks, offered to help in any way with tactical training support, and I've tried just listening and empathizing, but it's getting old. I think he's a bit delusional. We are competing against guys who are much younger, 20 to 30 years younger, and he keeps injuring himself with overtraining and ignoring the advice of literally everyone, including his idols. It's exhausting, and I'm tired of trying to manage his moodiness, flashes of anger, and trying to offer support. Reddit, lay it on me. How would you characterize or interpret his behavior? Am I promoting it by violating his boundary? Is that even a boundary? It feels like a rule. What would you do if you were me? Update. A week after the first post, a week of the silent treatment, he started reaching out. A short text, a link to an informational article that was actually helpful, little things like that. I gave general, neutral responses, but otherwise did not engage. On day 10 of this round of silent treatment, he called to say he thought he had a heart attack and spent a few days in the hospital. But I know for certain that he hosted an event he excluded me from on day 4 and participated in 2 sporting competitions that same weekend. I gave him a little grace because he does have a never-ending string of health problems of his own doing. But in the back of my head, I just kept thinking, liar, liar, pants on fire. He turned back on all the charm, constant attention, arranging really fun dates, the works. For a few weeks, it seemed like we were in a really good place again. But a few weeks later, boom, he blew up again at me in a parking lot when he was frustrated that he had read an email from someone else incorrectly and drove away in a huff. And now he has gone silent again for another week. So yeah, I am not falling for that again. I joined a different sports club 2 hours from where he lives with only a little overlap in membership between the clubs. I filled my social calendar and hit the gym. Thanks Reddit for the reality check. So what advice do I need now? I sure could use some help with phrases I could use when we run into each other in the future. I am pretty certain he will approach me at upcoming sporting events and we will run into each other at social events. I also need some phrases for the folks who keep asking what happened, where he has been lately, and so on. They are very persistent. I do not want to malign or disparage him, but I do expect him to subtly manipulate people against me. I have seen him push out or subtly blackball others, but he is so darn charming and good looking that he gets away with an absurd amount of unkind behavior. It is like everyone is under his spell. Royal BK said, I am exhausted just reading this. I cannot fathom how this lady just took the guy back even after all the advice she got. To this nightmare, Shark said, my dad was like this. Not necessarily blowing up when he did badly at sports, since he was a far older guy in his 30s who seriously injured both his knee and shoulder at 2 different points in his life. But he would blow up when I did badly at sports because he really wanted me to be an athlete. The line about blowing up because he read an email wrong really reminded me of him. For example, he would get mad if I used my pay-as-you-go minutes to call my mom and not him, since my mom did not have a texting plan. He was certain she did not have to pay to receive texts, so he called her phone provider support to try and prove it to me, then blew up on me when the customer service representative confirmed my mom did have to pay something like 25 cents to receive a text message, and it was cheaper for me to call her. My entire time with him was like walking around dodging landmines. I stopped talking to him when I was around 29 because he lost his temper when I had a nap after work and called him back after about 16 hours. My point is, these kinds of people are incredibly draining. I have never actually been on a date, and I personally believe it is because I was just so tired of dealing with people like my dad or a few other family members, and I was worried I would end up with a woman like that. I just do not even want to risk it at this point. This next story was made in the confession subreddit by a user named T4. The post is titled, I'm afraid to tell my wife I don't want children anymore. I am 24 years old and my wife is 23. We have been married for about 4 years and together for 5. We recently got back together 4 months ago after I got out of the army. We were separated for about 2 years after she left, and we finally decided to reunite and do it right this time. When we started dating, I was the kind of guy who did not want kids at all. Seeing her passion for motherhood and her deep desire to be a mother really influenced me to change my mind last year. Also, in a way, I convinced myself to want to have children, mostly because I feel obligated to, not because I genuinely desire to raise them. As for why I do not want children, I will not lie. I am selfish. I do not want to abandon my dreams and goals right now to take care of and raise children. If I were to have a child now, my life and my wants would essentially be over. My responsibilities of taking care of my wife and child would come first. Honestly, the thought of that would drive me insane. We recently babysat our 4-month-old niece. While my wife enjoyed it, I did my best to just play my part and not make it look like I was miserable and hated that she was there in the first place. I definitely still had to help, which was expected, but it was not a good time for me at all. There is nothing against the child or children in general. Instead of feeling joy and happiness like my wife, I dreaded every moment I had to stop what I was doing, hurry home, rush, or stay quiet just to make sure the baby was okay. I am afraid to tell her because she has a very explosive temper. She has to restrain herself from breaking or throwing things when she gets extremely upset. I have already told her that I wanted children, which was also a big factor in us getting back together. For me to backtrack on that agreement would be devastating for her. She will not be understanding about it, and I will have to face her wrath in full force. What do I do? Update. I started this. I brought infidelity into this relationship 1 year in. After we were married and living together unhappily for 1 year, we were separated for almost 2 years after all the fighting and arguing. I slept with multiple women during this period, including one who was her friend, my work friend, whom she met through me. I even filed for divorce, but her papers never got back to me, so I never finalized it. We finally got back together about a year and a half ago. We have a child now, but my fatal mistake was telling her while she was 3 months pregnant that I slept with her friend. I was initially unempathetic and defensive about it, completely invalidating her feelings. She has been wanting out ever since, almost a year now. I have been wanting to leave, but I wanted to try and clean up my mess, and I have only made things worse. Now I am at risk of losing everything, including my daughter. Do not make the same choices I made. If you want to be with someone, be sure you are ready to give them your all and be committed 100%. Update 2. If you have not seen the first post, I basically detailed what kind of person I have been to my wife. You can throw tomatoes at me there as well. I am just here to vent. I've had several conversations lately which have mostly been about her expressing all the emotions behind everything she felt and that she does not think I value her. I listened to her without interrupting or trying to set the record straight, really wanting to make it about her. She does not truly know if I even love her or if I am in it all the way or not. In the past, I have stated that since I take care of pretty much everything financially, her bills, and pretty much do anything she asks, I do not see how she thinks I do not love her. I was short-sighted. I understand now that we cannot dictate how our actions make others feel. We cannot tell people how to perceive our actions or our words. Over the years, I have worked on being intentional with the things I say or do so that she is not confused. I would say that has worked somewhat, but whenever we are in a good spot, I find some way to screw it up. We were doing good, then I came clean about me and her ex-friend 10 months ago. My wife and I got back together in late 2023. I have not had sex with anyone other than her since. I have not grabbed a number, not one on social media. I do not like posts. I do not even hang out with the one friend I have anymore. And it is by choice. I choose these things because I know how important it is for her to be valued by me and to have her as my priority. Anyway, that was what I got across over the few conversations we had. Her point of view is that the amount of hurt she went through justifies leaving, but more than anything, she wants to stay. She does not want to take our child from me completely. She wants us to be the best we can. So she wants me to work on it and give her the emotional attention she needs. But she is extremely heartbroken about it. And I want to pick up her hurt because I was wrong. I got a trophy made that says Best Wife Award with her name on it. And we are going to the aquarium this weekend. Hopefully, doing more date-like activities can rekindle her trust and love. Vent over. Sincerely Cynical said, unfaithful husband, wife with anger problems, completely unstable marriage. Obviously, the next step is to have a child. OP has not posted in a while. If I were a betting person, I would bet that they got pregnant again and have since split up for good. Edit, to clarify, OP's original timeline said the last post was in 2024. It has since been edited, so it has not actually been a while since OP posted. I still think my predictions will be correct, they just are not correct yet. To this comment, user Inevitable Cup said, poor kid is going to have a very hard life. Carolina Honey said, there is so much going on and I feel like the title does not do it justice. It just gets progressively worse. Not even 5 sentences in and they already separated while only being married for 2 years. Then he decides he does not want children, she gets mad and kicks him out. He comes back a year later and admits the whole reason they separated is because he could not keep his desires in check for a year after saying his vows and slept with multiple people, including her friend. And after all that, they still decide to have a baby. Just goodness. May this kind of love never find me or any of you. I am going to go find something more lighthearted to read. This final post was made in the AITA subreddit by a user named Training Distance. The post is titled, I told a woman at the gym that she's embarrassing herself. I go to the gym a lot. About 6 months ago, I noticed a woman I will call Andrea. That is not her real name, but it will be for the rest of this post. I do not know if Andrea started going to the gym 6 months ago or if that is just when I noticed her. Full disclosure, I spoke to her first, but I had no way of knowing what the result would be. A lot of the machines at this gym have little entertainment systems attached to them that can access local channels. I got on a treadmill and realized the TV on the treadmill was not working. Andrea was walking past, and I said, "Hey, do you know if there is an issue with the cable? This TV is not working, but I do not know if it is just this one or all of them." She said the same thing had happened to her on a different machine. I thanked her. That was the whole interaction. A week later, she asked me for some electrolyte powder for her water. I said I did not have any. She was cool with that and asked me how long I had been coming to the gym and what I did for work. I answered and returned her questions. She said she was new to the area and worked in private security. We had a few more chill conversations after that. 6 weeks ago, she asked me out. For reasons I will not get into here, I was not interested. I declined. She said not to worry about things being awkward at the gym if we did not work out. I said that was not the issue, just that I was not looking to date right now. She kept talking to me, and at first I kept talking to her, but I started to think something might be wrong, and I started avoiding her. 2 weeks ago, she walked up to me while I was on a machine with only one way to properly dismount that involved stepping into where she was standing. She asked if I was avoiding her. I said I was and apologized. I said I just did not want to date right now. She said I did not have to avoid her to not date her. I said okay. I kept avoiding her though. Tonight while I was working out, she confronted me again about avoiding her. I had a bad day and told her to leave me alone. She asked why I was being such a prick, and I said because I wanted her to leave me alone. I then said that she was embarrassing herself and needed to stop. She put her foot on top of the weights, and I thought she was going to press down on them. So I let go of the bar very quickly, causing the weights to slam and make a loud noise. Several people looked over. She said, "Now who is embarrassing himself?" and walked away. Did I go too far by saying that? Do I owe her an apology? Update. I went in early this morning for a run and told the front desk staff about Andrea putting her foot on the weights. They said they would talk to her. Then after work, I went in again for a regular workout. I was working on my legs when she walked up to my machine. The first thing she did was apologize for the weights. I do not know if someone talked to her or if that was on her own initiative. I accepted her apology and apologized for saying she was embarrassing herself. She said she forgave me, but if I wanted to really make it up to her, I could buy her a drink, and she would buy me one too to make up for the weights. I said maybe we should buy our own drinks, meaning separately at different places and times. She misunderstood me and asked when and where. I told her I meant that I did not want to go out with her. She said this would not be a date, but a reset for our friendship. I said I did not want to be friends. She said I was being a douche and asked what my problem was. I said the weight incident made me uncomfortable and I would rather we just give each other space. She then asked me if my problem with her was that she is Hispanic. I was so taken aback. I did not even know she was until she said that. I said no, that she just makes me uncomfortable. She wanted me to explain what about her made me uncomfortable, and I tried to do so, but she argued with every point I made. I got frustrated and told her to just stay away from me. She said fine, and that I have a lot of maturing to do. Then she walked away. I am hoping that is the end of it. Update 2. Andrea is banned from the gym. I was running on the treadmill and watching TV. She came up to talk to me and I ignored her, staring at the TV. She raised her voice and I continued to ignore her. She reached out and pulled the safety tab out of the treadmill, the one you connect to your wrist so the treadmill stops if you fall, causing the treadmill to come to a sudden stop. I tripped and fell onto the controls and TV, scratching my chin on the top of the screen. I went to the front desk with Andrea following me. I told them what she did. She kept trying to interrupt me and talk over me, but the woman at the front desk told her to be quiet and wait her turn. I told the staff that Andrea pulled out the safety tab while I was running and that I was injured. The woman at the front desk then asked Andrea what happened. Andrea said I was staring into the middle distance like I was in some kind of fugue state, and she thought I was having a medical episode, so she pulled the tab. The woman at the front desk asked for her membership card. Andrea did not want to give it to her, but the woman said if she did not, she would be banned. Andrea gave her the card, and the woman at the front desk told her to leave and that she was suspended for a month. Andrea objected and got into an argument with the woman, which escalated into Andrea calling the woman an offensive racial slur combined with a derogatory term. As a result, she was banned permanently. I hesitate to call that a happy ending because the poor gym employee had to endure racial harassment, but I will not deny that watching her cut up Andrea's membership card felt good. Update 3. Sorry for the incomprehensible post. I posted this last night when I was drunk. I will rewrite it to explain what happened. Last night, I went to a bar near my apartment to meet up with some friends. The three of us were drinking and having a good time when Andrea walked up. I never saw her enter the bar, I only noticed her when she was in front of us. She greeted me and said it was good to see me, then leaned in to try to kiss me. I pushed her away and she fell, but one of my friends caught her. She started yelling and asking what the heck is wrong with me. I told her to stay away from me and not come any closer. She asked if I was embarrassed of her and did not want my friends to see her. I said, "This is the third time you have tried to assault me and I want you to stay away from me." At that point, the bouncer showed up to ask what was going on. Andrea said I pushed her. I tried to explain that she tried to kiss me and is stalking me, but I was drunk and not doing a great job. My friends also tried to explain that I was innocent, but they were drunk too. Security kicked me out of the bar. My friends walked me home. I am definitely going to try to get a restraining order. This has gone way too far. Cutie Bo Booty said, "Sadly, as a woman, I saw this coming from a mile away. Andrea reminds me too much of the men who have stalked me in the past." I feel bad for OP because he was just trying to be nice, but unfortunately for him, people like Andrea see niceness and politeness as weaknesses to exploit and boundaries as suggestions. I hope he is able to be free of her soon. It is always pretty unsettling and terrifying when this sort of thing happens. Thankfully for me, none of my stalkers lasted longer than 2 months. No Atmosphere said, "Luckily the gym has her information. Hopefully, the next update is him going to the police, filing an assault charge for the treadmill incident and the attempted kiss, and obtaining a restraining order." This story was posted by a user named Express Ratio in the AITA subreddit. The post is titled, "I called my wife a slob and demanded that she cleaned before I come home. I am 30 years old and just came back from a nearly 6-month deployment. I have been married to my wife, who is 29, for 2 years. This is the longest deployment I have had since we have lived together. We do not have children, but we do have a few pets. I bought the house we live in before we got married, and before I left, it was clean and in great condition. When I walked through the door, it was like stepping into one of those hoarder show houses. I wish I were kidding. This is not an exaggeration. In fact, it is probably not descriptive enough. The master bathroom had black mold on the walls. The sink and shower were caked with soap scum, hair was everywhere, and trash covered the floor. We are talking used tissues, used pads, makeup packaging, all just strewn around. The toilet, I will not even describe the toilet. The bedroom had waist-high piles of clothes, papers, and God knows what lining 2 walls. The carpet was completely covered in pet hair. I saw little moths flying around that looked like the kind that eat fabric and hair. The living room was not so much dirty as it was piled with clutter, unopened shopping bags, decorations from last Halloween and Christmas still out, and tons of random stuff she clearly bought but never put away. And the kitchen, the smell hit me before I even walked in. Both sinks were full of dirty dishes with some kind of black sludge coating the bottom. The fridge was packed, but mostly with expired and rotting food. There were 2 casserole dishes filled with what I can only describe as pure mold. Based on what I found, the food in those dishes had been sitting there since before I left in January. I completely lost it. I yelled a lot. I called her names because honestly, what kind of person lets things get this bad? It felt like coming home to a house abandoned by squatters. I told her she had 1 week to clean the entire house and return it to the condition it was in before I deployed, or I would be filing for divorce. Then I left. I am staying with a friend. This guy is not easy to live with. He is loud, way too talkative, and messy in his own way, but even his place is paradise compared to what I walked into. My wife cried and begged me to stay. She said I was being unfair and that I just left her here to deal with everything, but I do not understand. What everything? We have no children. She works a normal job and comes home. That is it. No night shifts, no 80-hour weeks, no caretaking responsibilities. What else was there for her to deal with? What could possibly be taking up so much of her time and energy that basic tasks like throwing away used tissues, washing dishes, or taking out the trash could not be done? She told me I needed to help her because it was our mess, but I have been gone for over 5 months. She claims that I did not understand how hard it was for her while I was gone. I did not make any of that mess. I have been deployed and working my ass off, and the house I paid for was trashed while I was away. Is there something I really do not understand here? Update. Just thought I would post an update because I continue to get responses saying she is depressed on my original post. I heard you. Over 1,000 people saying it. You do not need to say it anymore. I went over to our house this morning and started cleaning while my wife was at work. It really does not look like she had done much, even though she told me she had been cleaning. I would really like to know what she cleaned because I did not see any difference between when I first got home and this morning. I cleaned the bathroom, I threw most of the garbage all over the place away, but tried to be nice and keep what actually looked like untainted makeup and bath products. I sprayed the entire room with bleach. The walls, the shower, the toilet, the floor. The bleach pretty much ate all the mold away on its own, but I scrubbed it all too. It took me maybe 15 minutes to rinse everything in the sink and load the dishwasher. That is what kills me. It took 15 minutes even with how bad it was. Why could she not have done that? It took longer to scrub the sink itself, and now it is scratched up from all of the utensils and metal baking sheets and things. Plus, there are permanent stains. I almost vomited from the smell. I saved absolutely nothing from the fridge. I filled 2 large trash bags with the contents, containers and all. I do not think anything was safe in there, and it was not worth taking the chance. There is still a lot more to do, but I took care of the most disgusting parts. She came home and did not expect me to be there. She came home with a shopping bag. She had gone shopping despite the hoard of stuff inside the house. I told her I cleaned up the bathroom and the kitchen and that we are going to work together all weekend to clean the rest of it. She hugged me and seemed thankful, but I told her it is not that simple. I am still pissed off and I still do not understand how this happened. She said she did not understand how it happened either. She just got overwhelmed. She was mad that I threw some of the stuff in the fridge away. She wanted to save the casserole dishes. One was her grandma's. Well, I never want to eat out of that dish again. She went and saved it from the trash. I told her I threw more stuff away and tried to save what seemed salvageable in the bathroom. I also let her know that if she does not help me clean this weekend, then I'm going to be throwing all of the stuff she has accumulated in the living room away too. She said she is going to help. I will obviously have to tell her exactly what tasks to do, and I should not have to do that. I have accepted that I will have to do it to get the place clean this weekend. Long term, that is not what I signed up for when I married her. Am I going to have to get a chore chart like she is a little kid? I told her maybe we need to get a cleaning service to come in. I do not feel we should need people to come in and clean our house for us, and I would prefer to spend my money on other things, but I still offered to do it for her sake. She was adamantly against it and does not want any cleaners coming into her space. She says it feels too weird to have somebody come in and clean. I asked her what was wrong, maybe she needs therapy or professional help. She said she knows she should probably go get help, but she is not ready to do that, and she can stay on top of things if we just get the house back to a clean state. She said she is fine and that she just got overwhelmed with work, felt so tired, and it was easy to let things go when she was the only one here. She says now that I am back, it will not happen. I will believe it when I see it. Pleasant Ground said, cleaning up a hoarder's home without the person admitting they need help never solves the underlying issue. My friend had someone she knew with this problem. The entire house was filled with clutter from floor to ceiling, making rooms unusable, yet she refused any help. It cost her her marriage and her children, who chose to live with their father rather than in what they described as a garbage truck of a house. Friends attempted to clear the house so the kids could return, but despite saying she wanted to clean up and help, she repeatedly pulled everything back out of the bins and the van destined for the dump, insisting she needed those items. Needless to say, it was a failed attempt. Eventually, the entire home became unlivable, so she moved in with her elderly parents and the cycle began again. Room by room in her parents' house became unusable. Her mother even broke her hip after tripping over some of the rubbish she was hoarding. Despite family members constantly trying to intervene, nothing ever changed. They made a second attempt to clear the house without her being there when she was working, but she got wind of it and refused to hand over her house keys to her brother, later claiming she had lost them. Her brother tried to organize a locksmith, but she also intercepted that attempt. It was honestly amazing how attuned she was to knowing if her belongings were going to be touched. Nothing ever went past her. Despite her actions, she insisted for years that she wanted help, but years of therapy were just lip service as nothing truly changed. Her mother, with the father now deceased, lives in a corner of a room in her own home, while the hoarder daughter sleeps on the couch beside her. There is not a day that goes by when she is not buying utter rubbish. Friends have stopped trying and only contact her on a need-to basis. Her family has given up trying to get services to intervene. This highlights the importance of being very careful about who you give power of attorney to as a parent. You want to choose a child who is stable. If they become unstable and you yourself are mentally unable to change the power of attorney, you may end up in an uncertain and difficult situation. I have no idea what the plan will be when this lady's second house becomes unlivable. Knowing her, she will rent a third house and fill it up as well. So OP needs to set a firm boundary, and if it is even breached slightly, he should get his wife to leave his house. I doubt his wife will stop on her own. She needs real help. This next post was made in the Ask Men Advice subreddit by a user named Crow2002. The post is titled, "Single Dad Wants to Go on a Cruise but is Holding Back Because of Me. What should I do to convince him to go? I recently graduated from high school. Before, my dad would always joke about how once I graduated, he would book himself a 2 to 3 week cruise just to have fun. I always told him that it would be a great idea for him to relax. My dad has been single for most of my life. My mom passed away when I was 3. He raised me the best he could and turned me into the person I am today. He is the best." Now I checked his computer and saw the website for the cruise, but he did not buy his ticket. I asked him why, and he said he felt bad leaving me home alone. I reminded him that I am technically an adult now, and last I checked, the cruise was for older adults to mingle and have fun. Even when I said that, he still was not fully convinced he should go. I want him to go so he can have fun and relax. With raising me and everything, he deserves it. What can I do to convince him he should go? He can afford the cruise. Update. Thank you to everyone who gave me a lot of good advice. We did talk about the cruise. My dad admitted that he is excited to go on one, but he feels like he is losing his role as my dad. I immediately hugged him and told him that he is my dad and nothing will change that. Nothing at all. I will always need him in my life for love and guidance. We cried for a while. My dad and I ended up watching the Goofy movie, which someone recommended, and we cried again. I also brought up the fact that since I'm staying home for college, I will most definitely need my dad to help me. Anyway, he decided to book a 2-week cruise for adults. This definitely made me more appreciative toward my dad. I am just so happy he is finally putting himself first. Oh, and he did order himself a cheesy tropical shirt, shorts, and a hat. I hope he has fun and does the cha-cha slide. User Maelstrom Witch said, "I am 45. My dad is still my dad. I am fortunate that I have both parents and good relationships with both. I still need my mom and dad. I hope I have many more years with them." Blimp Lover said, "What a good kid. Dad should be beaming with pride for raising such an empathetic adult." Thank you so much for making it to the end of the video, and thank you also to partner of the channel, Gamersubs. Use code DLAM to support the channel and get 10% off of your purchase, link in the description. I'm sure many of you like me have a hankering for daily caffeine, so go check them out. Lately, I've been a big fan of Titty Milk and Acid Rain, but they've got dozens of other flavors for y'all to try out. Anyway, thanks again for reaching the end, and I hope you all have an amazing passage of the next 24 hours.